Chapter 645. How many hell magic crystals are there in this round? Yang Dingtian asked, full of expectation. Dishi Bien's beautiful eyes condensed a ray of light, which then poured into the pile of hell magic crystals. After a quarter of an hour, she slowly closed her eyes and let them rest for a moment before saying, 153 blue crystals and 2,852 white crystals, which is equivalent to more than 400 blue crystals, more than 40 yellow crystals for green crystals, and less than half a purple crystal. Then, how is this harvest? Yang Dingtian asked. It's extremely abundant. You can fight it once, and it'll take me a few days. Dishi Bien said. Yang Dingtian said. In other words, if we clear another 200 caves, we'll be able to gather a golden hell magic crystal. Dishi Bien nodded. Yang Dingtian calculated that the two of them would need 2 golden hell magic crystals. They would need to sweep through 4 to 500 Shura caves. Every time they swept through a cave, they would need to recover their Shen Qi and the time they took to walk. It would take them more than 3 hours. If they didn't sleep or rest, they would need a total of 1,500 hours, which was a total of 60 days. However, there were only 20 days left before the netherworld ghost flames bloomed. There didn't seem to be enough time. Yang Dingtian told Dishi Bien about this worry. Dishi Bien looked at him and said, The hell magic crystals we hunt now are used to attract high-level hell beasts. Purple hell magic crystals can attract red hell beasts. We need to kill 10 red hell beasts and condense them into a golden hell magic crystal. Oh, so it's like this, Yang Dingtian said. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were stealing from me just now. Dishi Bien stared at Yang Dingtian but didn't say anything. How do we refine hell magic crystals? Do we use Shen fire? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't have Shen fire, Dishi Bien said. Yang Dingtian suddenly remembered that this woman didn't have Shen fire, but she broke through to 4-star Martial Grandmaster at the age of 28. Holy shit! Only spirit wizards can refine hell magic crystals. Dishi Bien said, Hell magic crystals are the energy condensed after a normal person dies. Departed spirits were the souls of those who had died and were filled with resentment, unable to reincarnate. Therefore, only sorcerers can purify the energy of hell. Then you're not a wizard spiritualist, Yang Dingtian said. That's why my refining speed is faster, Dishi Bien said. After that, the soul of the ancestor of Dishi family inside her body suddenly drilled into this pile of hell magic crystals. Instantly, the magical crystal began to shrink. Gradually, it turned from white to blue, and then from blue to yellow. In the end, the pair of magic crystals turned into 4 floating green lights. Do you really want me to take care of them? You were the one who hunted them, Dishi Bien said. Of course, Yang Dingtian said. That's good. Dishi Bien put the 4 green hell magic crystals into the inner skull box. Then, do we have to hunt 10 purple hell magic crystals to attract 10 red hell Shura? Yang Dingtian asked. 10 is not enough. We need about 20, Dishi Bien said, because many times the ones that will be attracted might still be the green hell Shura. 20 purple hell magic crystals were enough to repeat the hunt 50 times, which would take about 5 to 6 days. The 2 of them needed golden hell magic crystals, which would take about 10 days. This wasn't too difficult for Yang Dingtian. At this moment, Yang Dingtian asked, Miss Dishi, I've calculated carefully. With your speed, even 20 purple hell magic crystals would be hard to collect. If you hunt alone, you'll need at least half a year to collect 20 purple hell magic crystals. Yes, Dishi Bien said. Then you only came to the ghost hell region at this time. Wouldn't it be impossible to complete the mission and obtain the netherworld ghost flame? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Dishi Bien said. Then why didn't you come earlier? Yang Dingtian said. Why did you wait until a month before the mysterious flame bloomed? Because I wasn't feeling well, Dishy Bien said. Een flame burning your body? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Dishy Bien said. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment before saying, Miss Dishy, you should know that I have the 9 yang profound veins. If you didn't obtain the netherworld ghost flame, I could have saved your life. Yes, Dishy Bien said. You have mysophobia and can't let anyone touch you. Then I want to know, if someone touched you, how would you react? Yang Dingtian asked. Vomiting, twitching, and then suffocating. Dishy Bien said. Why don't I try to touch you? Yang Dingtian said. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I once had a girl I loved. She was the same as you and couldn't touch any man. I was an exception. No, Dishy Bien said. You were an exception with her, but not with me. You were standing closer to me just now. My pores are starting to close up. Really? Then I'll try. Yang Dingtian walked closer to Dishy Bien. Immediately, Dishy Bien felt as though she had been electrocuted. Yang Dingtian could clearly see the fine hairs on the back of her neck standing up, and all her pores were closed. Subsequently, her entire body started to twitch slightly, and she opened her small mouth to gasp for breath. In less than a minute, Dishy Bien flew to a safe distance. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. He frowned and said, Miss, this is an illness. You need to be treated. Then Dishy Bien started to lead Yang Dingtian to sweep through the Shura caves one by one. Suddenly, the hell beasts in these caves were in big trouble. Dishy Bien slaughtered all the hell beasts on the way to the entrance of the cave. After arriving at the Abyss Cave, Dishy Bien released a handful of blue magic crystals, after which thousands of hell beasts madly rushed out, desperately devouring these blue magic crystals. Then Yang Dingtian's devil sky, splitting lightning, crazily struck. In other hunting, these hell beasts could still escape, but after being hit by the lightning, their bodies twitched and they couldn't run at all. After 2 or 3 minutes, these several thousand hell beasts were all smashed to pieces after being hit by a few dozen lightning bolts. Then several thousand white and a few blue mana crystals flew into the sky. Dishy Bien quickly gathered them all and used the shortest amount of time to refine them into green mana crystals. Yang Dingtian did some calculations. From the beginning to the end of the hunting process, including the refining time, it took a total of 2.5 hours. This was the second wave of attacks. After getting used to it, the speed would probably be faster. Sure enough, after the two became more familiar with each other, their coordination became more and more tacit. Thus, their speed became faster and faster. The 10th wave only needed 1.5 hours. However, their speed was already incomparably fast. Yang Dingtian didn't even have time to chat. A day and a night passed. Yang Dingtian had just finished the 11th wave of attacks. Dishy Bien extracted 5 purple hell magic crystals in total, and added with the purple hell magic crystal she had hunted herself. She now had 6 in total. At this rate, she would be able to hunt 40 to 50 purple mana crystals in 7 or 8 days. At this time, Dishy Bien's thoughts were slightly complicated. She had worked hard for more than 10 days to gather 1 purple mana crystal, but Yang Dingtian had collected 5 purple mana crystals in a day. Right, you said that Wu Yoming's group has so many people. Can they be faster than us? Yang Dingtian asked. No, Dishy Bien said. They weren't as fast as Yang Dingtian, but Wu Yoming's group had too many experts. Completing the task wouldn't be a problem. Actually, there's another group. Do you know? Yang Dingtian asked. I know, Dishy Bien said. I smelled an extremely powerful energy field from dozens of miles away, so I immediately distanced myself. As long as he's there, I won't go within 50 miles of him. Are you afraid of him? Yang Dingtian asked. I'm not afraid, because that's his hunting ground. Dishy Bien said, the energy aura he releases covers 50 miles warning anyone not to enter his hunting ground. Otherwise, they will be attacked by him. I see, Yang Dingtian said. Then do you know who he is? I don't, Dishi Bien said. He's the young master of the evil ways, Dongli Grassland, and the current prime minister of the Snakeman Empire. His position in the evil ways is second only to Prince Li Ming. Yang Dingtian said. Who is Li Ming? Dishi Bien asked. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Li Ming is the young master of the Temple of Annihilation, the disciple of the Demon King Wen Tian. What is the Temple of Annihilation? Who is the Demon King Wen Tian? Dishi Bien asked. Yang Dingtian looked seriously into Dishi Bien's eyes and said, Miss, tell me honestly, are you playing with me? I'm not playing with you, Dishi Bien said. I only know one of the people outside, and that is Wu Lingzi. Later, there was you, and then there was Wu Yuming. Yang Dingtian's heart was extremely complicated. This girl is really a blank piece of paper. Then do you know about the Taiando League? Yang Dingtian asked. I know, Dishi Bien said. My emperor's tomb is one of the 9 gates of the Taiando League. Then do you know that I am the leader of the Taiando League? Yang Dingtian asked. You? Dishi Bien showed a puzzled expression. You can be the leader of the Taiando League? Yang Dingtian almost vomited blood. Miss, what do you mean by that expression? Can't a grandmaster be the leader of the Taiando League? I really am, Yang Dingtian said. Oh, then I believe you, Dishi Bien said. Then will you obey my orders? Yang Dingtian asked. No, Dishi Bien said bluntly. Why? Your emperor's tomb is also one of the 9 gates of the Taiando League, Yang Dingtian said. It's not like I want to join it, Dishi Bien said. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, Then, if Wu Yuming and I fight for the Taiando League leader, who will you support? You, Dishi Bien said. Yang Dingtian was immediately overwhelmed by the favor and asked, Why? Because he wants to kill me, Dishi Bien said. Wow, this reason is really straightforward. Then, if one day I want to fight with Wu Yuming, will you help me? Yang Dingtian asked. Dishi Bien shook her head and said, If he doesn't come to kill me, I won't provoke him. Hey, he wants to kill you. Don't you want to take revenge? Yang Dingtian said. He didn't kill me, Dishi Bien said. I'll just avoid him in the future. You're really useless, Yang Dingtian said speechlessly. Then if your cultivation surpasses his, will you kill him? No, Dishi Bien said. Why? Yang Dingtian asked. It's too troublesome, Dishi Bien said. Puff. Yang Dingtian was about to spit out another mouthful of blood. Then Yang Dingtian tried to organize his words and said, Then if one day evil ways want to destroy the world, I will save the world. If I want to save the world, will you help me? Dishi Bien shook her head and said, No. Why? Yang Dingtian, evil ways can kill the entire world. Countless innocent people will die. Dishi Bien lowered her eyes and said, I also want to feel sad. I also want to stand up against a common enemy, but I can't. I can't care about them. Then Annie Lung is your only family. Do you care about her? Do you love her? Yang Dingtian asked and then stared directly at Dishi Bien. Dishi Bien seemed to be a little fearful of Yang Dingtian's gaze and said, Love! She was very guilty when she said this. My God, you don't love at all. You don't even love yourself. So you definitely won't love anyone else. Yang Dingtian was speechless. I'm sorry, Dishi Bien said in a low voice. You know how to feel guilty. You can still be saved. Yang Dingtian sighed. After being scolded by Yang Dingtian, Dishi Bien also felt that she was guilty. She lowered her head and pondered. Girl, I'm facing you now. If I want to take off your clothes, touch you, and sleep with you, will you hate me and kill me? Yang Dingtian asked. Without waiting for Yang Dingtian to finish, Dishi Bien flew back dozens of meters and looked at Yang Dingtian warily. I'm just hypothesizing. I didn't do that. Yang Dingtian said, I may kill you, but I won't hate you. Dishibian said, Why? I want to destroy your chastity. Yang Dingtian said, I don't have chastity. Dishibian said, You're still a virgin. How can you not have chastity? Yang Dingtian said, A virgin is a virgin. Chastity is chastity. They have nothing to do with each other. Dishibian said seriously, I won't let anyone touch me. So what's the use of chastity to me? It seems to make sense. Yang Dingtian said, No, this is a ridiculous theory. For example, if you take off your clothes while taking a bath and I peek at you, will you be angry and kill me? Dishibian thought for a while, then nodded and said, Yes. See, this is chastity. Yang Dingtian said, No, this is shame. Dishibian said, If I peek at you while you're taking a bath, will you be angry? No, I'll welcome you. Yang Dingtian said, That's because you don't have any sense of shame. Dishibian said, Puffed. Yang Dingtian spat out another mouthful of blood. After that, although the two of them were extremely skilled in their cooperation, it was difficult for them to increase their speed. They basically maintained one wave for an hour and a half, and most of the time was spent hurrying. But even so, they were still able to harvest about 8 purple magic crystals every day. Thus, after 6 days, Yang Dingtian had hunted 49 purple magic crystals. Adding the ones from before, he had a total of 54 purple magic crystals. Of course, the low-level hell beasts here were extremely unlucky. 6-digit numbers of hell beasts were destroyed by Yang Dingtian's Devil Sky splitting lightning. Without a doubt, Yang Dingtian had become the biggest butcher in the history of the Ghost Hell region. The 7th day, after Yang Dingtian and Dishibian had fully recovered their profound qi, we have enough magic crystals to attract high-level hell beasts. Next, we'll go hunt the Red Shura tribe. Dishibian said, They are all at the Grandmaster level and live in the depths of the Ghost Hell region. Moreover, we don't have a map of the caves in the southern region, so we'll have to take risks one by one. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, Then are all the high-level Shura caves in the eastern region marked? Yes. Dishibian said, Therefore, we can find the least dangerous cave to hunt. However, we'll meet Wu Yuming if we do that. Is there a big difference between dangerous and not dangerous? Yang Dingtian asked. Very big. Dishibian said, Some high-level Shura beasts are solitary creatures, so they'll be the only ones in the entire cave. Some of them live in groups, and there will be thousands or even tens of thousands of them, ranging from low level to high level. If you accidentally enter such a cave, it'll be hard to predict your life or death. Damned Wu Yuming, Yang Dingtian said angrily. Moreover, even solitary Shura beasts have different attributes. Dishibian said, If you meet one with a special attribute, you'll be dead. What kind of special attributes do they have? Yang Dingtian asked. Invisibility, charm, teleportation, poison, etc. Dishibian said, Of course, there are even more terrifying situations. If you use a purple magic crystal to lure out a golden Shura tribe, you'll definitely die. A golden Shura tribe would be a half-saint tribe, and they'd definitely die. Yang Dingtian's hair stood on end. It sounded really scary. No wonder people said they shouldn't look for the ghost hell flame unless they were at the Grandmaster level. Yang Dingtian and Dishibian had to kill 20 red Shura tribes to refine 2 golden magic crystals and enter the Ghost Hell City to participate in the Ghost Hell Flame Feast. If these 20 were all ordinary Grandmaster level red Shura tribes, Yang Dingtian didn't believe he'd be so lucky. If they were ordinary Grandmaster level red Shura tribes, could you kill them? Yang Dingtian asked. If they were solitary and ordinary, I could kill them, Dishibian said. What if they lived in groups? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know, Dishibian said bleakly. Then let's go. Yang Dingtian said, Even if it's the gates of hell, We'll have to give it a try. Then, Yang Dingtian and Dishi Bien quickly went deeper. In the beginning, to be safe, the two didn't go too deep. 300 miles away from the Ghost Hell City, they found a cave. They hoped that this was a low-level red Shura tribe that lived alone. As the two went deeper, they didn't find a single Shura tribe. This is a good sign, right? Yang Dingtian said, There isn't a single Shura tribe on the way, and there isn't even a guard at the entrance. Does this mean that this is a solitary Shura tribe? Yes, it's very likely, Dishi Bien said. Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. Then the two continued to go deeper. Deeper, 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 deeper. 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters, 40,000 meters, 50,000 meters. Yang Dingtian's heart turned cold. They didn't find a single Shura tribe. Moreover, they went deeper and deeper, as if there was no bottom. This wasn't a good feeling. It was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. He kept feeling that there was a great danger below. Yang Dingtian instinctively moved closer to Dishi Bien. Whoosh! Dishi Bien seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He jumped back a dozen meters as if he was frightened. Hey, come closer. You won't get pregnant, Yang Dingtian said angrily. I'm sorry, Dishi Bien apologized. Sigh. Any man who stays with you for more than 3 days will lose all his confidence, Yang Dingtian said. Does a man's confidence have to be built on a woman? Dishi Bien asked. Confidence in a man is half of a career and half of a woman's confidence, Yang Dingtian said. Well, in fact, I like you. Dishi Bien gritted his teeth and said painfully, Thank you for your selfless consolation and self-sacrifice, but don't force yourself to say things that you don't mean, Yang Dingtian said. Oh, Dishi Bien sighed in relief. Uft! Yang Dingtian spat out another mouthful of blood. For the first time, he had the urge to draw his sword and hack this beautiful woman to death. Thank the heavens! No matter how deep the cave was, there would always be an end. After going more than 70,000 meters down the cave, finally they reached the end of the Shura cave. This was another piece of good news. The cave at the end of the cave was very small. It was only about the size of a basketball court. This meant that this high-level Shura was more likely to live alone. After all, there couldn't be too many Shura living in such a small place, right? Yang Dingtian told him his conclusion. Dishi Bien gave him confirmation. Yang Dingtian felt even more relieved. What should I do after you summon this red Shura? Yang Dingtian asked. Just stand on the side and watch, Dishi Bien said. Hey, please take my pride into consideration, Yang Dingtian said. Then you can just hit it a few times. Dishi Bien casually said the truth, but after seeing Yang Dingtian's murderous gaze, she quickly changed her words. Hit it as hard as you can and release as much energy as you can. Then she lowered her voice and said, Of course, your Grandmaster level attack is really not worth mentioning in front of a Grandmaster level Shura. Okay, you can summon it, Yang Dingtian said unhappily. Dishi Bien looked at him apologetically. Then she took out a purple hell magic crystal and slowly released it in the air above the abyss. Yang Dingtian began to pray in his heart. God of Chaos, please protect me. I hope it's an ordinary Shura living alone, and a low-level Grandmaster level one. Please, please. Then, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless Azuras from hell poured out of the abyss devil magma in a vast and mighty manner. There was a blood-red one, a bunch of purple ones, and a large wave of green ones. The lowest level among them was yellow. Moreover, there were more of them every time they met before, but each of them was very small. Shura of hell had two extremes. The bigger they were, the stronger they were, and the smaller they were, the stronger they were. Looking at the thousands of Shura of hell, staring at the two of them, Yang Dingtian looked at Dishi Bien speechlessly and said bitterly, Girl, you're so unlucky. Did you wash your hands when you pee? Chapter 646. When facing over 10,000 hell beasts, Bien heard Yang Dingtian's complaints and only had one sentence to say. Should we run? Can you outrun Shura? Yang Dingtian said, You keep an eye on that Grandmaster level red hell beast. I'll take care of the remaining 10,000. Hearing Yang Dingtian's bold words, Bien couldn't help but be startled. However, this girl had one advantage, and that was that she wasn't afraid of death. Therefore, she wouldn't abandon Yang Dingtian and run away. Of course, she had a second advantage, and that was that she was very straightforward. Therefore, after hearing Yang Dingtian's words, she directly attacked that red Grandmaster level hell beast. She really threw 10,000 hell beasts to Yang Dingtian. Wow, you really trust me. Yang Dingtian wanted to cry, but had no tears. Sure enough, the remaining 10,000 hell beasts were like a lion picking on a lion. They didn't dare to provoke Bien, and all of them crazily pounced on Yang Dingtian. Fuck, do you think I'm easy to bully? Yang Dingtian was furious. Then he suddenly covered himself with an energy barrier. Then he used his left hand to release the demon spirit, demon fire immobilization technique. Of course, there were 10,000 hell beasts in front of him. Just those above the martial mystic level were innumerable. Therefore, Yang Dingtian didn't dare to have any expectations about how many hell beasts he could immobilize. Swish! An incomparably beautiful scene appeared. They were all immobilized, except for that red Grandmaster level hell beast. The rest of them were all immobilized. This was too exaggerated, too outrageous. This demon spirit, demon fire was too heaven-defying. As long as their cultivation was lower than his, they were all immobilized. Bien, who was next to him, was completely stunned. She forgot to attack and stared blankly. Bang! That red Grandmaster level hell beast gave her a fierce blow. Fortunately, Bien's ancestor martial spirit blocked it. Otherwise, Bien would have been seriously injured and vomited blood. Hey, can you focus on the game? Yang Dingtian said unhappily, I know I'm awesome, but this is a crucial moment, don't get distracted. Oh, I'm sorry, Bien said. In fact, Yang Dingtian was also shocked by himself. His devil, spirit, demon fire was too heaven-defying. It could actually freeze over 10,000 hell beasts. However, the 10 leading purple hell beasts were about to break free from the immobilization spell. As such, Yang Dingtian hurriedly released the million spirit demon flames primal chaos body with his right hand and poured in 40% of his profound energy. Then he released the demon spirit, demon fire's chaotic body with his right hand and poured in 40% of his xianqi. Whoosh, whoosh! The two mystic flames suddenly flew to the center of the countless hell beasts, and then violently collided with them. Boom! A blinding white light that was countless times brighter than the sun. Then a huge lightning ball suddenly exploded. Pa! The lightning that soared into the sky suddenly exploded among the countless hell beasts and instantly struck their bodies. Then, Yang Dingtian waited for the bountiful results and waited for Bien's astonished look. However, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Indeed, countless hell beasts were scared out of their wits and fell from the sky. However, not even a quarter of them died. The remaining 80% of the hell beasts trembled for a while, and then crazily pounced toward Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian had underestimated his opponent. This mystic flame lightning had used up 80% of his profound energy, and he thought it would be enough to kill most of the hell beasts. Who knew, however, this was normal. One had to know that this place was a few hundred miles away from the Netherworld Ghost City, and the hell beasts here were much stronger than the undead creatures outside. Yang Dingtian was already considered strong to be able to kill more than 2,000 low-level hell beasts. Then, Yang Dingtian looked on helplessly as the remaining 8,000 to 9,000 hell beasts pounced towards him. Bang, 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 countless hell beasts spat out blue light at Yang Dingtian. In almost a moment, Yang Dingtian's energy barrier was broken. Subsequently, countless hell beasts flooded over like a tide and drowned Yang Dingtian. Then, Yang Dingtian saw 10 purple hell beasts pouncing toward Yang Dingtian ferociously. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was finally able to see clearly that these hell beasts looked very similar to bats. However, these bats were very small and had a human face, which caused people to tremble in fear. After these 10 purple human-faced bats broke through the energy barrier, they instantly launched their first wave of attacks toward Yang Dingtian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yang Dingtian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he instantly spat out blood. However, even though he was spitting out blood, the sword in his hand still stabbed out like lightning. Damn it! He did not even manage to stab a single one. These human-faced bats were simply too fast. In a short period of time, Yang Dingtian was hit countless times, and his entire body was on the brink of death. However, he was very curious as to why he did not die. But soon he understood that it was because he still had the ring of protection on his body, which could resist attacks of the same level as his cultivation. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. And the biggest reason was that although there were more than 10,000 human-faced bats, even if they surrounded him layer by layer, only a small portion of them could hit him. Of course, if Yang Dingtian allowed himself to be attacked like this, it was only a matter of time before he died. In less than 2 minutes, he would be dead. To kill the thief, first kill the king. Yang Dingtian immediately changed his strategy and focused on killing. Whoosh! His left hand used the immobilization technique to freeze a Grandmaster level hell human-faced bat, and his right hand stabbed out with the sword. The human-faced bat was small and incomparably agile. It was impossible to stab it. However, with the immobilization technique, it was different. Yang Dingtian could stab it with his eyes closed. The human-faced bat's body was impenetrable. However, in front of Yang Dingtian's near-emperor-grade soul sword, it was nothing. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could easily pierce through it in an instant. As a result, the next thing was much easier. Withstanding the attacks of hundreds of bats, he kept vomiting blood. His left hand used the immobilization technique, and his right hand pierced through with the sword. Swish, 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 swish. In less than 10 seconds, more than 10 purple hell human-faced bats were killed. As a result, the pressure on Yang Dingtian was greatly reduced. Although it was not good to be attacked by hundreds of martial saints, at least he would not die. Next, Yang Dingtian would kill a large number of bats, and then the soul sword would sweep across. Swish, 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 swish. Every time Yang Dingtian's sword slashed, a large wave of hell human-faced bats would be killed. Swish, 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 swish. Yang Dingtian crazily slashed out. Under the near-emperor-grade soul sword's abnormal sharpness, countless hell beasts were smashed into pieces and turned into hell magic crystals. Swish, 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 swish. Kill, 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 kill. Yang Dingtian was completely crazy. The more he killed, the easier it became. Because of the Guardian Ring, these low-level hell beasts were no longer a threat. Just as Yang Dingtian was killing to his heart's content, suddenly, Yang Dingtian's eyes lit up, because all the remaining hell beasts had escaped in an instant and crazily drilled into the abyss magic magma. Of course, there was only one reason for them to escape, and that was that their king was dead. That blood-red hell, human-faced Bat King, was killed by Dishibian and her martial spirit. Yang Dingtian, who had survived the disaster, was covered in blood and was in a sorry state. Dishibian, on the other hand, was as beautiful as jade, wearing white clothes that were whiter than snow. There were no flaws on her body. Facing such unfair treatment, Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and said, I'm not going to team up with you. You're a woman who cheats her teammates. Looking at the sorry state Yang Dingtian, whose face was full of blood, Dishibian finally could not help but laugh. Then, she immediately covered her mouth. The women of the Dishi clan could not laugh. Once they did, they would be frivolous. You still have the nerve to laugh. I was almost killed by you. Yang Dingtian said. You're so powerful. Dishibian said. being praised by such a beauty. Yang Dingtian felt good and his mood improved a lot. At this moment, he had completely exhausted his xianqi. He had to quickly recover his xianqi. He slightly shook his body to shake off his own blood and the blood of the hell human-faced bat. Then he sat down to recover his xianqi and said, "Collect the hell magic crystals and report to me." Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. In the end, he was not willing to use the holy water pills. He really did not have much left. He only swallowed a few 8th or 9th grade healing pills and used his xianqi to heal himself. After all, he was only half dead. It would be a waste to use the holy water pills. After a full 8 hours, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and saw Dishibian staring at him. "What are you looking at? How much did we get?" Yang Dingtian asked. "You killed 10 purple hell beasts, 110 green hell beasts, and 500 yellow hell beasts," Dishibian said. "So you got 2.5 red hell magic crystals in total. Plus the red Shura beasts I killed. We have 3.5 in total. In other words, I got more than you?" Yang Dingtian said. "Yes, that's why I said you were powerful," Dishibian said carelessly. Yang Dingtian felt that there was no sense of achievement in fighting with a woman who did not care about winning. However, this was still good news. They needed 20 hell magic crystals in total. Now that they had entered a cave, they had 3.5. Therefore, even a person like Dishibian, who did not care, felt very happy. "Have you rested well?" Dishibian asked. "Almost. Thank you for your concern," Yang Dingtian said. "Then let's go and take down the next Shura cave," Dishibian said. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. So, she did not care about him at all. 6 hours later, Dishibian and Yang Dingtian finally found the next cave and walked in. Here, there was still no Shura beasts behind the entrance. Moreover, it was getting deeper and deeper. 50,000 meters, 60,000 meters, 70,000 meters, 80,000 meters, 90,000 meters. They went all the way to 90,000 meters, but there was still no end. There was not a single Shura beast on the way. Yang Dingtian was scared again. The last Shura cave was only 70,000 meters, and it was already so terrifying. This time, there was still no end at 90,000 meters. It was obvious how powerful this cave was. After going 100,000 meters and still not seeing the end, Yang Dingtian could not help but say, "Hey girl, let's go out and find the next cave." "Are you scared?" Dishibian asked. "Yes, I'm scared," Yang Dingtian said. "Then you go out. I'll go alone," Dishibian said. "Fuck." Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and followed. After a long time, Dishibian asked, "You always say fuck. What does that mean?" "It means fuck," Yang Dingtian said unhappily. Dishibian was silent for a moment and then said, "Why don't you go out?" "Why? Can't stand my rudeness?" Yang Dingtian asked. "No, I think you might die if you think about such things at a time like this," Dishibian said seriously. Yang Dingtian's eyes were full of tears. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fuck!" Thankfully, after reaching 100,000 meters, the cave finally reached the end. This was an incomparably huge abyssal cave, no less than 10,000 square meters and several hundred meters high. The abyssal magic magma below was crazily surging. It felt like it could hold 100,000 infernal beasts. Yang Dingtian's hair stood on end, and he said, "Sister Bien, why don't we go to the next cave?" "No," Dishibian said directly, "but you can go out. So if I don't come out in an hour, it means I'm dead. I'll give you the infernal magic crystals I have." "I know you're not trying to goad me." Yang Dingtian looked at her speechlessly, but I still fell for it. Then Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "Then start the summoning. But I'll say the ugly words first. If it's really dangerous, don't blame me for going invisible." "Okay, I won't blame you," Dishibian said, Quite a number of Shura have undead eyes, so it's useless for you to go invisible. Thank you for your comfort, Yang Dingtian said angrily, then hurry up. Dishibian immediately took out an amethyst magic crystal and held it in her hand. Yang Dingtian began to pray again. God Chaos! I hope this time it's a very ordinary, solitary, low-level red Shura. Please, please. Dishibian glanced at Yang Dingtian and shook her head. Although she didn't know, she felt that it was wrong for someone like Yang Dingtian to be the master of the Taiendo League. Then, she was about to release the amethyst magic crystal. Why don't we go to the next cave? Yang Dingtian said. Whoosh! Dishibian directly released the amethyst magic crystal above the abyss. Then, rumble! The sky began to shake and the earth began to shake. The entire huge cave began to tremble violently. Huge cracks appeared and countless boulders fell one after another. Then, the entire abyss magic magma began to boil and roll violently. Yang Dingtian had a deep feeling that something was wrong, and he felt waves of malice coming from the bottom of the abyss. Bang! Then, a black thing suddenly jumped out of the abyss. Yang Dingtian stared blankly, his hair standing on end, and the hair on his neck standing up. After a long time, Yang Dingtian was stunned. Just you. Sure enough, it was alone. There were no attendants. It was just a hellish, demonic beast, and it was also red in color. Yang Dingtian's prayer seemed to have come true. There was only one red hell demon beast in such a big cave. But what was this thing? Hell earthworm? It didn't seem to have any characteristics, not even eyes. It was quite disgusting. Its body wasn't big either. At most, it was 12 meters long and half a meter thick. It looked like an enlarged version of an earthworm. Of course, this was still big, but compared to such a huge cave, it was extremely small. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say, "You live in such a big cave with such a small body. You're really extravagant." However, Yang Dingtian soon saw that something was wrong, because this thing was splitting. One split into two. Two of them split into 4. 4 of them split into 8. This wasn't much. Others would get smaller the more they split, but it would get bigger the more it split. When there was 1, it was only 12 meters long. When there were 2, it became over 30 meters. When there were 4, it became over 70 meters. When there were 8, it became 150 meters long and over 10 meters thick. Yang Dingtian's hair all over his body and his hair stood up. 8 earthworms that were more than 150 meters long and more than 10 meters thick surrounded them. The key was that on each head there was a blood-red light. This meant that these were 8 Grandmaster-level hell beasts. Of course, this meant 8 red hell crystals, but it also meant death. Fighting 8 Grandmasters was something that only Zhu Qingzhu could do. Right now, Yang Dingtian and Dishibian were not even a fraction of Zhu Qingzhu. Yang Dingtian looked at Dishibian sadly and said, "We're going to die because of you." Dishibian bit his lip and said in a low voice, "Turn invisible and run." This sentence sounded very warm, but in fact it was very scary. This meant that Dishibian felt that if they didn't run, they would definitely die. Yang Dingtian was very receptive to good advice. He suddenly grabbed Dishibian's hand and instantly turned invisible. Then, he used all his strength to run away crazily. After Dishibian's hand was grabbed by Yang Dingtian, he twitched as if he had been electrocuted. Wretch. Then he felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Fuck, am I that disgusting? Yang Dingtian was furious. Why are you twitching at this time? Therefore, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to hug Dishibian's delicate body and run crazily. Dishibian couldn't stand being grabbed by Yang Dingtian. After being hugged by Yang Dingtian, he directly trembled, rolled his eyes, and fainted unconscious. This woman's obsession with cleanliness was already incurable. Yang Dingtian couldn't care less about her and ran crazily like this. Dishibian said that a considerable number of Hell Shura had undead eyes and could see Yang Dingtian's invisibility mystic skill. Unfortunately, the 8 terrifying earthworms in front of him were one of them. There was really no justice. They didn't even have eyes, but they could see Yang Dingtian's invisibility. Yang Dingtian's running speed was definitely more than 100 kilometers per hour. However, these 8 terrifying things were even faster and were about to catch up in the blink of an eye. Now, Dishibian, this little girl, was so disgusted by Yang Dingtian that she fainted. Once caught up, it was definitely a dead end. Now, even if Yang Dingtian wanted to wake up Naga Shuang, it was too late. Because Shuang was very sleepy, it would take a long time to wake her up. By the time she woke up, Yang Dingtian's bones would be gone. There was no other way. Yang Dingtian immediately reached into Dishibian's skeleton box, grabbed a handful of hell magic crystals, and scattered them behind. Sure enough, it slowed down the speed of the 8 monsters, and they frantically fought over the hell magic crystals. However, Yang Dingtian clearly saw a red and a purple magic crystal. His heart ached so much that it was about to bleed. Yang Dingtian ran wildly, madly, faster and faster, faster and faster. In the end, he directly pierced up with his sword. 20 minutes later, Yang Dingtian crazily rushed out of the ground with Dishibian in his arms and finally escaped the crypt. After paying the price of a red hell magic crystal and a purple hell magic crystal, Yang Dingtian finally escaped the clutches of the demons. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but howl loudly, and then he was about to throw Dishibian out. This woman was very light and had ice skin and jade bones. Well, these were all praises. However, at this moment, she was convulsing and her whole body was stiff as a dead person. Even if she had ice skin and jade bones, even if she was a peerless beauty, her bones were still hard. It was very tiring to carry her like this. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to throw her out and scold her, he suddenly stopped. Bang, 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 bang. 8 huge earthworms suddenly rushed out and surrounded Yang Dingtian. Above each of their heads was a blood-red light. Fuck, after eating my hell magic crystal, you still won't let me go? Then Yang Dingtian found that it was not only these 8 earthworms that were staring at him. There was also a large wave of undead approaching. Thousands of them. A few of them were blood-red. A lot of them were purple, and there were countless green ones. Yang Dingtian escaped from the cave with great difficulty, escaped from the 8 red Shura clansmen, and came to the surface. Then he found that not only was he strangled by 8 Shura clansmen, but he was also besieged by tens of thousands of high undead. Oh my god! Yang Dingtian fiercely slapped Dishibian's leg. It's all your fault. Chapter 647. Looking at the current situation, he was afraid that he would be scared to death even in his dreams. Surrounded by 8 huge red Shura hell beasts, and then surrounded by countless undead outside. There were really countless of them. Yang Dingtian saw that there were more than 10 red undead. Now, he really couldn't be any more dead. After Yang Dingtian finished beating up Dishibian, he quickly put her on the ground and then quickly retreated 3 feet. After Dishibian regained her mobility, the first thing she did was not to denounce Yang Dingtian, but to release her ancestor martial spirit. Then, this saint-level Dishi ancestor, martial spirit, easily controlled more than 10 blood-red, Grandmaster-level undead. Then, an incomparably strange scene appeared. These Grandmaster-level undead were originally rushing madly towards Yang Dingtian. After being controlled, they immediately changed their direction and rushed ferociously towards the 8 red Shura beasts that were newly installed by the earthworms. After the 10 blood-red undead rushed over, the countless undead behind them also rushed madly. In an instant, the 8 red Shura hell beasts were surrounded in a flash. An incomparably fierce battle began. Then, Yang Dingtian, who had been madly chased before, was completely ignored. The whole ground was completely filled with earth-shattering fighting. Tens of thousands of undead, like crazy devils, rushed forward one after another, madly rushing towards the 8 hell beasts. The attacks of the high undead were also very terrifying. They directly spat out undead arrows or terrible corpse poison. The attacks of the low undead, on the other hand, were very, very primitive and simple. It was just a naked pile of undead, like countless cannon fodder. They crashed their bodies into the 8 huge hell beasts and then were instantly smashed into pieces. This scene was really incomparably gorgeous. Countless undead, like meteors, turned into half-lights and directly shot into the huge bodies of the hell beasts. In this way, the whole battlefield was filled with murderous killing. Although these 8 hell beasts were very powerful, they could not withstand the siege of tens of thousands of undead, not to mention the 10 Grandmaster-level undead. After a short while, countless livor mortis spots appeared on their indestructible bodies. Piece by piece, they became stiff. Following that, more and more livor mortis appeared. Finally, the bodies of the 8 red hell beasts were covered in livor mortis. Then they were completely frozen in place, unable to move. Then all the undead stopped attacking. Dishy Bien withdrew his ancestor martial spirit, and the tens of thousands of undead spirits instantly ran away. Thus, on the huge ground, only Yang Dingtian and the other 8 hellish beasts were left. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. These 8 huge, earthworm-like hell beasts were like 8 huge pillars on the ground, reaching straight into the sky and not moving at all. "Hey, do you think they're dead?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Probably not dead," Dishy Bien said. "Since it's not dead, why didn't your undead helpers help us kill it?" "They ran away before they finished their job," Yang Dingtian said. "That's probably all the undead can do," Dishy Bien said. "Then what should we do next?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I don't know. Why don't you try slashing them with your sword and see what happens?" Dishy Bien said. "Why don't you go?" Yang Dingtian said. "They look so disgusting," Dishy Bien said. "Are they as disgusting as when I hugged you just now?" Yang Dingtian asked. "No," Dishy Bien said. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything else. He directly pulled out his sword and slashed at a huge hell beast that had already solidified. Crash! In an instant, the solidified hell beast was smashed into pieces and died completely. A red hell magic crystal floated into the air. Ah, so simple? Afterward, Yang Dingtian swung his sword a few more times and shattered the remaining 7 solidified hell beasts into pieces. Then, 7 red hell magic crystals floated into the air. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. There was such a good thing? Yang Dingtian had just thrown away a red hell magic crystal and a handful of purple hell magic crystals to block the pursuit of 8 hell beasts. Who knew that he would directly get 8 red hell magic crystals? This was too simple. He thought that he would definitely die, but in the end, not only did he not die, but he also got 8 hell magic crystals without any effort. First he was overjoyed, then he was sad, and then he was ecstatic. This experience of ups and downs was really too exciting. Yang Dingtian's legs went soft, and he sat directly on the ground. Just now, he really thought that he was going to die. Surrounded by 8 Grandmaster-level hell beasts and countless undead, he was definitely going to die. Dishy Bien was still awesome. He had a heaven-defying martial soul. Although in battle, he could only release the same energy as Dishy Bien at most. But controlling undead was amazing. A saint-level ancestor's soul could control any undead below the half-step saint level. Therefore, not only did Yang Dingtian and Li Wei not die, but they were also able to obtain 8 red hell magic crystals with ease. Having a good ancestor really made a difference. Yang Dingtian handed the 8 hell magic crystals to Dishy Bien, and then said, "Sister Bien, since the undead you control is so powerful, then it's simple. You can directly control a few dozen Grandmaster-level undead to enter the cave with us, and then kill the Shura beasts inside." Dishy Bien shook his head and said, "No, the undead won't follow us into the cave. The undead are above ground, and the Shura are below ground. They don't interfere with each other. The reason why the undead killed the Shura beasts this time was because the Shura beasts invaded their territory. And even so, they didn't kill the 8 hell beasts in the end. That's right, the undead didn't kill the Shura beasts in the end. Because the undead monarch and the Shura monarch had an agreement. Then why did these 8 earthworms come to the surface? Yang Dingtian asked. Dishibian said, "These aren't earthworms, they're Shura Inyang beasts." Shura Inyang beasts? Yang Dingtian said, "They look so stupid. How can they have such a grand name?" "Because they don't need to mate and can reproduce on their own," Dishibian said. "How do they reproduce?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Just like what we saw just now, they split themselves, and when the time is up, 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4. Dishibian said, "The reason why they rush to the surface is that they have no brains and are the most stupid Shura beasts. If they were other Shura beasts, they would rather die than rush to the surface, and they wouldn't be fooled by your hell magic crystals. They would kill us first, and then divide the magic crystals." Yang Dingtan clicked his tongue and said, "So those 8 were 3 generations of the same body. You mean we won't encounter such a good thing again?" "Yes," Dishibian said. Then she took out 10 red hell magic crystals, summoned her ancestors' martial spirit again, closed her beautiful eyes, and started refining. Refining the golden hell magic crystals was different from before. After the ancestors' soul of the Dishi family entered the 10 red hell magic crystals, they immediately released an incomparably bright light. The 10 red hell magic crystals floated in the air, forming a pentagram. Then strands of red light drifted out of the hell magic crystals, condensing in the center of the pentagram. Bit by bit they condensed. When the red reached the extreme, it was black at first, then the black color began to shine, and finally turned golden. When the 10 red hell magic crystals completely disappeared, the golden hell magic crystal in the center appeared. It was different from the hell magic crystals from before. Even the red hell mana crystal was like a firefly. It was only a kind of energy light and didn't have any substance. As for the golden hell crystal, it was a solid crystal. Of course, this didn't count for anything. The key point was that it was a small skeleton, a golden, transparent little skeleton. It was magnificent, but also seemed mysterious and terrifying. "Do you want to take a look?" Dishibian said, and then handed over the golden hell magic crystal. Yang Dingtian was about to take it, but Dishibian's expression suddenly changed, and he directly threw it over. Obviously, he remembered the hellish feeling from before. Yang Dingtian was speechless, and he gently stroked the golden hell magic crystal. He didn't feel anything when he touched it, nor did he feel any energy, aura. It wasn't even as strong as the red hell magic crystal. Who would have known that this thing represented the energy of a half-step sage? With this thing, he could pretend to be a half-step sage Shura and enter the Netherworld Ghost City to participate in the Ghost Fire Feast. "Sister Bien, I have a question for you," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes." Dishi Bien frowned, as if he wasn't satisfied with being called Sister Bien, but he didn't say anything. "I grabbed your hand and hugged you. Why didn't you scold me? You didn't react at all. If it were someone else, they would have already drawn their sword and killed me," Yang Dingtian said. "You did it to save me, I know that," Dishibian said. "But I also hit you in that place," Yang Dingtian said. Dishibien's body trembled, and her beautiful eyes became dizzy. She suddenly opened her mouth, feeling nauseous, because she recalled that feeling of touch. "I was about to forget. Why did you mention it?" Dishibian covered her mouth and said in pain. Yang Dingtian was in even more pain. His self-esteem had suffered a devastating blow. The girl in front of him was so beautiful. Hugging and holding hands should have been incomparably wonderful things. But in the end, her reaction was to directly convulse in disgust. If such a terrible reaction happened 2 or 3 more times, Yang Dingtian would really be traumatized. Men who stayed with her for too long would probably become impotent. "Yang Dingtian," Dishibian suddenly looked at Yang Dingtian, and her voice became incomparably gentle. Yang Dingtian was flattered, and looking at her beautiful face, his heart skipped a beat and said, "What is it?" "Thank you for saving me." Dishibian's voice had never been so gentle, and her big eyes were staring at Yang Dingtian. Those clear eyes, that kind of beautiful face, that kind of pure and refined, was enough to melt the heart of any man. "You're welcome." Yang Dingtian's heart thumped. Then Dishibian's voice became even gentler. She looked at Yang Dingtian and said gently, "But if this kind of situation happens again, can you not save me and let me die, okay?" Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "How can I do that? I'm a man. How can I abandon you? But I'd rather be beaten to death by the Shura than be touched by you. That kind of feeling is too scary." Dishibian said gently and shamefully. Yang Dingtian's tears almost burst out. He had lived for more than 20 years, and he had never suffered such a big blow. But she was not deliberately trying to hurt him. She was absolutely speaking the truth. Yang Dingtian did not say anything. He directly pulled out his sword and pointed at her. "Girl, I won't kill you, but let me stab you twice to vent my anger. Otherwise I will die." "I'm sorry," Dishibian said. "I know it's wrong to say this, but I'm telling the truth." "Give me the golden, hell magic crystal." Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand. Dishibian directly placed the incomparably precious golden hell magic crystal in Yang Dingtian's hand. "You've dealt a blow to me, and I want to take revenge on you. Therefore, I'm going to take this golden bead crystal and fly far away. I'm going to enter the netherworld ghost city alone and abandon you," Yang Dingtian said ruthlessly. Dishibian's beautiful eyes widened. She was stunned for a while. Then she nodded and said, Then, okay. Then take it." Then Yang Dingtian's tears really fell. My fuck your lungs." After that, Yang Dingtian deliberately sulked, not saying a word to Dishibian. In fact, Yang Dingtian directly walked in front, deliberately letting Dishibian walk behind. At first, Dishibian was leading the way, but later, she found that Yang Dingtian always walked in front of her, so she simply let Yang Dingtian walk in front. Just like that, Yang Dingtian silently walked in front of her, looking for the Shura cave. With a straight face, he warned Dishibian that he was angry and wouldn't say a word to her. Just like that, they walked for more than 100 miles before finally seeing the entrance of a cave. Yang Dingtian went inside. Dishibian said from behind, "Yang Dingtian, this cave—" "Shut up, I don't want to talk to you." Yang Dingtian said, "Oh." Dishibian replied, then followed Yang Dingtian into the cave. There was a Shura guarding the entrance of the cave, but it was a mere yellow Shura. Yang Dingtian easily destroyed it with lightning. Then they continued to go deeper. After entering, Yang Dingtian constantly encountered the infernal azure race, but the highest grade was only green in color. Yang Dingtian killed to his heart's content and vented his anger. Just like that, they went deeper, deeper, and deeper. This cave was very shallow, only about 30,000 meters deep. Soon they reached the bottom, and the cave at the bottom was very small, about the size of a basketball court. Even the abyss was not that big. This cave was guarded by Shura, but their level was very low. Moreover, the abyss cave was very small, so it was basically an ordinary low-level Shura. Yang Dingtian firmly believed that. "Give me an amethyst crystal," Yang Dingtian said in an annoyed tone. Dishibian carefully took out an amethyst crystal and put it in Yang Dingtian's hand even more carefully, as if he was worried that any of his actions would anger Yang Dingtian, because he looked very unhappy. Yang Dingtian took the amethyst crystal and was about to throw it out. Yang Dingtian, actually. Dishibian said, "Okay, you don't have to say anything. I forgive you." Yang Dingtian then threw the amethyst crystal out. The amethyst crystal floated in the air above the abyss, releasing an incomparably powerful suction force. Sure enough, the abyss below began to churn, but the movement was very small. Then 2 horns appeared on the surface of the abyss, and then an enchanting and beautiful face appeared. Wow, what a beautiful and enchanting face! Then a demon-like body appeared on the surface of the abyss. This figure was really hot, no less enchanting than a vixen. She was only wearing a simple leather breastplate and leather shorts. There was also a pair of wings on her back. Then, she didn't have human horns, but hooves. A seductive woman with a demon-like figure. Horns on her head, wings, and hooves appeared. After floating up, she didn't swallow the amethyst crystal. Instead, she smiled charmingly at Yang Dingtian. What kind of Shura was this? Yang Dingtian was puzzled. However, Yang Dingtian noticed that there was a red light above her head, and this red light was very faint. This meant that this was a low-level Grandmaster Shura. There were no underlings around her, which meant that she lived alone. Yang Dingtian said to Dishibian, "Look, this is luck. What did you summon?" It was either more than 10,000 underlings or 8 disgusting Grandmaster Yin-Yang beasts. Look at me. Look at me. I summoned such a beautiful, weak, and adorable Azura, and it's even a low-level Grandmaster. Look at your luck. Look at my luck. Hearing Yang Dingtian scolding Dishibian, the Shura suddenly burst into laughter. Her beautiful face looked very cute and charming. Seeing the beautiful and cute face of this Shura, Yang Dingtian's heart softened. He said to Dishibian, "Anyway, there's so many Shura here, and this one is so cute. Why don't we not kill her and let her go?" "How can I do that?" the beautiful Shura said in a delicate voice. Her voice was really pleasant to hear. "You can talk? Then I can't bear to kill you." Yang Dingtian said in surprise, "Then I'll give you this purple hell crystal as a gift for our first meeting. We'll take our leave first." "That won't do," the Azura said in a coquettish voice. "I want the golden demonic crystals you have. Moreover, I haven't eaten human flesh for 200 years. I'm very greedy." Then the beautiful Shura slowly opened her small mouth. In an instant, incomparably ferocious and terrifying fangs fiercely grew out. Her beautiful face became incomparably ferocious and terrifying. Then the light above her head became redder and redder, redder and redder, and when it reached the extreme, it became golden. Golden. Yes, golden. This was a semi-holy Shura. This time they were really dead, really dead. Dishibian said in a trembling voice, This is a man-eating Rakshasa, the most powerful and terrifying Shura. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yang Dingtian roared. "You didn't let me talk." Dishibian. Chapter 648. "You already knew that this was a Rakshasa crypt?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I didn't know, but I smelled a very dangerous aura," Dishibian said. "Since you knew, why did you still come down with me?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I am not afraid of death," Dishibian said. That was a tough answer. "Well, it doesn't matter if you resist or not." The cannibal Rakshasa yawned softly and said, "I'm going to eat. I'll eat the men first, then the women." Yang Dingtian and Dishibian looked at each other, then pulled out their swords at the same time. Yang Dingtian also began to put his finger into the space ring, ready to release the Nagashwang to save his life. He knew clearly how powerful a half-saint was, but after the cannibal Rakshasa finished yawning, Yang Dingtian and Dishibian suddenly found that they couldn't move at all, because the energy, like Mount Tai, pressed down on them in an instant, making Yang Dingtian unable to even move a finger. But he could still move his eyes and mouth, but his limbs and chi were completely trapped, unable to move at all. "It's useless," the cannibal Rakshasa said. Cannibal Rakshasa said, "You guys are simply too weak, no matter how strong your fighting spirit is. It's useless." Yang Dingtian had thought about the power of a half-saint, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Just a yawn was enough to completely imprison Yang Dingtian and Dishibian. Then Rosa didn't even look at the purple hell magic crystal and leisurely walked in front of Yang Dingtian. "Wow, Strong and powerful muscles, my favorite. The feeling of tightness in my mouth is incomparable, the cannibal Rakshasa said in a coquettish voice. Cannibal Rakshasa said in a delicate voice. Then her beautiful face gently sniffed Yang Dingtian's face and his entire body. Then she stuck out her nimble tongue and gently swept Yang Dingtian's face, all the way to his chest. Man, I should have tortured you until your soul dissipates before eating you. That's when the meat is the most delicious. The cannibal Rakshasa laughed, then held her stomach and said, But I'm so hungry that I don't have the strength to serve you. So I started eating. Her face was extremely beautiful, but Yang Dingtian couldn't help but shudder. Such beautiful muscles, I can't bear to eat them, the cannibal Rakshasa said in a coquettish voice. Then she suddenly gritted her teeth. Ah! Yang Dingtian let out a miserable howl. The flesh on his chest was bitten off by this beautiful man-eating Rakshasa. Then she chewed with relish. SSS mouth, she praised praises. Yang Dingtian couldn't move his body, but his heart was trembling. After Dishibian saw it, she felt extremely disgusted. After a burst of nausea, she rolled her beautiful eyes and fainted. This was not the demeanor of a peerless master, fainting so easily. Hee. The cannibal Rakshasa giggled when she saw this, still chewing Yang Dingtian's flesh. The beautiful face in front of him was the most terrifying and ferocious in history, even though she was smiling. I heard that the heart is the most delicious. I like to enjoy, so I'll eat the best first. The cannibal Rakshasa stretched out her jade hands into the wound on Yang Dingtian's chest. She was about to break his ribs and dig out his heart. At this moment, Queen Poisa in Yang Dingtian's mind suddenly said, This is the devil Rakshasa, the descendant of the failed Naga, the descendant of the Naga race after they were seduced by the dark devil, hunted down by the Naga. She completely fled the ocean empire and entered the underground world. Devil Rakshasa, Yang Dingtian shouted. The cannibal Rakshasa was shocked and said, How do you know? You're just a human. How do you know? You're the descendant of the fallen who were seduced by the dark devil. You're the descendant of the failed Naga. Yang Dingtian said. The cannibal Rakshasa trembled and said sternly, Who are you? How do you know? At this moment, the venomous queen in Yang Dingtian's mind released a powerful energy. A light image enveloped Yang Dingtian's body. This light image was her appearance. It was an unparalleled appearance that could topple the world. Devil Rakshasa, I'm Queen Poisa of the Naga race. This is my man. Seeing that we're basically from the same race, can you let him go? Queen Poisa said slowly. The devil Rakshasa was also stunned by Queen Poisa's beauty. Then, her beautiful eyes revealed endless jealousy. You're from the same race as the Naga, the ones who succeeded 10,000 years ago, the devil Rakshasa said slowly, the most precious group of the Rakshasa Empire under the sea? That's right. Queen Poisa said. Amazing. The devil Rakshasa said slowly. Compared to you, we're miserable. 99% of us were killed by the Naga. The remaining few escaped to the endless hell and lived a miserable life. However, didn't the Naga make a move on you later? It seems that they didn't let you go just because you're from the same race. That's not important. Queen Poisa said, Now, there are only a few of us left in this world. We can't kill each other anymore. So, sister, please let my man go, can you? No. The devil Rakshasa said slowly, Although you and I are from the same race, the hatred is as deep as the sea. Then the devil Rakshasa reached out to dig out Yang Dingtian's heart and eat it. My man has a special energy that can make the Naga fall in love and give birth to a race of gods. Queen Poisa said loudly, You can try if you don't believe me. The offspring you give birth to with him will definitely surprise you. The devil Rakshasa glanced at Yang Dingtian, then said softly, Is that so? Of course. You can try if you don't believe me. Queen Poisa said loudly. The devil Rakshasa said coldly, but once we give birth to offspring, it means that we're weak. So, I don't want to do such a thing. I still think that eating meat is more practical. There's no other way because we're living in hell. Devil Rakshasa, don't hurt him or you'll regret it. You'll definitely regret it. Queen Poisa screamed. Roar! The devil Rakshasa suddenly howled. Then her entire body began to change shape. Her beautiful face suddenly became sharp, long fangs grew out and her eyes shrunk. Her beautiful face turned into a horrifying and ferocious snake face. Then her beautiful demonic body also began to change, turning into a pitch-black snake body. Then a horrifying and disgusting monster appeared. She had 2 devil horns, a snake face, and a snake upper body with 2 huge fleshy wings. Her lower body had the legs and hooves of a devil. We, the devil Rakshasa, have never regretted anything. The devil Rakshasa said coldly. Then she opened her sharp mouth at Yang Dingtian's chest, revealing her long fangs. She was about to hook onto Yang Dingtian's heart and pull it out. At this moment, Naga Shuang, who was sleeping in the space ring, seemed to have smelled the scent of a mortal enemy and instantly opened her eyes. Roar! Then she rushed out of the space ring, turned into a white light, and bit at the devil Rakshasa. Queen Poisa was shocked and looked at her daughter in disbelief. Then she instantly disappeared from Yang Dingtian's mind. She could not let Shuang see her because before Yang Dingtian and she were united, Yang Dingtian could only be her only family. As a mother, she could not take away even a little bit of Naga's love. Otherwise, this god would become completely uncontrollable in the future. Shuang instantly turned into a ferocious Naga. Her snow-white snake body wrapped around the devil Rakshasa, opened her mouth, and bit at the devil Rakshasa's neck. Suddenly, the devil Rakshasa trembled. Her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief, and she was completely horrified. Wasn't the Naga extinct? It was because they knew that the Naga was extinct that the Rakshasa dared to sacrifice themselves. Otherwise, the Rakshasa who were hunted down by the Naga would forever live in hell, not daring to show their faces. At this time, the devil Rakshasa was a half-saint who was many times stronger than Shuang. But in front of the Naga, all their energy turned into infinite fear. The Naga had wiped out the entire underwater civilization. In thousands of years, they had killed billions of underwater races. Almost all of the underwater races survived in a frenzy of escape. Their fear of the Naga had been deeply engraved in their genes. Just like the ancient giant beast Xiao Xiao, as a failed product, the devil Rakshasa's only reaction when she saw the Naga was to run, run, and run. The devil Rakshasa had been hunted down for tens of thousands of years, so she had the deepest fear of the Naga. Therefore, even the half-saint devil Rakshasa did not dare to fight back. She could only struggle desperately, cry desperately, scream desperately, and run desperately. Just like that, she fled into the devil magma abyss as if her soul had scattered. The Naga Shuang also bit down fiercely all the way and followed into the devil magma abyss. Then, in the devil Rakshasa's incomparably shrill scream, the entire abyss kept rolling, and the terrifying green magma surged wildly. Blood spurted out wildly. "Human, save me, save me!" The devil Rakshasa cried desperately, screamed desperately, and begged desperately. "Spare my life, spare my life. I'm willing to do anything for you. Spare my life. I'll help you get the nether ghost fire. Save me, save me." Hearing this, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly moved. This devil Rakshasa had lived near the Nether Ghost City for thousands of years, so she should be very familiar with the Nether Ghost Fire. With her help, it should be twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, Yang Dingtian shouted, Shuang, let her go for now." However, Shuang did not do that. When she bit Xiao Xiao, Yang Dingtian asked her to let go, so she let go. At this time, she bit even more fiercely. The devil Rakshasa struggled desperately and then desperately turned into a beautiful human form, hoping to gain Yang Dingtian's sympathy. Ah! Naga Shuang suddenly bit off half of her beautiful face. Suddenly, the devil Rakshas's face was bloody, and half of her beautiful and delicate face was bitten and swallowed by Shuang. Ah! The devil Rakshas's throat let out a horrified scream. Shuang opened her dragon-like mouth and held the devil Rakshas's head in her mouth. Crack! With a fierce bite, she directly bit off the devil Rakshas's head, biting it off alive. The headless devil Rakshas's body was still struggling madly, trembling madly. The Naga Shuang closed her mouth, and the sharp horn on her head suddenly drilled into the devil Rakshas's neck, and then into her body. Hiss! In an instant, the devil Rakshas's body was torn apart by the Naga, turning into a pile of powder. Next, the Naga did not waste a single bit, and swallowed the devil Rakshasa whole in a few mouthfuls. Yang Dingtian stood at the side and felt his hair stand on end. Is this still my Shuang? She's so fierce, so cruel and terrifying. This devil Rakshasa was already terrifyingly powerful, but in front of the Naga, she became the weakest lamb. Her head was bitten off while she was still alive, and her body was torn apart while she was still alive. She was turned into a pile of flesh and blood and entered the Naga's stomach. Yang Dingtian was well aware of Naga's brutality. Back at the bottom of the sea, the Naga Shuang had bitten Xiao Xiao until he was covered in wounds, and his soul was scattered. But at least it was not like today, where she bit off half of the devil Rakshas's head in one bite, then bit off the entire head in another bite, and finally swallowed the entire devil Rakshasa into her stomach. Moreover, Yang Dingtian could not stop her at all. The beautiful devil Rakshasa with a devilish body was eaten completely in a short while, without a single piece of flesh left. After eating, the Naga Shuang was covered in blood. At this time, Yang Dingtian could not see any trace of Shuang at all. Even her face and head were not human, but the head of a dragon. There was almost no trace of a human on her body, except for a pair of hands. This was the first time Yang Dingtian saw Naga in her most primitive form. It was not a human face with a snake's body, but a dragon's face with a snake's body. After eating the devil Rakshasa, the Naga Shuang's eyes still showed a cruel and fierce light, and her gaze fell on Dishi Bien on the ground. Roar! Then she suddenly roared and directly pounced on Dishi Bien. Her eyes were red with killing and eating, and she wanted to eat Dishi Bien in an instant. Shuang, you can't! Yang Dingtian roared. The Naga Shuang did not care at all, and suddenly wrapped around Dishi Bien, opened her dragon's mouth, and was about to bite off Dishi Bien's head. Yang Dingtian was horrified and almost scared out of his wits. He stretched out his arm as fast as he could and blocked Dishi Bien's head. The Naga Shuang bit down fiercely. Ah! Yang Dingtian felt a sharp pain. Suddenly, the Naga's fangs pierced deeply into Yang Dingtian's arm, and blood spurted out. After tasting Yang Dingtian's blood, the Naga Shuang suddenly woke up. Her eyes trembled, and all the cruelty and fierceness disappeared completely. Then her body quickly shrank, and the dragon face quickly disappeared, turning into the beautiful face of Shuang. The snake body quickly disappeared and turned into a perfect human body. Even below the buttocks, it began to transform. Chapter 649. Who was this woman? Of course, it was Wu Maji. This woman had never been one to listen to orders, especially Yang Dingtian's words. She had never listened to them before. Of course, she had never listened to anyone before. After arriving at the Ghost Hell region, Yang Dingtian had always been on tenterhooks, afraid that this crazy woman would act on her own accord and sneak in. In the end, she really did sneak in. Not only did she sneak in, she even followed Huang Yu and young Master Dongli. She was simply courting death. Of course, Wu Maji could teleport with the demonic spirit Mist Cloak, and she also had an undying body. However, if she fell into the hands of young Master Dongli, sometimes even death would be an extravagant hope. Even now, Yang Dingtian wasn't sure if young Master Dongli had discovered Yang Dingtian. Hence, Yang Dingtian hurriedly flew towards the northeast direction and chased after it. Yang Dingtian was already moving at full speed, but he still couldn't find any trace of Wu Maji. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian had to be careful not to be discovered by young master Dongli and Gui Wuzi. The distance of a few dozen li was very short, and in just a few minutes, Yang Dingtian arrived in front of a deep cave. This might be the Shura cave that young master Dongli had mentioned. Wu Yuming and the rest were currently hunting down the Shura tribe. However, Wu Yuming's men were nowhere to be seen, nor were young master Dongli and the others. Wu Maji was nowhere to be seen. He wondered if they had already gone in. Yang Dingtian used his invisibility mystic skill and prepared to enter the Shura cave. Of course, he was a little worried that his invisibility mystic skill wouldn't work after he had turned into an undead. In the end, he was overthinking. The invisibility mystic skill was still useful. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that he had entered an isolated space, because when he looked at the outside world, it was as if there was a thin layer of gauze. After concealing himself, Yang Dingtian carefully went deeper, deeper. The Shura tribe's cave was very deep. 30,000 meters, 50,000 meters, 80,000 meters, 100,000 meters, 120,000 meters. He still hadn't reached the end. To be honest, at such a long distance, if Yang Dingtian were to use the invisibility profound skill, the consumption of profound qi would be extremely shocking. Therefore, most of the time, Yang Dingtian had already stopped using the invisibility profound skill, but he was even more careful as he advanced. This damned woman, crazy woman, did she come in or not? Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with hatred and pain. When he saw Wu Maji later, he would definitely give her a few tight slaps on her butt. After a full 130,000 meters underground, the bottom seemed to be vaguely visible. This was because Yang Dingtian smelled the scent of the devil lava abyss. Yang Dingtian quickly turned invisible and slowly descended. That's right, in front of them was a huge abyss. This was the end of the Shura crypt. Just what kind of cave did Wu Yuming find that was so deep? Just what kind of Shura tribe was inside? This was even deeper than the deepest Shura cave Yang Dingtian had ever seen. Yang Dingtian had already reached the end, and the abyss was just a turn in front of him. However, there didn't seem to be anyone inside, because Yang Dingtian didn't hear any sound. There were no sounds of fighting or talking, only complete silence. Yang Dingtian was stunned and thought to himself, could it be that I found the wrong place? Wu Yuming and the rest aren't here at all? Then Yang Dingtian floated in the air and slowly floated in without making any sound. After entering, Yang Dingtian was suddenly stunned. Wu Yuming and young master Dongli, the two handsome men, stood facing the abyss in silence. Long time no see. Suddenly Wu Yuming spoke. Yes, long time no see. Young master Dongli said, how have you been these years? Sai, it's not good or bad. Wu Yuming said, but it went smoothly in the end, except for that bastard Yang Dingtian. I don't understand. Why can't we kill him? Otherwise, he would have died countless times. You ask me about this, but who should I ask? Young master Dongli said, this is the highest order, and no one can disobey it. Even Li Ming can't kill him, so of course we can't either. All right, let's not talk about him. On the day of the duel, I can make him a waste. Wu Yuming said indifferently, what about you? How have you been in the Dongli grassland all these years? How else can I be? You also know that my only mission is to keep an eye on the Naga Empire. Young master Dongli said, if I can't find a way to make the Naga race fall in love, I won't be able to truly control the Naga race. Let's get down to business. What should we do next? Wu Yuming said, we all know very well that we can't let Huang Yu get the Will-O-the-Wisp, nor can we let Vulture get it, let alone let Yang Dingtian and Dishi Bian get it. It's easy for Huang Yu and Vulture. Young master Dongli said, you hunted a total of 1 golden magic crystal, right? Yes. Wu Yuming said, it's on Vulture. Young Master Dongli said, I also deliberately hunted only one golden magic crystal, and it's on Huangyu. Then it's simple. Wu Yuming said, you go and snatch vultures and I'll snatch Huangyus. Then these two women won't have any golden magic crystals and won't be able to enter the netherworld, Ghost City. Where's Huangyu? Young Master Dongli said, 38 miles to the north in the Emerald Ruins. Where's Vulture? Wu Yuming said, in the southeast in an abandoned Shadow Shura cave. Yang Dingtian secretly memorized these two locations. Wu Yuming continued, the key is Yang Dingtian and Dishibian. Do you think these two people have hunted enough golden magic crystals? Young Master Dongli nodded and said, it should be about there. Yang Dingtian's lightning talent is very shocking. As long as he encounters 2 or 3 Shura caves, he can hunt thousands or tens of thousands of low-level Shura. Many little drops make an ocean. In 20 days, he should be able to gather at least 1 golden magic crystal or even 2. Then what should we do? Wu Yuming said, this person's luck is very good. If he enters the netherworld, Ghost City, everything will be hard to say. Don't worry, he's not a concern. Young Master Dongli said, why is that? Wu Yuming asked, because his woman is in my hands. Young Master Dongli said, this person is soft-hearted and dotes on his woman a lot. Using his woman as a hostage will easily make him hand over the magic crystals. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. His woman? Wu Maji? She also came? Wu Yuming said, if I'm not wrong, she should have just given birth. Yes, this woman is really infatuated. She actually secretly came to the netherworld Ghost City. Young Master Dongli drooled and said, speaking of this woman, I almost got my hands on her before. It's a pity that she fell into Yang Dingtian's hands. This woman is truly a peerless beauty. There are only a few like her in the world. Sigh, if I had been more direct back then, I would have just taken her directly. Now, I haven't even touched her fingers. After saying that, Young Master Dongli rubbed his stomach, and a fierce expression appeared on his face. Then he coldly smiled and said, but it doesn't matter. A woman who just gave birth is even more delicious. I guarantee that I'll make her hover between life and death. After saying that, Young Master Dongli moved his waist, making an extremely despicable and wretched movement. This person had the face of a peerless handsome man, but his actions were unexpectedly so vulgar. Wu Yuming frowned in disgust and said, then where is this woman now? She's following Huangyu. Young Master Dongli said, she's wearing a very powerful demonic spirit mist cloak. She thought that I didn't know, but when she appeared 50 kilometers behind me, I smelled her unique scent. This natural body fragrance is really too mesmerizing. Kissing this fragrance makes me want to rub it out a few times. Yang Dingtian was instantly enraged. He wished that he could tear this young master Dongli into pieces. You still haven't caught her? Wu Yuming asked. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The meat in the pot can't run away. Young Master Dongli said, if I catch her now, wouldn't it be better to wait for Yang Dingtian to hunt for the golden demonic crystals before catching her? Be careful, Wu Yuming said. Oh, right. If you lose the duel with Yang Dingtian a few months later, what will you do? Young Master Dongli asked. Lose. Wu Yuming sneered and said, how can I lose? I'm saying what if, Young Master Dongli said. There's no what if, Wu Yuming said. Then what if? Young Master Dongli asked. That's simple. Let the Vulture Palace and Yang Dingtian start a war and kill all of Yang Dingtian's men, Wu Yuming said. At that time, you have to stall Queen Hai Xian for me. Let Wulingzi and Yang Dingtian start a war. I'm afraid it won't be easy, Young Master Dongli said. There's nothing difficult about it. Let Yang Dingtian kill Vulture, Wu Yuming said calmly. Yang Dingtian won't. young master Dongli said. When he's extremely angry he will, Wu Yuming said. He's full of flaws. It's too easy to make him extremely angry. Although the conversation between Wu Yuming and young master Dongli continued, Yang Dingtian had already left. Although the conversation between Wu Yuming and young master Dongli made Yang Dingtian extremely shocked. From the conversation between the two, Yang Dingtian smelled an extremely terrifying and dangerous secret. Wu Yuming might not be the young master of the Netherworld Sea at all. He and young master Dongli had almost the same status. Moreover, from their tone, they were full of enmity towards Li Ming, but they also seemed to be on the same side. Yang Dingtian really wanted to continue listening, but the two of them could leave at any time. Yang Dingtian had to make use of the time difference to rescue that damned woman, Wu Maji, and bring her away. At the same time, he could also snatch the golden hell magic crystal from Vulture. Anyway, rather than letting young master Dongli snatch it away, he might as well let Yang Dingtian snatch it away. Anyway, she was already very tragic. It didn't matter if she was even more tragic. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian thought of another bizarre idea. How about snatching Huang Yu's golden hell magic crystal as well? This way, Wu Yuming and young master Dongli wouldn't have a single golden hell magic crystal. Then there would only be 3 people left in the Netherworld Ghost City: Yang Dingtian, Wu Maji, and Dishibian. At that time, no matter who the Netherworld ghost fire belonged to, the meat would be rotting in the pot. They would all be on the same side. Chapter 650. But first, he had to save that damned woman, Wu Maji. She should be with Huang Yu now. The distance of 30 miles was very short, and Yang Dingtian arrived in just a moment. Immediately after, he saw Huang Yu. So this is the jadeite ruins? It looked like a castle made of jadeite. Although it was stained, one could still see its original gorgeous appearance. This jadeite castle should be a building from ancient times. More than 10,000 years had passed, but it still did not rot. At this time, Huang Yu was standing in the ruins of the jadeite castle. Beside her, Gui Wuzi was looking around vigilantly. But where is that crazy woman, Wu Maji, now? Yang Dingtian could not sense her aura at all. Why is the Prime Minister not here yet? Huang Yu frowned. Did he succeed? Gui Wuzi said, the Prime Minister's cultivation is amazing, so there should be no problem. But if Wu Yuming has the same mentality as us and wants to rob us of the hell magic crystal, then it's not good. The Prime Minister is not with us now. Gui Wuzi must be a jinx, because in the next second, a few grandmasters from the Netherworld Sea appeared at the same time and surrounded Gui Wuzi and Huang Yu. Then Vulture slowly walked out and said to Huang Yu, Miss, I heard that you have the golden hell magic crystal. Then hand it over. Yang Dingtian, who was lying in ambush at the side, was stunned. The world was changing too fast. Wu Yuming and young master Dongli were still discussing about robbing each other. But Vulture had already taken the lead and brought the experts from the Netherworld Sea to rob Huang Yu. But this was not strange. One must know that when Yang Dingtian first met Vulture, she dared to rob Zhu Hongxue alone. In her eyes, robbing was a normal thing. Once something was in her hands, it was hers. Gui Wuzi's expression changed as he took a step forward and stood in front of Huang Yu. Everyone, do you know that we are backed by the powerful Naga Empire and Queen Hyexan? Gui Wuzi said coldly, even if you are from the Netherworld Sea and the Vulture Palace, you can't afford to offend them. Don't bring trouble to your families. Vulture sneered, there's no one in this world that I can't afford to offend. Hand over the golden hell magic crystal, and we'll avoid hurting our friendship. In your dreams. Huang Yu said coldly, then pulled out her sword. You want to do this the hard way. Vulture said coldly, go. Suddenly, the 3 martial grandmasters from the Nether Sea charged at Gui Wuzi. Vulture and Yang Zheng rushed towards Huang Yu. The 2 groups of people instantly engaged in battle. Gui Wuzi was a shaman spirit master. but the Nether Sea also had shaman spirit masters. This way, both sides could not use their undead to fight. Gui Wuzi was indeed worthy of being a martial grandmaster 20 years ago. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was still able to hold his ground. However, Yang Dingtian could still see the gap between him and Zhu Qingzhu. When Zhu Qingzhu was fighting, even if she was at a disadvantage, she was still filled with a domineering aura that made people fear her. Gui Wuzi, on the other hand, was filled with femininity. On the other hand, Huang Yu's team leader Yang Zheng and Vulture were in a different situation. They actually had the upper hand. Although Yang Zheng had broken through to the Grandmaster realm, he was only a Grandmaster. As for Vulture, although he was a heavenly spirit master, he was only a martial honorable. Although Huang Yu was also a Grandmaster, she was a high-level Grandmaster. Therefore, she had the upper hand from the beginning. Shameless girl, how dare you steal my things? Huang Yu, who had the upper hand, was furious. She ignored Yang Zheng's attack and attacked Vulture crazily, wanting to teach her a lesson. Vulture was instantly surrounded by danger. However, Yang Dingtian soon realized that Vulture was faking it. Yes, she was far from being Huang Yu's opponent. However, she had the demonic spirit martial armor and the beginner demonic spirit black armor. Therefore, she was not afraid of Huang Yu. Huang Yu was not a very smart woman. When she saw Vulture in danger, she immediately used all her strength to kill her. However, at critical moments, Grandmaster Spiritual Vulture was able to escape quickly with the help of the demon spirit Mist Cloak. In this way, Huang Yu kept chasing and Vulture kept evading. While evading, Vulture quickly released an incantation. Suddenly, the emerald ruins began to shatter and squirm. Finally, it formed a green shadow creature. This made people remember that Vulture was a celestial spirit master. A wizard could summon undead creatures. A celestial spirit master could not only summon undead creatures, but also all elements with souls. This Emerald City had existed since ancient times and had existed for 10,000 years. Therefore, the energy attached to it was extremely powerful. Vulture was only a martial, venerable celestial spirit master. At most, she could summon an elemental soul that was 1 or 2 levels stronger than her. Whoosh, 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 whoosh! The elemental soul condensed by the Emerald City ruins was like a green ghost shadow, instantly joining the battle. This elemental soul was really not to be underestimated. It was completely everywhere and as fast as a ghost. Moreover, Huang Yu could not cause any harm to it. No wonder Wolingzi said that as long as Vulture swallowed the netherworld ghost fire, it could defeat an expert of Yang Dingtian's level. Huang Yu's cultivation was not as good as Yang Dingtian's, but in terms of level, there was not a difference between heaven and earth. At this moment, she was helpless against the elemental soul summoned by Vulture and was battered and exhausted. It could be seen that if Vulture really obtained the netherworld ghost fire, it would undoubtedly be a qualitative leap. After the elemental soul joined the battle, Huang Yu was besieged by 3 people and instantly fell into an absolute disadvantage. Yang Dingtian was obviously on Huang Yu's side. However, he could not make a move because he knew that Wu Yuming and young master Dongli might be watching the battle from afar. Once Yang Dingtian appeared, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whoosh, 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 whoosh! Suddenly, the jade elemental soul turned into a green light snake and instantly wrapped around Huang Yu's body. Huang Yu's delicate body was instantly trapped and could not move. She used up all her celestial qi, but was completely unable to break free. This jade elemental soul was really too abnormal. Huang Yu was trapped and Gui Wuzi was trapped by the 3 grandmasters of the Netherworld Sea. Vulture slowly stepped forward and said, "Where is the golden hell magic crystal? Where is it? Don't expect me to hand it over." Huang Yu said coldly, "Stupid woman, don't you think I can find it myself?" Vulture directly reached into Huang Yu's clothes. "Vulture, I will definitely tear you into pieces." Huang Yu said angrily. So big. Vulture sneered and then pinched hard. Suddenly, Huang Yu twitched in pain. Next, Vulture easily found the golden hell magic crystal on Huang Yu's body. Then she tossed it in her hand and smiled proudly. Now I also have 2 golden hell magic crystals. My husband and I can enter the netherworld ghost city. Huang Yu looked at her angrily and said, Since you already have it, then let me go. The debt between you two can be settled later. Let you go? Vulture shook her head and said, No. You are Yang Dingtian's woman, right? Yes, so what? Huang Yu said. You are really blind to fall in love with Yang Dingtian, Vulture said slowly. Do you know that Yang Dingtian also came to the ghost hell region? Huang Yu was pleasantly surprised. Really? My husband also came? Where is he? As expected. You are a slut who has never seen a man. Vulture sneered. I don't know where he is, but I believe that you will be able to see him soon because we also want to snatch his hell magic crystal. Dream on, Huang Yu said. You won't be able to find my husband. As long as we take you to the entrance of the netherworld ghost city, it will be fine. We will use you as a hostage and force him to hand over the hell magic crystal. He will have no choice but to hand it over. Vulture sneered. Despicable, shameless. Huang Yu angrily shouted. I will definitely not let you succeed. Relax, he is so stupid. He will definitely hand it over. Vulture took out a dagger and said, Huang Yu, you should know that Yang Dingtian just killed my brother and humiliated me. In the future, I will definitely use the most violent methods to take revenge on him. Then I will start with you. Consider it a small appetizer for my revenge. Vulture took out a bottle from his bosom and dripped a drop of green liquid onto the dagger. Then he used the dagger to draw on Huang Yu's beautiful face and said, Do you know what this is? This is a kind of corpse oil. As long as I use the dagger to cut your beautiful face, the corpse oil will enter your blood. At that time, your face will completely rot and it will never be able to be cured. Your face will be as if it has been fried in a pan of oil, as if it has been burned by fire, as if it has been bitten by countless poisonous snakes. This beautiful face will swell like a pumpkin and it will grow tumors. A lot of pus will flow out all day long. Huang Yu was suddenly scared to the point that her hair stood on end. She screamed in fright, Kill me if you have the ability, don't torture me. I will not only destroy your face. You are very proud of your body, right? I will also destroy it. I will destroy your whole body. Vulture said coldly, When the time comes, you will look like a ghost. When Yang Dingtian sees your appearance, will he still like you? Kill me. Huang Yu struggled desperately and screamed desperately. Yang Dingtian had to take action because Vulture had gone crazy. She would definitely do what she said. Because Yang Dingtian destroyed Vulture and kidnapped her. Vulture hated Yang Dingtian to the bone. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame Yang Dingtian. He offended me. Vulture said coldly. Then she used the poison dagger and slashed at Huang Yu's face without any hesitation. It was incomparably fierce and vicious. Yang Dingtian was about to make his move. Yang Dingtian could no longer care about young Master Dongli and Wu Yuming, who were not far away. He immediately released the immobilization technique of the demon's spirit demon fire to freeze Vulture in place. Then he would rush over to rescue Huang Yu. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian was about to release the immobilization technique. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. From the countless undead, a shadow flashed out. In an instant, the spirit vulture disappeared, vanishing into thin air. Before Yang Dingtian made his move, Wu Maji had also made her move. However, she had the demon spirit mist cloak, so she was faster. Without a doubt, Wu Maji was much smarter than Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's plan was to freeze Vulture's body and rescue Huang Yu. On the other hand, Wu Maji's plan was to kidnap Vulture. Her plan was straightforward, and it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did she rescue Huang Yu, but she also stole the golden hell magic crystal. This was because other than Vulture, no one wanted to torture Huang Yu, and no one dared to torture Huang Yu. Why would she save Huang Yu? Of course, there was only one reason. She and Huang Yu were considered sisters, even though they had never met before, and even though Wu Maji hated this sister, Huang Yu was still one of the women of her child's father. She had to save her. Everything happened too quickly. Wu Maji, who had the demon spirit mist cloak, was too fast. Huang Yu was stunned at first. Then Yang Zheng was stunned. Finally, the 3 experts from the Sea of Nether were stunned. Then, the 3 experts from the Sea of Nether immediately stopped fighting with Gue Wuzi. Sorry, we'll take our leave. The 3 experts from the Sea of Nether cupped their hands towards Gue Wuzi and quickly chased in the direction where Vulture was taken. Yang Zheng also quickly chased after them. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian could clearly sense 2 extremely powerful energies as they chased after him at lightning speed. Without a doubt, Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli had also made their move. This could be considered as accompanying the wife and losing the soldiers. The 2 of them had planned it well. Young Master Dongli would steal Vulture's Hell Magic Crystal, while Wu Yuming would steal Huang Yu's Hell Magic Crystal. Then they would capture Wu Maji and force Yang Dingtian to hand over the Hell Magic Crystal. This plan was perfect, but it could not keep up with the changes. Firstly, they did not expect Vulture to be so daring as to bring the experts from the Sea of Nether to rob Huang Yu. Secondly, they did not expect Wu Maji to be able to conceal herself so well. At the crucial moment, she stole all the Hell Magic Crystals and captured Vulture as well. Just now, Wu Maji was less than a kilometer away from Yang Dingtian, but Yang Dingtian did not notice her. Therefore, Yang Dingtian knew that the fragrance coming from her body was purposely released by her in order to completely conceal herself. Moreover, the moment Wu Maji appeared, she was shocked. Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli were dozens of miles away from each other. They poured all their Xian Qi in an attempt to trap Wu Maji. However, they realized that Wu Maji's body seemed to be covered by an extremely powerful energy shield. The energy released by Wu Yuming and Gue Wuzi instantly disappeared without a trace on her body. This was because Wu Maji was wearing an extremely powerful demon spirit black armor. Therefore, the 2 of them looked at each other and knew that they had been tricked by Wu Maji. Previously, when she was discovered by young Master Dongli, it might have been unintentional at first, but it was definitely done on purpose later on. Huang Yu was now protected by Gue Wuzi and was very safe. Therefore, Yang Dingtian quickly chased after Wu Maji. Suddenly, there were many people chasing after Wu Maji. Yang Dingtian, Wu Yuming, young Master Dongli, and all the experts from the Sea of Nether were chasing after her. But could they catch up? Impossible. Wu Maji had the most powerful demon spirit, Mist Cloak. Every time she teleported, she could move dozens of miles to 100 miles. No one could catch up to her. Therefore, in almost a moment, Wu Maji disappeared from everyone's energy vision. Please give me your monthly votes. Chapter 651. In an underground cave in the Ghost Hell region, all the Shura people had been killed. They were now a few thousand miles away from where Wu Maji had kidnapped Vulture. Without a doubt, Wu Yuming would find them, but it would take some time. Vulture didn't even know where she was. This was because Wu Maji's movement speed was simply too fast, to the point where he couldn't even see her clearly with his eyes. Hand it over, Wu Maji said directly. Vulture's face was pale and her lips trembled. In your dreams. Slap. Wu Maji slapped her. Ah. Vulture felt a stinging pain on his face as he glared at Wu Maji with eyes filled with absolute hatred. You will regret this, he said coldly. I won't, Wu Maji said calmly. Wu Maji said indifferently. Then she suddenly tore the clothes on Vulture's body and mocked. Wow, it's really flat. Does Wu Yuming feel like he's trying to take you in? You'll regret this, Vulture said coldly. I won't, Wu Maji said. Hand over the golden hell magic crystal. In your dreams, Vulture said coldly. Stab! The dagger in Wumaji's hand abruptly pierced through Spirit Vulture's wrist. Then, with a violent twist, the Xian veins inside were instantly smashed into pieces. At first, Spirit Vulture was stunned. Then, a look of disbelief appeared on her face. Finally, a sharp pain came, and she let out an extremely shrill scream. Ah, how dare she? How dare Wumaji? She was the little princess of the Vulture Palace, the daughter-in-law of the Ghost Hell Sea. She had the strongest power in the world behind her. How dare Wumaji? Wumaji only had the Snow Clan and Yang Dingtian behind her. Stupid woman, you want to be my baby's godmother. Wumaji gave her a tight slap and sneered. How dare you criticize me? How dare you threaten me not to hand over the name list to Yang Dingtian? How dare you threaten me to draw a line between me and the child's father? Slap, 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 slap. Wumaji slapped her like lightning. Vulture's mouth was bleeding. Her beautiful face was red and swollen. How dare you? Vulture asked in a trembling voice. Yes, how dare Wumaji? Previously in the Snow City, Wumaji had even pretended to attack Yang Dingtian in order to avoid Wu Yoming's suspicion. She pretended to fall out with Yang Dingtian. She was afraid that the Spirit Vulture Palace and the Sea of Hades would make a move on the snow race. Right now, Wumaji wasn't just colluding with Yang Dingtian in public. She was even so ruthless to Spirit Vulture. How would she dare? Wasn't she afraid that the Vulture Palace and Ghost Hell Sea would join hands to take revenge on the Snow Clan? Don't worry, you will plead for me in the future. Wumaji smiled sweetly. So, I can torture you as much as I want. Then Wumaji put the dagger on Vulture's face and said, Give me the golden crystal. Otherwise, your beauty will be ruined. In your dreams. Vulture spat out mouthfuls of saliva and then said coldly, Let me go and we can still write off our debts. Otherwise, when I go back, I will immediately ask my great-grandfather and my husband to destroy your Snow Clan. I will let countless vulgar men torture you over and over again. I will make you regret living in this world. Aha! Before Vulture could finish, Wumaji's dagger slashed across her face. In an instant, a deep wound appeared on Vulture's delicate face. The Spirit Vulture was horrified and immediately let out an incomparably shrill scream. Wumaji had really taken action and disfigured her. Give me the golden crystal. Wumaji said lightly, You, can't you take it yourself? They are with me. Vulture cried in a trembling voice. Swish, 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 swish. Wumaji drew wildly with the dagger in her hand. She used Vulture's face as a canvas and the dagger as a brush. Ah, ah. Vulture was trembling. She was scared out of her wits and screamed in pain. She was disfigured. Completely disfigured. She immediately felt a burning pain on her face, and blood instantly flowed all over her face. Give me the golden crystal. Wumaji said lightly. The Spirit Vulture trembled and howled. He took out 2 golden hell magic crystals from his pocket and handed them over with trembling hands. If you had taken them out earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Wumaji said lightly. Vulture was trembling and crying. Do you hate me? Wumaji said lightly. Vulture stopped crying and stared at Wumaji. She did not make a sound. That means you hate me. I hate you too. Wumaji said lightly. Firstly, you betrayed the father of my child. Secondly, you threatened me at the Snow Tribe. I see it as the greatest humiliation. Yang Dingtian is so powerful, but he has to be humble in front of me. He doesn't dare to go against my orders. Who do you think you are, Vulture? Wumaji pressed the tip of the dagger against Vulture's throat and said coldly, You and your hypocrite husband dare to threaten me and ask me to draw a line with Yang Dingtian. Who do you think you are? Do you think I can be good to anyone I want? You even said you wanted to match me with Lynxie? In your dreams. Then Mumaji sighed and said, "Oh, right, after I let you go, will you take revenge on me? Take revenge on my child? Take revenge on the Snow Tribe?" Vulture still did not make a sound. She only looked at Mumaji coldly. "Why are you looking at me like that? So full of hatred, does that mean you will?" Mumaji said. Vulture still did not make a sound. "Then what should I do?" Mumaji said, "I love my family and my child very much. I won't allow them to be hurt. Can you please let them go? Please don't take revenge on them." Vulture said hoarsely, "Don't you think it's too late to beg for mercy?" "Then what should I do?" Mumaji said anxiously, "How about I kill you?" "If you kill me, the consequences will be worse." Vulture said coldly, Will you?" Mumaji said, "I beg you, please don't take revenge. Can you?" "Impossible," Vulture said. "Then I beg you again, please don't take revenge. Can you?" Vulture opened her beautiful eyes and begged, I beg you." "Impossible. From the moment you kidnapped me, your Ning clan, your child, your everything, the consequences were already decided." Vulture said coldly, "Your family, your child, they will all die. You will suffer a fate worse than death. Then what should I do? What should I do?" Vulture's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Then, how about I kill you? "If you kill me, the consequences for your family will only be worse." Vulture said, "Then I beg you, please teach me a way. What can I do to earn your forgiveness?" Mumaji begged. "Betray Yang Dingtian and steal the golden helm magic crystal from him. Then give us a proof of your allegiance." "That will do," Vulture said. "Proof of my allegiance? What proof of my allegiance to Yang Dingtian?" Mumaji asked. "Kill one of his family members. It can be his wife or his child." Vulture said, "Oh, family member? Okay. I will immediately give you a proof of my allegiance." Mumaji said. Swoosh! Then she slashed Vulture's snow-white neck with the dagger and said coldly, "You used to be his sister, so you can be considered a family member. I will kill you and give you a proof of my allegiance, okay?" Vulture felt a chill on her neck, and then blood gushed out. She desperately covered her neck, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. But it could not be stopped, and blood gushed out like a fountain. She instantly felt the fear from hell, and she instantly felt the arrival of death. She looked at Mumaji, who was almost the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. However, the beautiful face in front of her had undoubtedly become the most terrifying demon. She could be all smiles, pleading with you in a coquettish manner, and then in the next second, she would slit your neck. Vulture felt cold all over, and her whole body trembled. She could not stand at all, and first squatted on the ground, and then lay on the ground. The strength in her body was quickly draining away, and so was the heat in her body. Her vision became more and more blurred, and her divine sense became more and more blurred. Her body began to convulse, and she could no longer speak. She was completely like a dying goldfish, and could only twitch instinctively. "Vulture, you are going to die. What should I do?" Mumaji squatted down and asked softly, "Ft." Vulture trembled all over, and blood gushed out. She could not say anything, and could only desperately open her eyes and show her pleading. "Don't you want to die?" Vulture asked softly. Vulture tried to nod with all her strength, but found that she could not do it at all. "If you don't want to die and want me to save you, open your eyes wide and don't blink. If you blink, it means you want to die," Mumaji said. Then Vulture used all her strength to open her eyes to the maximum, and did not dare to blink at all. But just this little action was extremely difficult for her. She was in incomparable pain, and it was extremely difficult for her to open her eyes. Time seemed to have frozen, and a day felt like a year. "Oh, it seems like you really don't want to die. I understand," Mumaji said. "But after you live, you will take revenge on me." Vulture desperately wanted to shake her head, but found that she could not do it. I love my family very much, especially my 2 babies. They are my lifeblood. Don't look at the baby boy, who looks like Yang Dingtian. He is ugly and naughty, and he sticks to me every day. He is annoying me to death. But he's still my precious baby, my life, my lifeblood, my lifeblood. Ah, if anyone dares to hurt him, I will kill their entire family. You actually threatened to harm my babies just now. Wu Maji's voice turned cold. You actually threatened to harm my babies just now. You are too bold. Then Wu Maji raised the dagger, aimed at Wu Maji's chest and abdomen, and stabbed wildly. Uft, puffed, puffed. There was no more blood splattering out. Vulture's body trembled violently. The Grim Reaper was desperately trying to drag her soul away. Her eyes were on the verge of falling and closing. All right, it's about time. Wu Maji said indifferently. I said that since I dared to torture you, I am not afraid of your revenge. You think you can take revenge on me? What a joke. Don't worry, you won't die. Wu Maji slowly closed her beautiful eyes, softly chanted an incantation, and opened her palm. Then, a glowing tree grew out of her jade-like hand. That's right, it was an evil spirit tree. It was the evil spirit tree that Yang Dingtian and she had found in the pyramid. Previously, Ning Wuming was the owner of the pyramid. After Ning Wuming's death, Wu Maji automatically became the owner of the pyramid and the evil spirit tree. As the owner of a 3rd-class evil spirit tree, she had the right to assign the 4th-class evil spirit tree to anyone. Ning Wuming really loved her. He gave her everything he had. Wu Maji picked a branch from the evil spirit tree and pulled lightly. I have to be quick. I have to be quick. Otherwise, if this little girl dies, I'll be in trouble. Wu Maji muttered to herself. At that time, I'll really have to beg that bastard Yang Dingtian for protection. I don't want that to happen. I can let him defile me, but I definitely can't lose face in front of him. Whoosh! A 4th-class evil spirit gently entered Vulture's brain and spread throughout her body. Then, a face slowly grew out from the branch of the evil spirit tree. It was Vulture's face. Then, Vulture's breathing gradually recovered. The wounds on her body gradually healed, and the hideous knife scar on her face also gradually disappeared. After a while, Vulture's beautiful face and body were restored. After widening her eyes, Vulture looked at Wu Maji with a complicated gaze. Congratulations, from now on, you have an immortal body. Wu Maji giggled and said, but then I'll be the master of your life. I can kill you easily even if I'm 100,000 miles away. I can just pluck your head from the evil spirit tree, and you'll be dead. Ning Wuming was very selfless. Even if he died, he would still put the evil spirit tree in the pyramid. I'm a selfish person who's afraid of death, so I always carry the evil spirit tree with me. Once I die, everyone on the evil spirit tree will also die. Then Wu Maji squatted down and gently patted Vulture's face. I've said it before. Since I dared to torture you, I'm not afraid of your revenge. Then she glanced at Vulture's chest and said disdainfully, Jinping, Wu Yuming is really unlucky. Then Wu Maji proudly said, Look at me, how magnificent. This is a woman. Then Wu Maji turned and said, I'm going to find my child's father. You stay here. Soon, that hypocrite will find you. When he asks you why there's so much blood on the ground, remember to tell him that you're on your period. After that, Wu Maji vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Vulture finally covered his face and cried bitterly. Actually, her heart was extremely complicated at this moment, and it was even strange to the point of causing her to be afraid. She had been tortured by Wu Maji, and when she was on the verge of death, numerous scenes of her in danger had appeared in her mind. Practically every single time, someone would rush out to save her. Just now, she had really felt death, and it was the first time she had truly felt complete terror. However, no one had come to save her this time. Even in her heart, she felt that no one would come to save her. Moreover, Every single time she had encountered danger, even if it was close to death, she felt that someone would definitely come to save her. In reality, someone would come to save her, and it would always be the same person. This was a sense of security. However, she had actually completely lost this sense of security. This feeling made her feel extremely cold and painful, and it even surpassed the pain of being tortured by Wu Maji. So, for the first time, she covered her face and cried loudly. Yang Dingtian really could not find Wu Maji. Who the hell knew where this crazy woman had gone? However, this might be good news. If even Yang Dingtian could not find her, then Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli would probably not be able to find her either. Thus, Yang Dingtian used his identity as the Undead Lord to search the entire Ghost Hell region over and over again, but he could not find any trace of Wu Maji. After 38 hours, suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt a gust of wind quickly blow past. He did not smell anything, it was just a gust of wind. Yang Dingtian knew that it was that woman, Wu Maji. Of course, she did not discover Yang Dingtian, but just happened to meet him. Without a doubt, Yang Dingtian was not the only one looking for her. She was also looking for Yang Dingtian. However, this woman's speed was too fast, and Yang Dingtian could not catch up to her in time. In the blink of an eye, she had left him more than 100 miles behind. Thus, he could only follow her roughly. Wu Maji used her fastest speed to circle around the Ghost Hell region countless times. She met young Master Dongli from afar no less than 3 times, and Wu Yuming no less than 4 times. However, she did not meet that bastard Yang Dingtian even once. That short-lived ghost, could he have been killed by the Shura tribe? Wu Maji said in shock, then slapped her own mouth, blaming herself for spouting nonsense. She really could not find Yang Dingtian, so she could only try her best to get closer to the Ghost Hell City, hoping to meet him here. Of course, she could not find Yang Dingtian, because he had already turned into a lord rank undead, more than 100 miles south of the Ghost Hell City. Suddenly, Wu Maji saw a cave, and there seemed to be a person at the entrance. Moreover, it was a woman. In an instant, Wu Maji quickly approached and saw the woman. Although she had never seen her before, she knew that she was Dishibian. Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli had talked about her a few times. Seeing Dishibian's incomparably beautiful face, the competitive spirit was instantly aroused. Her face is as beautiful as mine, but not as charming as mine. Her figure? She's far from mine. However, for a scoundrel like Yang Dingtian, she's still a huge attraction. Is there something going on between these two? Their eyebrows don't seem to have scattered, so they probably haven't had the time to really hook up. Then Wu Maji instantly stopped in front of that woman, gave her a sweet smile, and said, "Excuse me, are you Miss Dishibian?" Dishibian was slightly stunned, realizing that a beautiful woman had suddenly appeared in front of her. She nodded. "Yes, I'm Dishibian. I'm Wu Maji, Yang Dingtian's wife," Wu Maji said with a smile. Dishibian's expression became a little more intimate. "Oh, hello, where's Yang Dingtian?" "I don't know. I haven't seen him yet. I'm here to look for him." Wu Maji said, "Miss Dishi, have you hunted enough Golden Hell magic crystals?" "And it's enough," Dishibian said. "Really?" Wu Maji's beautiful eyes brightened. "I haven't seen a Golden Hell magic crystal. Can sister let me take a look?" Dishibian took out the Golden Hell magic crystal without hesitation and handed it over. Wu Maji took it and gently caressed it, sighing, "Wow, this Hell magic crystal is so beautiful." Dishibian did not say anything, only smiling slightly. "Oh, right, sister, where did my husband go?" Wu Maji asked. "He should have gone to cultivate," Dishibian said. "But I've searched the entire Ghost Hell region, but I haven't seen him." Wu Maji said, "He used the Hell magic crystal, so he turned into a golden undead overlord. You definitely won't be able to recognize him." Dishibian said, "No wonder." Wu Maji smiled. "Then I'll go look for him. Thank you, sister." Wu Maji turned and left. Dishibian was shocked. You haven't returned the hell magic crystal to me. However, Wu Maji had already disappeared without a trace, but her voice still entered Dishibian's ears. I'm sorry, sister. In order to let my husband obtain the netherworld ghost fire, I can only wrong you. I'll temporarily borrow your hell magic crystal. Dishibian looked at her empty hands, then looked in the direction Wu Maji disappeared. She frowned in annoyance, then burst into laughter. Yang Dingtian's wife was really interesting. Just like this, the ghost hell regions for golden hell magic crystals, other than Yang Dingtian's, all fell into Wu Maji's hands. That's right, Wu Maji only had one plan, and that was to steal all the hell magic crystals, eliminate all competitors, and let Yang Dingtian obtain the netherworld ghost fire. Chapter 652. When Yang Dingtian rushed over as fast as he could, Wu Maji had already swindled Dishibian out of his hell magic crystal and ran away. Therefore, the two of them directly bumped into each other. Yang Dingtian still didn't see her figure. He only felt a gust of wind pass by. Wu Maji, Ji. Yang Dingtian hurriedly shouted. Instantly, the wind stopped. The beautiful Wu Maji stood on the spot and looked around. Yang Dingtian? Yang Dingtian also immediately appeared from the countless undead and walked in front of Wu Maji. Seeing Yang Dingtian's appearance, Wu Maji was startled. Then she said, You're really Yang Dingtian? You're not those two thieves who came to trick me, right? There's a red mole in the middle of your armpit. Yang Dingtian went straight to the point. Do you want to die? Wu Maji's face immediately turned red. Then, a trace of joy and fatigue appeared on her beautiful face. She said angrily, You bastard! I've been looking for you every day for the past 10 to 20 days. I even got targeted by that evil thief and didn't dare to sleep. Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with pain and hatred. He said, Didn't you promise me? Why did you sneak over? How dangerous is it? Wu Maji took a step back and said seriously, Sir Yang Dingtian, first of all, I didn't promise you that I wouldn't come. That was your imagination. Second, I didn't come here to listen to your lecture. You can hit me if you want, but you can't scold me if you want. Yang Dingtian was speechless. He walked over and hugged her. He sniffed her scent and said softly, Baby, you really shouldn't have come. It's too dangerous here. There's also young Master Dongli, that evil thief. If you fall into his hands, how can I live? Lying in Yang Dingtian's arms, Wu Maji yawned and proudly said, I never do things that I'm not confident in. Don't think of me as a woman like Yan Yan. Nonsense. What's wrong with Yan Yan? Yang Dingtian patted Wu Maji's back. Canary, I'm not willing to do it. We women also need to have our own career. Wu Maji lifted her head and looked at Yang Dingtian's face. She then looked at him from head to toe for a moment. It's scary, isn't it? Yang Dingtian said. Once we leave the ghost hell region, it will return to normal. No, it's very nice. You look cool. Much better than your original look. If only you could stay like this forever, Wu Maji said. Being intimate with a skeleton, just thinking about it is exciting. You perverted woman. Yang Dingtian hit her again. I only look like a skeleton, but I feel like I have flesh and blood. Of course I know that. If I don't have flesh, then the rest of my happy life will be over. Wu Maji giggled. Yang Dingtian aimed at her small mouth and kissed her fiercely. It was as if he wanted to kiss her until her soul dissipated. While kissing, Yang Dingtian's hands searched Mo Ji's body. Soon, Yang Dingtian found 1, 2, 3 golden hell magic crystals on Mo Ji's body. Why are there 3? Wu Yoming's group had 1. Dongli Young Master's group had 1. Where did the last one come from? Did Wu Maji hunt it herself? Was she really that powerful? Maji, where did you get the 3rd golden hell magic crystal? Yang Dingtian asked. Wu Maji was completely infatuated when she was suddenly asked by Yang Dingtian. She immediately felt goosebumps and said, "Intimate is intimate. Why do you care about such small things?" Yang Dingtian bitterly smiled. Did you snatch the one from Dishibian? Just borrowed it to take a look. Dishibian said. Yang Dingtian was even more speechless. You're really awesome. All the hell magic crystals in the ghost hell region have been snatched by you. In the end, you've become the biggest boss. Seeing Yang Dingtian's serious face, Wu Maji immediately frowned and took a step back. Yang Dingtian, I'm warning you. If you dare to teach me a lesson, I'll turn hostile at any time. Don't think that just because I slept with you, I'll be under your control. Okay, I wouldn't dare. How would I dare to teach you a lesson? Yang Dingtian stepped forward and hugged her. It's more appropriate for you to teach me a lesson. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to scold me, then scold me. Don't you know how awe-inspiring that is? Wu Maji's face relaxed, but she was still full of vigilance. Yang Dingtian continued to hug her, gently stroking her nape. He was thinking of what to say to coax her to return the golden hell magic crystal to Wu Maji. When it came to women, one could only be gentle and not forceful. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian discovered that there were many bloodstains on Wu Maji's body. Although it had already dried, her clothes were still covered in blood. He couldn't help being startled. Maji, why is there so much blood on your body? These bloodstains naturally belong to Vulture. Wu Maji licked her lips and rolled her eyes. My period came. This woman was really lying through her teeth. You tortured Vulture? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, but I was careless. Wu Maji said. She wanted to commit suicide, and I stopped her. But I couldn't stop her, and she bled a lot. When Wu Maji said this, she stared at Yang Dingtian with her eyes wide open. Her words were incomparably sincere. Yang Dingtian twisted her small mouth and said, It would be strange if I could believe the words that came out of your small mouth. Then Yang Dingtian sighed. Even if you did something to her, I won't blame you. You're the person I love the most, and she's already become an enemy. I still understand what is right and wrong. That's good. Wu Maji said a little guiltily. Then her beautiful body gently twisted. Hey, we were just being intimate. Do you want to continue? Do you really want to? Yang Dingtian smiled. Yes, my whole body wants to. Wu Maji said passionately. Here. Yang Dingtian asked. Here is good. The scenery is good, and the environment is good. Wu Maji said, Looking at your undead appearance, I can't control myself. Being intimate with a skeleton must be very exciting. Pervert. Yang Dingtian patted her again. Wu Maji's beautiful eyes trembled, and she became restless. Gigi, let's not do it here. If Wu Yuming and that thief come, there will be a lot of fun. Besides, there are countless undead watching. It's too unnatural, Yang Dingtian said. Then where are we going? Wu Maji panted. To the Shura cave. Let Dishibian keep watch for us, Yang Dingtian said. Wu Maji glared at him. You want to return the hell magic crystal to her, right? Let's talk about this later. I think it's better to have someone keep watch. We can also be intimate without worrying. Yang Dingtian said. What's wrong with being worried? I can't go find a wild man. Can't I find some excitement? Wu Maji said. If you want excitement, we can go to the Snow Clan and be intimate in your house. Your family might find out at any time. Isn't that exciting? Yang Dingtian said. Wu Maji's beautiful eyes lit up. Okay. Then she dragged Yang Dingtian in the direction of Dishibian and said, Let's go, I can't wait any longer. Dishibian was waiting at the entrance of the Shura cave for Yang Dingtian to come back. Although she was a little annoyed that her hell magic crystal was stolen, she didn't take it to heart. At this time, she was hesitating whether or not to hunt the Shura beast and refine another hell magic crystal. She didn't expect that the beautiful woman would come back at this time, holding the hand of a golden, undead overlord. Dishibien was stunned. The woman who stole her hell magic crystal came back. She didn't know how to face her. Sister Dishi, Yang Dingtian and I want to go in and be intimate. Can you keep watch for us outside? Wu Maji said. Di Sherbien paused for a second. Although he had a weird feeling, he still nodded and said, all right, all right. Yang Dingtian looked at Dishibien embarrassedly and said, thank you, sorry. Yang Dingtian didn't finish and was dragged into the cave by Wu Maji. Dishibien was outside and hadn't completely turned around. Suddenly, a strange noise came from inside. Dishibien was stunned at first, then showed an extremely embarrassed expression. Dishibien didn't know anything in certain aspects. However, in terms of theory, she knew a lot. Her mother had told her about the relevant theoretical knowledge countless times, because her mother was really afraid that Dishibien wouldn't know how to reproduce in the future. So Dishibien knew all about theory. But when she heard her mother say these things, she didn't have any reaction at all. Not to mention blushing and heartbeat, she didn't even feel shy. Now that she was in the situation, this feeling was very, very strange. There was a bit of shyness, but more of it was a kind of awkwardness, a very intimate awkwardness. After that, Yang Dingtian patted Wu Maji's back and said softly, since Dishibien kept watch for us, let's return the hell magic crystal to her. Don't even think about it. Wu Maji said firmly. You scoundrel, are you thinking of taking her in? She'll vomit and faint if I touch her finger. Do you think that's possible? Yang Dingtian said. That's even more impossible. Wu Maji said. If you can take her in, I'll consider it. After all, the meat is in the pot. If you can't sleep with her, why did you give her the netherworld ghost fire? You'd rather give it to me than her. You're so biased. I'm willing to give you anything. Yang Dingtian kissed her lips and said, but we should give her a fair chance, right? The three of us will enter the netherworld ghost fire together. The netherworld ghost fire will belong to whoever it chooses as its master, okay? I don't want it. Wu Maji said she shouldn't think about it either. Yang Dingtian, this is not negotiable. Then Wu Maji turned around and stared into his eyes. Yang Dingtian, I know you're soft-hearted, but I don't want you to change. So, you need a ruthless person to hold on to it for you. I don't mind being a ruthless woman. Don't interfere too much with my will, okay? Okay. Yang Dingtian said gently, you're very smart and intelligent. I won't forcefully interfere with your will. I'll only discuss it with you. I'll try to convince you, okay? You can try. Wu Maji said, but you should know that I'm a very strong-willed person. Yang Dingtian really couldn't convince her. Then he tried to organize his words. Maji, you should know what my cause is, right? Yes, to unify the world and dominate the world. Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian was speechless. That's not it, okay? It's to fight against evil ways and save the world. You can say that. The result is the same anyway. Wu Maji said, but I prefer my way of saying it. Okay, up to you. Yang Dingtian said. Then, what do you think my chances of winning are? I don't know. Wu Maji said. But if I have a choice, I won't stand on your side. But it seems like you can win. Anyway, after becoming your woman, I've lost my calm and wise judgment in this aspect. Yes, we're the weaker side. Whether it's the netherworld sea or the vulture palace, we're weak. Yang Dingtian said. Dishibien is only 28 years old and is already a 4-star grandmaster. If she's lucky enough to devour the netherworld ghost fire, she can break through to 8-star grandmaster. I believe that she can break through to half-sage in the near future. With her on our side, we'll be like a tiger with wings. Moreover, she's being burned by the Een fire. Without the netherworld ghost fire, she'll die in 2 or 3 years. Baby! Yang Dingtian gently stroked Wu Maji's hair and said softly, do you like Dishibien? Wu Maji was silent for a moment and nodded. She really did like Dishibien. She liked her from the first time they met. She and Dishibien were two extremes. One was cunning and clever to the extreme. The other was pure to the extreme. But there was no doubt that the two women were equally beautiful, decisive, and intelligent. Such a beautiful life. Do you want her to wither away? Yang Dingtian asked softly. Does she have the extreme in meridians? Wu Maji asked, like Dong Fong Bingling. 9 in meridians are fiercer than ice, Yang Dingtian said. You seem to have the 9 yang meridians. You can just marry her. Wu Maji said, Anyway, I just need to dominate the Ning clan. My husband is Yang Dingtian. I don't care how many women Yang Dingtian has. Don't play mind games with me. Yang Dingtian patted her face and said, Your husband is Yang Dingtian, Yang Dingtian. I didn't mind when you said Ninghua before, but now I'm jealous. Your husband is me, Yang Dingtian. Wu Maji looked at the sky and fell into deep thought. What are you thinking about? Yang Dingtian asked. Nothing. It's a shameless thing. It's hard to say, Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian couldn't understand her unconstrained thoughts. Hence, he placed it aside and continued, As for your proposal of marrying Dishibien and using my 9 yang mystic meridians to save her, I naturally don't mind. But when I carried her out to save her, she vomited to the point of suffocation. So she can't have a man in this life. Is it really that bad? Wu Maji asked. It's really that bad, Yang Dingtian said gently. So baby, let's give her a fair chance, okay? Wu Maji looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time, then shook her head and said, Sorry, reason is reason, emotion is emotion. I can't promise you. You must get this nether ghost flame. If Dishibien wants to live, she has to be with you. Otherwise, if she dies, she can't blame anyone. Immediately after, Wu Maji stood up from Yang Dingtian's body and said, I have already decided. If you wish to change your mind, you will have to snatch the golden crystal from me. But if you do that, I won't leave you, but I'll be very sad, very sad. Yang Dingtian was at his wit's end. Wu Maji was afraid that he would mention it again and quickly changed the topic. Husband, we should go to the Nether Ghost City. Chapter 653. Yang Dingtian and Wu Maji walked out of the cave in silence. Even though Wu Maji was the woman he loved dearly, Yang Dingtian still had to give Dishibien an explanation. However, Yang Dingtian didn't want to take the hell magic crystal away from Wu Maji, as that would really hurt her. Actually, both of them weren't in the wrong in this matter. Yang Dingtian was thinking from his point of view, while Wu Maji was thinking from her point of view. Now, Yang Dingtian really didn't want to hurt Wu Maji. In fact, Wu Maji's heart had already been severely hurt once. No matter what the reason was, Yang Dingtian pretending to be Ninghua was a form of hurt and deception to Wu Maji. In fact, if it wasn't because she was pregnant and gave birth to Yang Dingtian's child, she would never be able to forgive Yang Dingtian and would never be able to become Yang Dingtian's woman. Wu Maji might not have mentioned it, but Yang Dingtian was able to sense it. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's decision was to use the last bit of time to go to the Shura cave again and help Dishibien hunt for another golden hell magic crystal. Although this was very, very difficult, Yang Dingtian had no other choice. After walking out of the cave, Yang Dingtian said directly, Miss Dishi, let's use the last bit of time to hunt the Shura tribe again. Gigi, darling, why don't you go too? Yang Dingtian tried to use the most relaxed and gentle tone. There's no need for that. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Yang Dingtian was shocked. He raised his head and saw the two people he didn't want to see the most. One was young Master Dongli, and the other was Wu Yuming. And Dishibien was standing in front of them with his sword drawn, blocking the entrance of the cave. Seeing Yang Dingtian come out, Dishibien turned around and smiled. These two came to find you. I said you were very busy and would come to see them after you're done. Young Master Dongli's face was slightly sinister as he smiled. Miss Dishi insisted on blocking the entrance of the cave and didn't let us in. She forced us to listen to more than an hour of spring opera. Yang Dingtian, your outfit is so cool. Yang Dingtian had a bitter expression as he asked, "When did the two of you arrive? Why didn't I hear you? Both of you were in love with each other. How could you hear us?" Young Master Dongli said, "Sir Yang Dingtian, you're really a romantic ghost even if you die under Mudan. At such a dangerous time, you still have the mood to do such things." Yang Dingtian stepped forward and blocked Wu Maji behind him. "Absence makes the heart grow fonder. I couldn't help it." "Since you're out, that's good," young Master Dongli said. "How about this? Let Wu Maji hand over the 3 golden hell magic crystals, and we'll let it go today. We won't kill Dishibian, and we won't kill Wu Maji either. We'll talk about it later." Wu Yuming said, "I really didn't expect that all the golden hell magic crystals would fall into Miss Wu Maji's hands. Hand them over. We'll settle the score later." Wu Maji stood behind Yang Dingtian and said, "Husband, was I very shameless just now?" "Yes, very shameless," Yang Dingtian said. "Then what should we do?" Other men heard us. Wu Maji was about to cry. "What's the matter? It's not like other people saw us." Yang Dingtian said, "Who knows? Maybe I can learn vulture from you." "All right," Wu Yuming said coldly. "Hand over all the hell magic crystals, and you can still live. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep these 2 women alive today." Dishibian turned to Yang Dingtian. "What are you going to do? What do you think?" Yang Dingtian said, "Anyway, I'd rather die than submit," Dishibian said. Wu Maji stretched half her body out from behind Yang Dingtian and took out the 3 golden hell magic crystals. "That's right. These 3 hell magic crystals are in my hands. If you want me to hand them over, I can, but you have to agree to 3 of my conditions." "What conditions?" "Say it," young Master Dongli said. Whoosh! Instantly Wu Maji disappeared. Dishibian disappeared along with her. Wu Maji used the teleportation ability of the demon spirit, Mist Cloak, and disappeared instantly. She also pulled Dishibian away while she was at it. At this moment, young Master Dongli and Wu Yuming had completely locked down all their energy on Wu Maji and Yang Dingtian, but they didn't use their celestial qi to lock down Dishibian. This was because, to them, Dishibian was no longer important. They only needed to control Yang Dingtian and Wu Maji. However, Wu Maji had the demon spirit black armor. Back then, even Zhu Qingzhu couldn't do anything when Ning Wuming wore the demon spirit black armor. Young Master Dongli and Wu Yuming couldn't use their energy to lock down Ning Wuming. Hence, the moment Wu Maji mentioned her conditions, she instantly took Dishibian and disappeared without a trace, leaving Yang Dingtian alone. "Fuck! Young Master!" Dongli finally couldn't hold it in and cursed. "This woman is really fucking smart." Everyone thought that she would abandon Dishibian to protect Yang Dingtian. Who knew that she would take Dishibian and leave with him? Wu Yoming's face twitched. This was the 2nd time. The 2 most outstanding men in the world drank Wu Maji's foot-washing water for the 2nd time. "Yang Dingtian, your woman abandoned you," Wu Yuming said slowly. "Yang Dingtian, that's right. You still have me. At least we didn't lose out too much." "You must be heartbroken right now," Wu Yuming said. "Wu Maji is the most heartless woman." "No, I can't wait to kiss her face right now. Yang Dingtian, I really love her. She's so good at toying with people, including her husband." "Young Master Dongli, don't worry. You're still in our hands. We're not afraid that she won't compromise. We can't kill you, but we can still break your limbs. She will definitely compromise. Anyway, you can't run away, right? You can't run away even if you're invisible." "Yes, of course I can't run away." "Yang Dingtian, your celestial qi energy has locked onto me. How can I run away?" "Then what should we do?" "Wu Yuming, wait for Gigi to come back." "Yang Dingtian, as a man, you actually became Wu Maji's burden." "It's really shameful," Wu Yuming said. "Yes, I think so too." "Yang Dingtian, When a woman is too capable, it's really a form of pressure for a man. Then Yang Dingtian, if you don't mind, I'll sit down and wait. As the saying goes, there's only a tired cow, but there's no land that can't be plowed. My cow is really tired and can't stand. Then Yang Dingtian directly sat down. Wu Yoming's face turned cold. Yang Dingtian, don't be too proud. Don't think that we can't do anything to you. We can't kill you, but we can break your limbs, torture you, and ravage you. Yes, I'm in your hands now. Of course you can torture me, Yang Dingtian, but my woman is crazy. Whatever you do to me, you'll probably take revenge on Vulture 10 times over. Ha ha ha. Wu Yuming laughed. Yang Dingtian, you actually have to rely on a woman now? What a disgrace. I can't help it. Yang Dingtian spread his hands and said, Who asked me to be so useless? A shameless person is invincible. Yang Dingtian was shameless now, so Wu Yuming really couldn't do anything. Yang Dingtian was no longer the same as before. His skin was very thick now. After a while, Wu Maji returned, but her appearance had changed. She was also a golden undead lord. Her whole body was covered in a purple robe. Her face was still beautiful, but pale and colorless. Her eyes were like fire, and her lips were purple. But she only appeared for a moment, and immediately flashed and moved within a few dozen miles, not giving Wu Yuming and Wu Yuming any chance to catch her. Wu Yuming, you two listen up. I have a total of 3 golden hell magic crystals. I used one for myself, and the other for Dishibian. She's already in the ghost Nether City. I'm hiding the last one in a cave within 100 miles. If you want it, you'd better hurry. Otherwise, if the Shura smell it, they'll rush over. Right? You can't catch me, and you can't catch Dishibian. You can't kill my husband either. Also, Vulture's life is in my hands. I also went to find Huang Yu and poisoned her. There's no antidote, and the only thing that can save her is the holy water pill on my husband. Although you don't care about Huang Yu's life, Huang Yu can't die now. After 2 hours, we'll place the holy water pill at the entrance of the ghost Nether City. You can go and get it yourself. You can observe my body now. There's no aura of the golden hell magic crystal at all. That's right, there was no aura of the hell magic crystal on Wu Maji's body. Wu Maji spoke while flashing, and there was no way to catch her. Wu Maji, do you think we'll fall for it again? Young Master Dongli said coldly, hand over the hell magic crystal to us immediately. Otherwise, we'll cripple your husband. We can't kill him, but we can seriously injure him. He'll be unconscious for the next half a year, and he won't be able to get the netherworld ghost fire. We can also cut off his limbs and castrate him. Is that so? Wu Maji smiled and said, Not only did I return as an undead overlord, but I also brought many companions with me. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, countless undead appeared. There were dozens of Grandmaster Golden Undead, hundreds of Purple Undead, thousands of Green Undead, and countless other levels of undead. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was startled. Kill, Wu Maji ordered. As a shaman with the Golden Hell magic crystal, her summoning ability was equivalent to that of a half-saint shaman. In an instant, countless dead souls, like shooting stars, launched crazy suicidal attacks at Wu Yuming and the young master of the Dongli sect. Fuck. Young master, Dongli gritted his teeth in anger. Wu Maji, I'll tear you into pieces. Wu Yuming roared. Then, the two of them desperately defended against the attacks of countless undead. Suddenly, the energy that they had locked onto Yang Dingtian was released. Young Master Dongli also had the ability to control undead, but he wasn't a shaman either. Wu Yuming didn't know how he did it. However, as a half-saint shaman, Wu Maji's ability to control undead was completely above young Master Dongli's. And this time, she summoned all the high-level undead within a few hundred miles. Several great Grandmaster undead and countless other undead, like meteors, madly launched suicidal attacks at the two of them. Wu Yuming and Wu Yuming instantly resisted with all their might. but they couldn't lock onto Yang Dingtian anymore. In an instant, Yang Dingtian quickly hid among the countless undead creatures. Then he was grabbed by Wu Maji and disappeared without a trace. He didn't know how far he had escaped. Wu Maji threw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms and cried loudly, "Are you okay? They didn't hit you, right?" Wu Maji asked while crying. "They were about to, but you came back," Yang Dingtian said. "I'm sorry. I abandoned you and chose to take Dishibian away." Wu Maji cried, "I could only do that. Otherwise, as long as Dishibian was in their hands, you would definitely give in. And at that time, you were locked onto, so I couldn't take you away. Baby, you did the right thing. You did the right thing." Yang Dingtian said, "You knew very well that they couldn't kill me. You're so smart. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have been able to do this in such a short time." That's right. Wu Maji made the best choice in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, even if she handed over the Hell Magic Crystal, Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli would definitely not let Yang Dingtian and the other two off. Then Yang Dingtian said, "Gigi, you didn't really poison Huangyu, did you?" "I lied to them," Wu Maji said. Then where did you put the Hell Magic Crystal?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I handed it to Dishibian. I lied to them, so how could I leave it with them?" Wu Maji said, "But the Hell Magic Crystal can't be with me. Otherwise, even if they were surrounded by countless undead, they would seriously injure you and force me to hand over the Hell Magic Crystal. If the Hell Magic Crystal isn't with me, they would have a glimmer of hope and wouldn't do anything desperate." Yang Dingtian clicked his tongue. Young Master Dongli and Wu Yuming would definitely hate Wu Maji to death. Once again, Wu Maji had lied to them. How did this woman's brain work? In such an urgent situation, she could find the most ruthless and correct method. Then Wu Maji wiped away her tears and said, "All right, let's hurry to the entrance of the Netherworld Ghost City. Dishibian is waiting for us there." Wu Maji leaned forward and kissed Yang Dingtian on the lips. Then the two of them rushed to the entrance of the Netherworld Ghost City. They arrived at the Netherworld Ghost City very quickly. It looked like a city, an incomparably huge city with a radius of a few hundred miles. It had incomparably magnificent walls and a towering city gate. It was like a huge monster entrenched in the center of the Netherworld Ghost City. The entire city looked like a huge pyramid from the sky. The bottom was wide and the top was narrow. The city was stacked layer by layer, and there were more than 100 layers. The last layer was a towering tower that pierced the sky. It was at least a few thousand feet tall. The outer city wall was at least 100 meters tall, like a mountain. The huge city gate was at least a few hundred feet tall and a few hundred feet wide. Two huge beasts stretched out from the top of the city gate, guarding this huge gate. Dishibian stood at the entrance. Under the huge city gate, her delicate body seemed especially graceful and delicate. After seeing Yang Dingtian and Wu Maji arrive, Dishibian let out a long sigh of relief. Then she handed the Hell Magic Crystal in her hand to Wu Maji and said, "Here, I'll return it to you." Wu Maji was stunned and said, You didn't use one." "If you don't want me to go in, then I won't go in." Dishibian said. Anyway, that golden Hell Magic Crystal was mostly due to Yang Dingtian's efforts. Wu Maji's face turned slightly bitter and said, "I've really been a villain for nothing." Then she said, "Sister Dishi, I really didn't want you to go in. But now Wu Yuming and the rest are definitely crazily chasing after us. If you don't go in, they will kill you to vent their anger. So, please use one of the golden Hell Magic Crystals. I'm very sorry for my previous rudeness." "Okay." Dishibian left one of the golden Hell Magic Crystals and handed the other one to Wu Maji. Wu Maji handed it to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian took it and put it into his interspatial ring. Then the three of them waited for the Netherworld Ghost City to open. They didn't have to wait for long, less than 15 minutes. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, and the huge city gate of the Netherworld Ghost City slowly opened. Of course, even if it opened, there was still a black light screen in the middle. At this moment, Yang Dingtian felt two energy beams coming from afar. It must be Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli, who realized they were tricked and were crazily chasing after them. Quick, Dishi, use the Golden Hell magic crystals, Yang Dingtian said loudly. Dishi Bian immediately injected his spirit power into the Golden Hell magic crystal, then abruptly pushed the energy of the Golden Hell magic crystal into his heart. Whoosh! Instantly Dishi Bian changed. Her eyes suddenly turned into two balls of green flames. Her hair suddenly spread out and turned snow-white. Her snow-white dress suddenly turned into a majestic long robe that was still snow-white. So majestic, so breathtaking. Suddenly, Wumaji looked at Dishi Bian with jealousy. After becoming an undead, she and Yang Dingtian had changed so much. Yang Dingtian had become a skeleton, and Wumaji had become a pale white zombie. Only Di Shibian's beauty was not damaged in the slightest. Instead, he became even more beautiful, even more gorgeous and cold. She was even like the queen of the Netherworld, making people unable to look at her directly. At this moment, Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli arrived in an instant. Enter the city, Yang Dingtian ordered. Then, the three of them quickly rushed into the Netherworld Ghost City. The three of them felt a chill in their bodies and immediately rushed into the city gate's light screen. Then, they instantly disappeared from Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli's sight. Wu Maji, Yang Dingtian, where are you running to? Young Master Dongli and Wu Yuming crazily rushed over and chased after them. Bang! Then they were fiercely bounced back by the light screen. The two of them did not believe it and wanted to fly over the city wall. Suddenly, the two of them flew higher and higher. However, no matter how high they flew, the city wall in front of them blocked them and they could not cross it. The two of them used mystic fire and treasured swords to destroy the city wall and the light screen. However, the city wall and the light screen seemed to be made of non-existent energy and were not damaged at all. The treasured swords looked as if they were slashing the air. However, when they wanted to rush in, they were forcefully bounced back. The two of them tried their best for a while, but there was nothing they could do. The Dongli young lord was enraged as he roared, Yang Dingtian, I will definitely dismember you into pieces. Wu Maji, I will rape you and then kill you, rape you and then kill you. At this moment, Yang Dingtian and the other two had already disappeared without a trace, after the Netherworld Ghost City's gate was completely opened. The Netherworld Ghost City's feast was opened, and there were only 6 hours left before the Netherworld Ghost Fire bloomed. One by one, the Golden Undead and Golden Shura entered the city to enjoy the feast. Of course, most of them were Shura. This was because most of the Golden Undead were in the city. When these half-saint Shura and Undead saw Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli, they did not react at all. It was as if they did not see them and directly passed through the Netherworld Ghost City's gate. One after another, there were all kinds of Shura. Wu Yuming counted over 100 golden Shura and dozens of golden undead overlords. That's right, they were all golden half-saints. There was not a single red one. Golden half-saints were the entrance ticket to the Netherworld Ghost City's feast. Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli gradually lost hope. This was because as time passed, the number of half-saint Shura entering the Netherworld Ghost City decreased. It was obvious that the entrance ceremony was about to end. Then there was a loud noise and the Netherworld Ghost City's gate began to slowly close. Once the gate closed, even if they had Golden Hell magic crystals, they would not be able to enter. Who would have thought that we, two top-notch great grandmasters, would be played by a mere woman like Wu Maji? Young Master Dongli sighed. Such a woman is really rare. It is rare, but she even became Yang Dingtian's woman. Wu Yuming said indifferently, Yang Dingtian is not worthy of her. Young Master Dongli sighed. Are we done for this time? The higher-ups will not let us off. We are going to ruin this. At this moment, 2 golden undead floated over from not far away. Wu Yuming was stunned. Why did these 2 undead overlords come so late? Did Netherworld ghosts come late? At this moment, the 2 golden undead overlords did not directly enter the city. Instead, they came in front of Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli. Her Majesty the Devil Queen and Her Highness the Princess originally thought that she would not need us, but she really did. You will really disappoint her, one of the golden undead slowly said. Immediately, Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli's expressions changed. Your Excellencies, you are? Young Master Dongli asked in shock. Who we are is not important. The important thing is that we appeared, which means that you did not do your job well. That golden undead coldly said. Her Highness the Princess came to the Ghost Hell region to hunt for Golden Hell magic crystals and left us here to wait, just in case. Who would have thought that this would really happen? Okay, don't say anything. The gate is about to close. That golden undead said. Then they pulled out their swords and slashed. 2 heads fell to the ground. 2 golden hell magic crystals floated out of their corpses. Once a hell magic crystal entered the body, there were only 2 ways to take it out. One was to die, and the other was to leave the Ghost Hell region. Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli each grabbed a hell magic crystal and quickly injected their divine senses into it. Then they pressed their hearts. Immediately, the 2 of them turned into golden undead overlords. Then, at the last moment before the city gate closed, the 2 of them quickly rushed into the Ghost Hell city. At this moment, there were still 2 hours before the Ghost Hell fire bloomed. Chapter 654. Sister Bien, do you know what kind of special effects the Netherworld ghost fire has? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know. Dishi Bien said. Willingzi has never shown it before. The 3 of them had already entered the Netherworld ghost city and were talking in low voices. At this time, the entire Netherworld ghost city was densely packed with undead and Shura. The moment Yang Dingtian and the other 2 spoke, all the Shura and undead around them turned to look at them and froze. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt his hair stand on end. Being surrounded by hundreds of half-step saint-level Shura and undead was too terrifying. Any one of them could kill Yang Dingtian and the other 2 without a burial place. Then an undead messenger slowly floated over and gently sniffed Yang Dingtian and the other 2. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian didn't dare to move at all, and his heart almost stopped beating. After a full minute, the undead messenger left Yang Dingtian's side, and all the undead and Shura continued to move. At this time, Yang Dingtian's soul was almost gone, and it seemed that he couldn't speak, otherwise it would arouse suspicion. Thus, the 3 of them pretended to be like ordinary undead lords. They lowered their heads and wandered around aimlessly, chattering nonstop. The entire Netherworld ghost city was incomparably huge, and there were pavilions everywhere, as well as carved railings and jade walls. The city was like a pyramid with a total of 99 floors. The last floor was almost connected to the sky. At this time, all the undead and Shura had hit the square at the bottom floor. Looking at it, there were about 400 to 500 undead and 400 to 500 Shura. The lowest level here was half-step saint level. In other words, there were over 1,000 half-step saint level powerhouses in the entire Netherworld ghost city. Of course, Yang Dingtian and the other 2 were exceptions. The 3 of them were fake. How shocking was this number? However, this was also normal. In the thousands of years after the ancient Nirvana was destroyed, all the unyielding dead souls had come here. It was also normal for there to be 400 to 500 half-sages who had died unjustly. Of course, it was even more normal for the Shura tribe to be left behind. They were failed god candidates, so although most of them had been killed, it was still quite normal for 400 to 500 of them to be left behind. But even so, this number was still very frightening. Imagine What would happen if these two half-step saints appeared in the human world? Then there was only one result. The entire human race was wiped out. At this time, the half-saint undead and Shura were wandering around the square. They didn't talk to each other at all. They lowered their heads and murmured something. Suddenly, the sound of ghostly music could be heard. It was as if a crack had been torn open in the dark air. A snow-white light shot out, making it impossible for anyone to look at it directly. Then, one by one, the undead and one Shura after another walked out of the crack. These undead and Shura all had one thing in common, and that was that their bodies were enveloped in a colorless light. This made them not look like Shura or undead, but more like gods. Every one of them was enveloped in divine light, making it impossible to see their faces. It was impossible to tell if they were undead or Shura, male or female. Without a doubt, they were all saints. Yang Dingtian counted clearly. There were a total of 39 saint undead and 39 saint Shura. These 78 were the strongest in the underworld empire, the undead monarch and the monarch of Shura. They ruled the billions of undead and countless Shura in the ghost hell region. Suddenly, all the half-saint Shura and half-saint undead in the square knelt down in salute. Yang Dingtian and the other two also hurriedly knelt down. Dang, 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 dang. Then a bell rang from the highest floor of the ghost hell city, the Tower of Babel. Following that, the entire Tower of Babel lit up in the darkness, turning a dark green. Then the 39 undead monarchs and 39 undead Shura floated towards the Tower of Babel. The remaining 1,000 undead monarchs and Shura monarchs walked up the stairs to the 99th floor of the Tower of Babel. The netherworld feast had begun. More than 1,000 undead and Shura slowly walked up the stairs. This scene was strange and terrifying. After walking for a full hour, they finally walked from the lowest floor of the ghost hell city to the highest floor of the Tower of Babel. The entire Tower of Babel was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. There were a total of 99 floors. The lowest floor was about 20 to 30,000 square meters, while the highest floor was only a few dozen square meters. The center of the Tower of Babel was completely empty. It ran from the first floor to the 99th floor. Each floor had a different number of seats. 78 saint-level undead monarchs and Shura monarchs went to the top 9 floors of the Tower of Babel. The remaining 1,000 or so half-saints, Shura monarchs, and undead occupied the lower 33 floors of the Tower of Babel. In other words, all of the half-saints, saint-level undead, and Shura monarchs only occupied less than half of the Tower of Babel. Yang Dingtian and the other two followed the crowd to the 57th floor. In fact, this was considered the lowest level today because it was all empty. The undead and Shura monarchs all looked for their own seats. Yang Dingtian and the other two also looked for their own seats. However, they didn't sit completely together. Instead, they sat in a triangle. If they sat like this, if something happened, they wouldn't be caught in one fell swoop. Moreover, it was said that the netherworld ghost fire could appear anywhere. Sitting like this might be more likely. Soon, all the undead and Shura monarchs were seated on a futon. Yang Dingtian had a strange feeling. It was like the United Nations General Assembly, the Alliance Conference in Star Wars, or the 1,000 Buddhas Assembly of Gautama Buddha. Dang, 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 dang. The bell rang again. Whoosh! Suddenly, the empty space in the center of the Tower of Babel lit up and a figure appeared. It was an incomparably huge figure. Yang Dingtian almost screamed out in shock. The empty space in the center of the Tower of Babel was 500 meters tall and nearly 100 meters in diameter. And this figure was also 500 meters tall and 100 meters wide. It was a giant, a terrifying giant, a person as tall as a mountain. Of course, this wasn't the reason why Yang Dingtian wanted to scream. What made him scream was that this incomparably huge figure looked exactly the same as Yang Dingtian. He was wearing a golden robe and a golden crown. He was mighty and domineering. Yang Dingtian was trying his best to restrain himself from screaming out loud. How could this be? But immediately after, Yang Dingtian discovered that Dishibian and Wu Maji's bodies were also trembling as they nearly screamed out. Following that, the face began to change constantly. It turned into a man, then a woman. It turned into anyone that Yang Dingtian knew. And finally, it turned into a face that was completely unfamiliar to Yang Dingtian. However, this face was constantly changing. Yang Dingtian immediately understood. This face was only a projection of his own mind. When everyone saw this huge figure, they would see their own faces. After he appeared, suddenly, all the undead monarchs, Shura monarchs, undead monarchs, and Shura monarchs all knelt down. 3 kowtows and 9 bows. Incomparably respectful, incomparably reverent. Yang Dingtian understood who this 500-meter tall giant was. He was the Ghost Hell region's monarch for thousands of years, the Ghost Hell Emperor, the Ghost Hell Emperor. He had ruled the Ghost Hell region for thousands of years. He was the supreme monarch of billions of undead and countless Shura. He was the supreme monarch of hundreds of Saint Realm experts and thousands of half-Saint Realm experts. He was the eternal monarch of Hell. He was the eternal monarch of the entire chaotic world. How powerful was he? It should have completely exceeded the scope of Yang Dingtian's understanding. His power was already eternal. He was already unparalleled in history. His power might have already surpassed the scope of energy. If Yang Dingtian stood up, he would not be as tall as the Ghost Hell Emperor's feet. Yang Dingtian was so insignificant when standing in front of him. Then, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was so insignificant when standing in front of him. Even a Saint Realm expert would not be able to stand above his feet. The Ghost Hell Emperor's 500-meter tall body looked around. When he looked at Yang Dingtian and the other 2, he did not find anything strange. My subjects, 200 years have passed in the blink of an eye. It is time for us to meet again. The Ghost Hell Emperor slowly said, In these 200 years, my underworld empire has gained 400 million undead and tens of thousands of Shura. Another 5 lords have become monarchs, and hundreds of living beings have become lords. Congratulations. I hope that one day the entire Tongtian Tower will be filled with high officials. At that time, we will be the overlords of the 9 heavens. My 99 floors of the Ghost Hell region and tens of billions of undead are all waiting for our future. One day, our undead race will break through the shackles of the Ghost Hell and rush out of the Ghost Hell region. We will sweep across the entire world and all living beings under the 9 heavens. After he finished speaking, the Ghost Hell Emperor raised his hand to the sky. Suddenly, the dark sky seemed to be pierced by his hand. In an instant, a destructive energy enveloped the entire Ghost Hell region. At this time, the seabed around the Ghost Hell region was fiercely torn apart. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Even the southwest continent, tens of thousands of miles away, shook violently. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! All the sage monarchs and half-sage lords present knelt down. The Ghost Hell Emperor was intoxicated by this moment. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. Today is the day that I will bestow upon you. You can eat as much as you want. After the feast, I will bestow upon you the Ghost Hell Flame. Those who can eat it can move unhindered in yin and yang, be born with the heavens and the earth, and live as long as the sea. As long as the primal chaos exists, life will never cease. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! After Yang Dingtian heard this, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. What did this mean? The Ghost Hell Flame could move unhindered in yin and yang, be born with the heavens and the earth, and live as long as the sea. But just by listening to it, one could feel that the Ghost Hell Flame was incomparably heaven-defying. Then the Ghost Hell Emperor slowly said, I announce the start of the Ghost Hell Feast. Chapter 655. As soon as the Netherworld Ghost Emperor finished speaking, he slowly raised his right hand. Instantly, his right hand grew larger and larger until it covered the entire sky above the Ghost Hell region. PFFF. Then his giant hand slammed down on the ghost hell region. In an instant, countless undead within the ghost hell region, which spanned tens of millions of square kilometers, were annihilated and turned into ghostly flames. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. The entire ghost hell region was tens of millions of square kilometers wide. Countless undead creatures were turned into wisps of ghostly flames. Then hundreds of millions of ghostly flames rose from the dark ground. It was as if there were countless fireflies in the sky above the ghost hell region. Then the hundreds of millions of ghostly flames began to gather in the center of the ghost hell region, converging towards the ghost hell city. Finally, the hundreds of millions of ghostly flames gathered in the sky above the Tower of Babel, as if the sky was filled with stars. "Enjoy, my courtiers!" the Netherworld Ghost Emperor shouted. Instantly, the ghostly flames in the sky above the Tower of Babel were like countless stars as they rushed into the Tower of Babel. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The ghostly flames were like fairies of energy as they rushed into the Tower of Babel. In the blink of an eye, the entire heaven-reaching tower was filled with starlight, and nothing else could be seen. This was the feast of the Ghost Hell City. Every 200 years, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor would kill hundreds of millions of undead and turn them into the purest of energy for his subordinates, who were at least half-sage realm to enjoy. In other words, in the Ghost Hell region, only those who had broken through to the half-sage realm could be safe and enjoy the blood of the undead. Otherwise, they would most likely become food for others. The entire Tower of Babel was shrouded in an incomparably dense energy formed from hundreds of millions of undead. What was unexpected was that this energy was actually quite pure, without the slightest bit of corpse poison. However, the Een energy was extremely strong, and only those with pure Een meridians could enjoy it. Of course, all the Shura in the Ghost Hell region, regardless of what kind of undead they were before, would turn into Een energy once they reached this place. Without a doubt, this was the feast of the shamans. At this moment, Wumaji was able to enjoy the boundless Een energy, just like the other undead creatures. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A seemingly limitless amount of energy surged madly into Wumaji's body through some sort of spirit channel. In just a few moments, her entire chi sea began to expand, expand, expand. Boom! The entire chi sea suddenly exploded, and then completely turned into nothingness. Wu Maji advanced from a 2-star Grandmaster to a 3-star Grandmaster. However, this was not the end. Countless amounts of Een energy continued to surge into Wu Maji's body. If Wu Maji did not have the evil spirit energy, her profound veins would not be able to withstand such a crazy influx of energy. This was because the level of this energy was almost 10 times or even 100 times more than what she could bear. In normal cultivation, it would take a very long time to fill the Qi Sea with pure Qi, especially after reaching the Supreme Power Realm. At this moment, only half an hour had passed. Wu Maji's Qi Sea was once again filled to the brim. Then her Qi Sea expanded again and again and again. Boom! Without a doubt, the entire Qi Sea exploded once again and abruptly sank into nothingness. Wu Maji easily became a 4-star Grandmaster. Of course, all of this was far from over. Vulture was a celestial spirit master, but she was not here. If she was, with the evil spirit energy in her body, her breakthrough would be incomparably crazy. Wu Maji had heard that the Ghost Hell region was a sacred cultivation ground for shamans. This was because the Een energy here could not only allow shamans to break through their cultivation, but also rapidly increase their psychic energy. However, she had not really cultivated this time. Most of her time was spent looking for Yang Dingtian, robbing the golden demonic crystals, and most of her remaining time was spent playing with Yang Dingtian. Therefore, she did not have any hopes of breaking through this time. However, she did not expect the Netherworld banquet to be such a crazy banquet. The last time she broke through was when she possessed the evil spirit. It was a huge breakthrough in an instant. Since then, she had put all her effort into completing the evil way's mission and finding her husband. Of course, after she got together with Yang Dingtian, she spent most of her time on pregnancy and raising her children. Therefore, he had very little experience in cultivation. She did not expect to encounter the Netherworld banquet today. Then, how useful would the Netherworld banquet be to Yang Dingtian? Very, very powerful, but not as powerful as Wu Maji, because Yang Dingtian was not a shaman spirit master. He was unable to directly absorb the Yin Xian Qi that was filled with psychic energy. Therefore, he still needed the Yin Yang Qi transformation technique. However, the purity of the Yin Xian Qi was extremely high, so the difficulty of refining it was very low. Therefore, the amount of Yin Xian Qi that could enter Yang Dingtian's Qi Si in a short period of time was also very, very large. Moreover, the Yin Xian Qi had a strong characteristic, and that was to forcefully enter. That's right, these willow, the wisps were like crazy, drilling into every body. No matter how fast you devoured it, it would continue to crazily enter. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was almost passively, as every pore in his body was crazily filled with energy. This kind of cultivation was much stronger and faster than killing the dead spirits in the ghost hell region and absorbing the Yin Xian Qi. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's Qi Si easily began to expand after half an hour. Then, it suddenly exploded into nothingness. He had broken through to become a 9-star 8th grade Grandmaster. Not long after that, only an hour passed. His Qi Si began to expand again, expand. Boom! It suddenly exploded again. His entire divine sense and body were completely reduced to nothingness. Yang Dingtian had broken through to become a 9-star 9th grade Grandmaster. He was only half a step away from becoming a great Grandmaster. Half a step away. At this time, only an hour and 6 to 7 minutes had passed since the Netherworld banquet. The entire heaven-reaching tower was still filled with crazy starlight and endless energy. Regarding this endless banquet, Dishi Bian had the 9 Yin Xian meridians and was a 4-star great Grandmaster. Unfortunately, she could not enjoy any of it. Firstly, she was not a shaman spirit master, so she could not directly devour the Yin Xian Qi. Secondly, she did not have the Yin Yang Qi transformation technique, so she could not refine and purify the Yin Xian Qi. Therefore, she could only allow the Yin Xian Qi to crazily enter her body from one side and exit from the other. It would directly circulate through her entire body's Xian meridians, but she could not find the entrance to her Qi Si. Therefore, this banquet was of no use to her. Similarly, this banquet was of no use to young Master Dongli and Wu Yuming. Although young Master Dongli could also drive away the Yin Xian meridians, he relied on some kind of artifact. He was not a shaman spirit master. As for Wu Yuming, she was even more unable to enjoy this banquet. Therefore, the two of them could only watch the endless energy enter their bodies and circulate through their bodies. When it could not find the entrance to their Qi Si, it would leave their bodies again. An hour later, Wu Maji's Qi Si expanded again. Boom! Then her Qi Si exploded again. Her body and divine sense suddenly sank into nothingness. He had directly broken through to become a 5-star great Grandmaster from a 4-star great Grandmaster. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian's Qi Si was filled again. Generally speaking, after this kind of filling, it would start to expand. When it expanded to the maximum, the Qi Si would not be able to withstand it. It would forcefully expand and the Qi Si would expand. The energy in the Qi Si would all turn into the Qi Si wall. Of course, this was the process of breaking through. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian's Qi Si did not feel like it was expanding at all. His entire Qi Si was full, but the energy was still pouring in crazily. Yang Dingtian's Qi Si seemed to have become a bottomless pit. No matter how much celestial qi entered, it would not be full. There was no feeling of expansion at all. There was not even a slight tremor. That's right, this was normal. When one broke through to the great Grandmaster level, the entire world would change color. It was definitely not easy, and it was definitely not something that could be achieved through normal cultivation. Breaking through to the great Grandmaster level required a terrifying opportunity. When a great Grandmaster broke through to the great Grandmaster level, almost all of them would die. Yun Kalin, Song Shao, and Kuei Si had been stuck at the 9-star Great Grandmaster level for many years. Therefore, it was impossible for Yang Dingtian to swallow all this energy and break through to the Great Grandmaster level so easily. However, Wu Maji's breakthrough was still ongoing. Once again, his sea of qi swelled and exploded violently. Once again, it sank into nothingness. Wu Maji broke through from the 6-star Great Grandmaster level to the 7-star Great Grandmaster level. It had been almost 4 hours since the Netherworld banquet started. There was less than half an hour left before the Netherworld ghost fire bloomed. Finally, the dazzling light in the entire sky reaching pavilion gradually dimmed. Countless stars began to disappear. The energy from the hundreds of millions of souls was completely devoured by more than 1,000 souls and Shura present. Although this banquet could not directly break through from the half-saint level to the saint level, it was a rare banquet even for a saint-level monarch. This was their first legal hunt for the citizens of the undead empire. The banquet ended. After devouring the endless soul's energy, almost all the souls and Shura closed their fiery eyes. This was because they needed to digest it. With so much energy entering their bodies, it would take a long time to digest it. Even Wu Maji needed to digest it. Wu Maji's breakthrough this time was almost unprecedented. As for Yang Dingtian and Dishibian, of course, they did not need to digest it. Dishibian did not devour any energy, so naturally, he did not need to digest it. As for Yang Dingtian, the endless energy seemed to flow into a bottomless pit in his energy reserve. There was no reaction at all, so naturally he did not need to digest it. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor smiled and said, "The banquet is over. Next is the real banquet, a banquet for one person. That is the Netherworld Ghost Fire. With the Netherworld Ghost Fire, you can transcend yin and yang and become immortal. You can stay where you are, but your soul can travel thousands of miles away." Hearing this, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. This Netherworld Ghost Fire could make one immortal? No wonder Willingzi was more than 200 years old and was still alive. Of course, Barbie in the Dongli grassland was more than 200 years old and was still alive. However, she was already very old. She had completely replaced her vitality with the arcane flame's energy. Therefore, her cultivation had been deteriorating. Although Willingzi was more than 200 years old, he did not show any signs of weakness. Instead, he became stronger and finally broke through to the half-saint level. If he was immortal, it would not be a big deal. But if his soul could travel thousands of miles away, it would be too shocking. This was only the 3rd ranked arcane flame, and it was already so heaven-defying. Then, only the heavens knew how terrifying the 2nd ranked void, splitting flame, and the 1st ranked chaos spirit flame were. Whether it is the undead or the Shura, no one can use the Netherworld Ghost Fire. Only humans can use it. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said slowly, "Dear guests, I need to choose one among you humans to obtain the Netherworld Ghost Fire." After hearing the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's words, Yang Dingtian's hair stood on end. It turned out that the Netherworld Ghost Emperor had already recognized that they were humans. Moreover, only humans could use the Netherworld Ghost Fire. Chapter 656. Before coming to the Netherworld Ghost Emperor, Yang Dingtian had heard that the Netherworld Ghost Flame could bloom anywhere in the Netherworld Ghost City. He had always thought that it would be random. Who knew that the Netherworld Ghost Emperor had actually bestowed it to him in Tongtian Tower? Then, how did the Netherworld Ghost Emperor choose the owner of the Netherworld Ghost Flame? The Netherworld Ghost Emperor slowly said, "In the past, only one human came to Tongtian Tower, so I did not need to choose. But this year there is more than one human. This makes it difficult for me to make a decision." Yang Dingtian could not help but look at Wumaji and Dishibian. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, "Now, I will ask you a few questions. Any one of you can answer. I will choose the owner of the Netherworld Ghost Flame based on your answers. Of course, you do not need to speak. You only need to answer in your heart." Immediately, Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli, who were hiding in the dark, let out a sigh of relief. First, the first question. Who among you has the talent to communicate with spirits? Who is the shaman spirit master? Of course, it would be best if you are a heaven spirit master. Yang Dingtian's heart moved. Wu Lingzi was right. Vulture's talent to become a heaven spirit master was a fatal advantage. If she was here, then there would be no suspense tonight. Immediately, Yang Dingtian could not help but look at Wumaji. She was the only shaman spirit master present. It was still the same saying, the meat was in the pot. Now that Gigi was his beloved woman, if he gave her the Netherworld Ghost Flame, Yang Dingtian would only be happy. Actually, in Yang Dingtian's heart, he was no longer in a hurry to obtain the Netherworld Ghost Flame. This was because he felt that Dishibian needed it more. Of course, if the Netherworld Ghost Emperor chose him, Yang Dingtian, then he would not decline. "Oh, is there no shaman spirit master among you?" The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, "But I clearly saw a shaman spirit master." Yang Dingtian immediately looked at Wumaji. She was clearly a wizard spirit master, but she didn't open her mouth to express her rejection of the Netherworld Ghost Flame. "My wife is a shaman spiritualist, Your Majesty," Yang Dingtian said in his heart. "That's right, he's also a pretty good wizard." The Netherworld Ghost Emperor replied, "But from what I see, she seems to be rejecting my Netherworld Ghost Flame, right?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Wumaji replied, "It seems like you love your husband very much. You actually took the initiative to reject the incomparably precious Netherworld Ghost Flame." The Nether Ghost Emperor said, "The mysterious power in your body can make you immortal, but it can't give you eternal life. At best, it can only prolong your lifespan. As for the Netherworld Ghost Flame, it can allow you to traverse the yin and yang, allowing you to live forever." Wumaji said in her heart, "Eternal life means the exhaustion of all emotions. It's worse than death. You are a very smart woman. Unfortunately, I don't follow your wishes. I will give it to whoever I want. Even if she refuses, I will still give it to her." The Netherworld Ghost Emperor smiled slowly. Then the Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, "Next is the second question. Which one of you has extreme Xian veins? Yin Xian veins are also fine. Yang Xian veins are also fine." Dishibian said in his heart, "I have 9 Yin Xian veins." Yang Dingtian said, "I have 9 Yang Xian veins." The Netherworld Ghost Emperor laughed. "How interesting. 9 Yin Xian veins that only appear once in 1,000 years. I actually met 2 of them today." Then the Netherworld Ghost Emperor sighed. "It's really hard to choose. Why didn't you come 200 years ago? Otherwise, I wouldn't have found it so hard to choose." At this time, Wumaji said, "My husband, Yang Dingtian, not only has 9 Yang Xian veins, he also has Yin Yang Xian veins and Primal Chaos attribute." "Really?" The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said in shock. "Sir Yang Dingtian, you actually have Yin Yang Xian veins and Primal Chaos Xian veins." Yang Dingtian slowly said, "Yes." "What a pleasant surprise." The Netherworld Ghost Emperor sighed. "It's really hard to imagine. I can no longer predict your future. What kind of achievements will you have? Perhaps one day you will be able to sit side by side with me. Who knows? At that time, you, as the ruler of the human kingdom, and I, as the ruler of the Netherworld kingdom, may be able to rule the world together." "Your Majesty, you are too kind," Yang Dingtian said. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said. Good. Then I will ask the third question. Is there anyone among you who doesn't have the talent to communicate with spirits, but can still control spirits? Dishi Bien said, Me, because I have the necromancy martial spirit in my body. I am the ancestor of my Dishi clan. Yes, Lady Dishi, you have the incomparable talent to control spirits. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said slowly. However, there should be someone among you who has the talent to control spirits, but is not a shaman spirit master. Why don't you speak? Hearing this, Yang Dingtian's expression changed, and so did Wu Maji's. Someone else came in. Yes, someone else came in. There was another person who was not a shaman spirit master, but could control spirits, and that was young Master Dongli. Yang Dingtian immediately turned around to check. He was looking for Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli. However, all the undead lords were sitting with their eyes closed, and no one could see any flaws. Immediately, Yang Dingtian and the other two focused all their attention on the undead lords beside them. Looks like you are from two different groups, and you are hostile to each other. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor smiled. But don't worry, with me here, no one can touch a hair on anyone's head. Yang Dingtian's heart relaxed a little. That's right. In front of the peerless Netherworld Ghost Emperor, Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli could not do anything. The Nether Ghost Emperor sighed and said, All 5 of you have unparalleled talents. Everyone is qualified to have the Netherworld Ghost Flame. It's really hard to choose. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he had already lowered his request to the lowest. As long as young Master Dongli and Wu Yuming did not get the Netherworld Ghost Flame, it would be the greatest victory. Especially you, Sir Yang Dingtian. You have the 9 Yin and 9 Yang Xian meridians, and the chaotic Xian meridians. I have never seen such a heaven-defying talent in my life. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor sighed. If I give you the Netherworld Ghost Flame, according to your human's classification, you can instantly break through to the Grandmaster realm, and even more than that. Suddenly, Wu Maji's heart was filled with anticipation. Wu Yoming's heart skipped a beat. Then, before I give you the Netherworld Ghost Flame, I have a question for you, Sir Wu Yuming. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor asked. Please ask. Yang Dingtian, do you have any grudges with the other 2 people here? The Netherworld Ghost Emperor asked. Before Yang Dingtian could speak, Wu Yuming said in her heart, Your Majesty, in half a year I will have a battle to the death with Yang Dingtian. Sir Yang Dingtian wants to create a miracle. Right now, his cultivation is a full 9 stars lower than mine. He wants to break through in half a year through hellish cultivation and defeat me in the battle. He wants to create an impossible miracle. Oh, I see. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, If I give the Netherworld Ghost Flame to Sir Yang Dingtian, then in the battle, no matter who wins or loses, it will not be a miracle. This is because I am giving Sir Yang Dingtian a chance to cheat. This goes against Yang Dingtian's goal of creating miracles. Sir, is that what you mean? That's right. That was what Wu Yuming meant. Suddenly, Wu Maji was filled with hatred. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, Then how about this? Sirs, I will give you 2 choices. The first choice is that the 5 of you will have a fair chance to obtain the Netherworld Ghost Flame, including the 2 of you and Sir Yang Dingtian. The second choice is that you give up on the Netherworld Ghost Flame, but at the same time, Yang Dingtian will not be able to obtain it. When these words came out, everyone held their breaths. Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli were in a difficult situation. If they wanted to obtain the Netherworld Ghost Flame, then Yang Dingtian would have a chance to obtain it. If they gave up completely, they could also drag Yang Dingtian down with them. Wu Yoming's heart was filled with malevolence. It seemed that the 2 of them did not have a big chance. It was enough to drag Yang Dingtian down with them. We will choose the second choice, Wu Yuming said in her heart. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor laughed. It seems that you really hate him to the core. At this moment, Wu Maji almost could not resist the urge to draw her sword and cut young Master Dongli and Wu Yuming into pieces. However, under the cover of the Nether Ghost Emperor's powerful energy, it was impossible for anyone to even move a finger. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor laughed lightly. The game is officially over. I have made my choice. Instantly, everyone's expression became serious as they held their breaths, waiting for the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's final decision. Whoosh! At this moment, a flame slowly rose from the top of the Tong Tian Tower. This was the Netherworld Ghost Flame. Compared to the Million Spirit Demonic Flame and the Demon Spirit Demonic Flame, it was not as beautiful and seemed more reserved. It was a ball of green flame, or rather, it did not look like a flame but more like a leaf. The green flame did not sound as eerie as the Netherworld Ghost Flame. Instead, it was tender and full of vitality. It is a very beautiful flame. It sounds like it is filled with death and terror, but it looks like it is filled with vitality and hope. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor stretched out his hand and slowly lifted the green Netherworld Ghost Flame. He smiled and said, "This might be the highest mystic flame the humans can obtain. The void-rending flame and the chaos spirit flame might not be what you humans can wait for." Then the Netherworld Ghost Emperor waved his hand. Yang Dingtian's soul sword, which was close to the Emperor grade, slowly floated into his hand. "Mr. Yang Dingtian, let me borrow your sword." The Netherworld Ghost Emperor smiled warmly at Yang Dingtian. Then he stared at the Netherworld Ghost Flame, waiting for it to mature. Beautiful. After a full 15 minutes, the Netherworld Ghost Flame was so green that people could not look at it directly. Humans were extremely sensitive to the color green. "All right, time's up. I have made my choice." The Netherworld Ghost Emperor smiled, holding the Netherworld Ghost Flame in his left hand. He slowly stabbed his sword with his right hand. Slash! The Netherworld Ghost Emperor's sword instantly pierced through Dishibien's heart. Ah! Dishibien groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 657. The entire Nether Ghost City had completely become a city of dead silence. Even the light of the Tong Tian Tower gradually dimmed. Yang Dingtian walked into the Tong Tian Tower. At this time, in the center of the Tong Tian Tower, the figure of the Nether Ghost Emperor had disappeared. The entire Tong Tian Tower was also lonely. Yang Dingtian climbed up layer by layer, layer by layer. There was still no figure on each floor. Yang Dingtian continued to climb up until he reached the top. There was still no figure here. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt extremely strange. Could it be that he was wrong? Why was there no figure in the entire Tong Tian Tower? He could not help but look up at the sky. The entire Tong Tian Tower was empty in the middle. Yang Dingtian gently jumped and immediately floated to the top of the tower. It was also empty. There was no figure. "Your Majesty, Ghost Emperor, please show yourself," Yang Dingtian slowly said. The entire Tong Tian Tower did not respond. Yang Dingtian, "Ghost Emperor, I know you are still here. You cannot appear, but I will tell you a story. How about it?" The entire Tong Tian Tower still did not respond. Yang Dingtian, "More than a year ago, I once entered a secret realm called the City of Despair. In the final checkpoint, the reward was the demon spirit fiend fire. When I entered the secret room of the final checkpoint, I thought I would encounter an incomparably powerful and terrifying monster. I did not expect that there was actually a peerless beauty inside. She said her name was Ice Spirit." Next, Yang Dingtian told her about how Ice Spirit led Yang Dingtian and the others to sweep through the maze, killing the demon fire fiend Phoenix, obtaining the scorching sun devil flame, but thinking it was the demon spirit fiend fire, and so on. Later, guess what happened? I saw Ice Spirit again. She, who was originally incomparably powerful, actually became weak quickly. Her entire body also became incomparably faint, as if she was going to completely disappear. So, this ice spirit was the fire spirit of the demon spirit fiend fire. Because for more than 1,000 years, the demon spirit fiend fire had never been devoured by anyone, so it condensed into a powerful saint-level fire spirit. Finally, the moment when the devil spirit demon fire is about to mature. This ice spirit was extremely weak. I easily used the evil soul art to extract her soul, and then swallowed the devil spirit fiend fire. There was still no response from the Tower of Babel. Your Majesty, Ghost Emperor, don't you feel that the scene just now was very familiar to me? Yang Dingtian said slowly. Similarly, an incomparably powerful netherworld Ghost Emperor appeared and held a netherworld feast, feeding countless undead. Then it chose a human and bestowed the nominal netherworld Ghost Flame. Very familiar, isn't it? There was still no response from the Sky-Split Tower. You are in such a hurry to end the banquet and send out the netherworld Ghost Flame. However, the feast has already ended, so why hasn't the gates of the netherworld Ghost City closed? Yang Dingtian continued to ask. There was still no response from the Tongtian Tower. So the only answer is that what you gave to Dishi Bien was not the netherworld Ghost Flame. There is no doubt that it is a very powerful mysterious flame, but it is definitely not the netherworld Ghost Flame. Just like the one you gave to Wulingzi 200 years ago, it was also not the netherworld Ghost Flame. Yang Dingtian said slowly, the real netherworld Ghost Flame has yet to bloom, and you, the netherworld Ghost Emperor, are the fire spirit of the netherworld Ghost Flame, right? When these words came out, boom! The entire Sky-Split Tower suddenly shook. Then an incomparably bright light burst out. The netherworld Ghost Emperor's incomparably huge figure suddenly appeared in the center of the Sky-Split Tower. His figure was still more than 500 meters tall and 100 meters wide. His entire figure was even brighter and more dazzling than before. Yang Dingtian, your story is very moving. The netherworld Ghost Emperor said coldly, you think that I am the fire spirit of the netherworld Ghost Flame? Then you think that I will become weaker and weaker until the netherworld Ghost Flame completely blooms. Then you will be able to easily kill me and devour the netherworld Ghost Flame, right? Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed. The netherworld Ghost Emperor suddenly stretched out his huge hand and grabbed Yang Dingtian in the palm of his hand. His huge hand was more than 10 meters long, like a playground. Yang Dingtian was held in the palm of his hand like a flea. Yang Dingtian, kill me. Then you can start. The netherworld Ghost Emperor laughed loudly. Then he suddenly raised his other hand into the sky, and it became bigger and bigger. In the end, it was a few 100 meters long. Boom! The palm suddenly slammed on a mountain outside the netherworld Ghost City. In an instant, the mountain of a few 1,000 meters was suddenly flattened by the netherworld Ghost Emperor's palm. Countless Shura and undead were instantly crushed and turned into ashes. Ha ha ha! I will become weak? I hurriedly ended the netherworld banquet because I was afraid of you. Ha ha ha! The netherworld Ghost Emperor laughed maniacally. Then he suddenly slammed his fist down. Suddenly, the hill to the north of the netherworld Ghost City was smashed into a terrifying abyss that was hundreds of meters wide and tens of thousands of meters deep. The ground within a few 100 meters was instantly torn apart. The netherworld Ghost Emperor had completely displayed his destructive power. In my eyes, you are all as weak as ants. Why would I be afraid of you? Ha ha ha! Yang Dingtian, maybe in 100 or 200 years, when you become a human king, when you are close to becoming a demigod, you will be on the same level as me. But now, you are not even an ant in front of me. Wait for me to become weak. You want to extract my soul? Fine, I will give you a chance. The netherworld Ghost Emperor suddenly placed Yang Dingtian on the ground. His two huge eyes stared at Yang Dingtian as if they were spitting fire. He slowly said, I will give you a chance to kill me. If you don't do it, I will kill you. If you can't kill me, I will kill you. So be it. The netherworld Ghost Emperor narrowed his eyes and slowly closed them. Then Yang Dingtian stood in front of him, standing at his feet, because his height was not even as tall as the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's shoe. In front of him, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor was like Mount Tai, and Yang Dingtian was the size of an ant under the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's feet. Yang Dingtian used all his willpower to suppress the fear in his heart and the feeling of being extremely weak. Then he slowly sat cross-legged on the ground opposite the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. Time passed second by second. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's body was getting brighter and brighter. He was not getting weaker. On the contrary, he was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, just by relying on his incomparably powerful aura, it was as if he could instantly turn Yang Dingtian into ashes. Ha ha ha, Yang Dingtian, isn't it time for you to start killing me? The Netherworld Ghost Emperor laughed loudly. At this moment, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's energy had reached its peak. Not to mention killing him, Yang Dingtian could not even resist this incomparably powerful aura. Even if you don't kill me, I will kill you. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said coldly, I let you go, but you actually came back. You are seeking your own death. You are really seeking your own death. Boom! Suddenly, endless flames burned fiercely on the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's body. In an instant, the entire Tongtian Tower was filled with endless flames. However, the raging flames would not burn anything. The flames on the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's body became stronger and fiercer. In the end, the entire Netherworld Ghost Emperor's body was completely engulfed in flames. His entire body and face were distorted in the flames. You want to kill me? Kill me! The Netherworld Ghost Emperor laughed wildly. He raised his hands to the sky and instantly lit up the entire sky. Originally, the Netherworld Ghost City was completely dark. Now it was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. The flames on the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's body condensed all the light. Then, the flames on his body became more and more condensed. In the end, his entire body disappeared and turned into a giant flame that was 500 meters tall. The ghostly blue flame did not have any temperature. Yang Dingtian, you are half right about something. I am not the fire spirit of the Netherworld Ghost Flame. I am the Netherworld Ghost Flame itself. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor slowly said, I, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor, am the Netherworld Ghost Flame. I have devoured the souls of the dead for 10,000 years. 10,000 miles of the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. 10,000 miles of the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's energy nourished me, allowing me to become the Netherworld Ghost Flame. You said that the demon spirit demon flame had not been devoured by anyone for 1,000 years and became a saint-level fire spirit? And I, for 10,000 years, have not been devoured by anyone. That is why there is no fire spirit. 10,000 years of devouring, 10,000 years of existence. It was enough for me to become a life. It allowed me to turn from fire energy into life. It allowed me to become the supreme overlord of the Netherworld Ghost Emperor, allowing me to become the supreme monarch of 10 billion undead and countless Shura. Yang Dingtian, I rule over close to 100 saint-level monarchs and over 1,000 half-saint-level overlords. As for the so-called great masters among you humans, there are countless of them, because every year the number of innocent lives that die unjustly is astronomical, and they all become undead under my rule. I keep half of them and devour the other half as energy. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, 5,000 years. What kind of power do you think I will be able to control in the end? When my overlords fill up the entire Tongtian Tower, I will be strong enough to tear apart the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's energy barrier. At that time, I will lead my 10 billion undead army and sweep across the chaotic world. Charge out of the chaotic world and conquer thousands of universes. Yang Dingtian, within 100 years, you might be able to become the human emperor. However, my goal is far from the chaotic world. It is the 2 moons and the 2 suns It is the endless starry sky. You want to kill me? You are just an ant-like human, and you want to kill me? Ridiculous! The most ridiculous thing in the world. Ha ha ha! Yang Ding Tian, I am the netherworld ghost flame. Come and devour me! Come and devour me! Ha ha ha! The netherworld ghost flame burned fiercely as he laughed into the sky. At this time, a black shadow appeared in the square of the netherworld ghost city. It was a somewhat familiar figure. Step by step, slowly walking up the stairs. Chapter 658. The netherworld ghost flame burned to the extreme. Yang Dingtian looked at the flame that reached the sky, the energy that could destroy the heaven and earth. His heart surged with ferocity. The netherworld ghost emperor was still hooting crazily. How did a normal, mystic flame devour? Yang Dingtian knew that he only needed to inject mystic qi into the mystic flame. This was because, even though those profound flames possessed life when they bloomed, their lifespan was extremely short. It was merely a quarter of an hour from the time they bloomed to maturity. Therefore, if the mystic flame wanted to continue living, it had to find a master for itself. It had to find a home for itself. That home was its master's qi vessel. When the mystic flame entered its master's body and qi vessel, it meant that it shared a life with its master. Then, its life was not just a quarter of an hour. It had the same life as its master. No matter how strong the mystic flame was, it was like a baby. It was filled with longing for its master. Therefore, as long as a trace of mystic qi was injected, it would pounce over. Just like when you opened your arms to hug a baby, many babies would pounce into your arms. Of course, as the mystic flame's level increased, it would be more picky about its master. Just like many smart but wary babies, they would only jump into the arms of a very, very loving and good-looking person who opened his arms. However, the netherworld ghost flame had not been devoured for a full 10,000 years. If a 200-year-old mystic flame was a 1-year-old baby, then a mystic flame that had not been devoured for 10,000 years was already a 50-year-old senior. Its heart was already old enough. It was already ruthless enough. It was also cunning and ambitious enough. Just like the netherworld ghost flame, it had already become the netherworld ghost emperor. The demon spirit demon flame had not been devoured for 1,000 years. Therefore, a saint-level ice spirit had appeared. The netherworld ghost flame had not been devoured for 10,000 years. Therefore, it had completely turned into the netherworld ghost emperor. It was filled with ambition. Not only did it want to rule the entire underworld empire, it also wanted to break through the netherworld ghost emperor's energy barrier and rule the entire chaotic world. Therefore, directly injecting mystic qi into the netherworld ghost flame's body was completely useless, because the netherworld ghost flame had its own will. It was not willing to be devoured by anyone. Yang Dingtian, why haven't you made your move yet? The netherworld ghost emperor sneered. If you still don't make a move, the mystic flame that blooms once every 200 years will be over. Yang Dingtian looked at this extremely tyrannical, mysterious flame and felt a surge of restlessness in his heart. If he really injected profound qi into the netherworld ghost flame, what would be the result? Although the netherworld ghost flame had become the netherworld ghost emperor, the mystic flame was still the mystic flame. The method of swallowing the mystic flame should be exactly the same. Perhaps, as long as he infused it with profound energy, he would be able to devour the netherworld ghost flame. Perhaps the nether ghost flame had always been arrogant and crazily clamoring, but it was actually a kind of fierce appearance but weak at heart. It was so that Yang Dingtian did not dare to inject profound qi into it and devour it. Of course, there was also another outcome, and that was that after devouring it, he would be completely annihilated and his soul would scatter. Yang Dingtian's heart became more and more restless. It was getting more and more crazy. It was as if he was standing at the top of a cliff, and below him was a sea of flowing lights. If he jumped down, he might die a horrible death, or he might fall into heaven. That's right, at this moment, Yang Dingtian seemed to be standing at the top of a cliff. He could choose to jump, or he could choose not to jump. He could choose to inject profound qi into it and devour it. He could also choose to sit and watch the netherworld ghost flame extinguish, and completely lose this once in 200 years opportunity. Yang Dingtian's heart beat faster and faster, faster and faster, as if he was standing at the top of a cliff. His reason and emotions were frantically struggling. Reason told him that he should not jump and sit and watch the netherworld ghost flame extinguish. Emotions told him to jump down. Jump down, perhaps he would be annihilated, perhaps he would completely devour the netherworld ghost flame. Anyone at this moment would have an incomparably strong impulse. If he jumped down, at most he would die a horrible death. If he jumped down, at most he would die a horrible death. Yang Dingtian's heart became more and more impulsive, more and more intense. Ever since he came to the chaos world, he had been gambling, always gambling. Every time he would use his own life as a bet, but he would always win every time. Therefore, Yang Dingtian created a miracle that was completely impossible. He went from an abandoned student of the Yinyang school to the leader of the Taiyando League, almost the ruler of the entire human world. Every time he used his life as a bet, every time he stood at the top of a cliff, he would directly jump down. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. Almost all of his emotions instantly crushed all of his reason. Jump down, jump down. Inject profound qi. Devour, devour. The black figure continued to leisurely climb up. Under the sky-high tower, the lonely and magnificent netherworld ghost city seemed to have completely become his background. The netherworld ghost city was lonely, but his back was even more lonely. The netherworld ghost city was already incomparably dark. However, his back was even darker. Step by step, he slowly climbed up, neither in a hurry nor slow. Finally, he reached the end of the stairs, arrived at the highest level of the netherworld ghost city, and slowly stepped into the Tong Tian Tower. Yang Dingtian, you gambled in the past because you had nothing. You were in a desperate situation, so you gave it your all. So in the past, you thought you were a gambler, but you are not. You are a warrior. Hearing this voice, Yang Dingtian's body suddenly trembled, and he turned around. It was a black figure. It was a figure, but it had no clothes, no face. It was just a black figure. Perhaps it was originally invisible and did not exist, but it was too dark, so wherever it went, it became a black shadow. It was as if it was a black hole. People saw it not because it was real, but because it devoured all of the light. But now you no longer have nothing, and you are no longer in a desperate situation. So if you bet again, you will lose completely, because you are no longer a warrior, but a gambler. You should not be a gambler. You are a warrior. Yang Dingtian looked at the black hole-like figure and slowly asked, "Who are you?" "I am the person closest to you, and also the person furthest away from you," the black hole-like figure said slowly. "But in the end, we are still incomparably distant until one person completely disappears." "Sorry, can you use clearer words?" Yang Dingtian said. The black figure smiled and said, "We are inseparable. We exist because of each other, but we can never live in the same space. We are not one and the same. Just like darkness and light, they can never coexist." At this moment, another two figures slowly walked into the heaven-reaching tower. These two figures were very, very familiar. Young Master Dongli and Wu Yuming. The two of them came into the hall and slowly knelt in front of the black figure. Dongli greets His Majesty, the Creator. Yuming greets His Majesty, the Creator. "May Your Majesty tear apart the laws of fate in the universe, rule over the chaos, and return from the universe." Young Master Dongli and Wu Yuming were filled with unprecedented sincerity, fear, respect, worship, and faith. Yang Dingtian knew who this was. The Demon King, Wen Tian. No matter if it was his avatar, his soul, or something else. In short, the black hole-like figure in front of him represented the Demon King, Wen Tian. The black figure slowly walked in front of Yang Dingtian and said slowly, "I have always wanted to see you, but I have never been able to. Now, in this ghost netherworld, a world where yin and yang are not separated, I finally see you. It is not a waste for me to tear apart space and travel hundreds of thousands of miles. Your Excellency, the Demon King," Wen Tian. Yang Dingtian's entire soul was trembling. Yang Dingtian looked at the black figure in front of him. That's right, it was just a black, hole-like figure. It had no facial features or body. It really did tear apart space and come from hundreds of thousands of miles away. A certain god chose you to represent light and made you the so-called master of the hidden sect. The Demon King Wen Tian said slowly, "A certain god also chose me 200 years ago to represent darkness and become the so-called master of the Temple of Annihilation. Thus, the Great War of Annihilation is about to begin again. The cycle of reincarnation that occurs once every 200 years is about to begin again." The Demon King Wen Tian said slowly, "However, the truth is that the previous master of the hidden sect became the Devil Queen, and the successor of the master of the hidden sect became Princess Mu Dan. The most ridiculous thing is that the master of the hidden sect who replaced her had to rely on my orders to survive. Otherwise, whether it was Li Ming, Yu Ming, or Dongli, they could easily kill you. Your Excellency, Yang Dingtian, you are the opponent that God chose for me. You are the master of light who is destined to destroy me. Why do you have to rely on my pity to survive?" The Demon King Wen Tian said slowly, "Is our God confused? It's really not easy for me to be the Demon King. I actually have to deliberately protect my opponent's life and work hard to make him stronger so that he has the qualifications to be my opponent. Otherwise, the upcoming Great War of Annihilation will be too ugly and boring." The Demon King Wen Tian said slowly, "However, my patience is about to run out. I don't plan to treat you as an opponent anymore. I set my eyes on that God, the God who dominates our fates, the God who controls our fates, the God who pulled us from another world." The Demon King Wen Tian suddenly looked up at the sky. "The God of the primal chaos world. I don't know where you are, but I know you are everywhere. I, the Demon King Wen Tian, officially declare war on you. It doesn't matter if you are fate or ruler. I will tear you down from your divine throne and trample you under my feet. I will make you say to me, 'Apologize.'" Then the Demon King Wen Tian faced the netherworld ghost flame and slowly bowed, making a gentleman's salute. "Your Excellency, Netherworld Ghost Emperor, hello." The netherworld ghost flame was silent for a moment and said slowly, "Hello, Human Emperor from the Chaos. May I ask why you have come from so far away?" The Demon King Wen Tian's black hole figure slowly stretched out his hand and said, "I tore through space and time, separated by 100 years, and came from hundreds of thousands of miles away, just to say hello to you." Hearing this English word, Yang Dingtian's body suddenly trembled. "I don't understand the meaning of your last two words, but I think it should mean good intentions." The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said slowly, "That's right. As the Emperor of the Underworld Empire, as the Overlord of the Nether Plane, of course I am full of good intentions." The Demon King Wen Tian smiled and said, "Of course, other than that, I also want to declare war on a certain god in front of you." The Netherworld Ghost Emperor smiled and said, "Declare war? A certain god? The one who imprisoned me in the Nether Barrier? There is only one god in this world, so we should be talking about the same god." The Demon King Wen Tian said, "As the Overlord of the Nether Plane, you are qualified to be the witness of my declaration of war." "Your Excellency, Yang Dingtian." The Demon King Wen Tian bowed to Yang Dingtian like a gentleman and said, "The Overlord of the evil ways of the Chaos world, the Overlord of the Temple of Annihilation, the Overlord of the Dark Plane, one Wen Tian, officially declares war on the Overlord of Light, Yang Dingtian, and the God of Chaos behind you." Yang Dingtian did not return the greeting. He just looked at the Demon King Wen Tian's shadow. I will step on your bones, Yang Dingtian's bones, the bones of everyone in the Tiando League, and the bones of everyone in the Chaos World. I will tear the sky apart, tear him down from his position as a god, and step on him under my feet. Then I will rule the world, control the universe, with the sun as my eyes and the moon as my pupils. I will step on the chaos, grasp the void, and dominate the universe. Overlord of the Netherplane, Your Excellency, Netherworld Ghost Emperor, please bear witness to my declaration of war. The Demon King Wen Tian said slowly, As you wish, Your Excellency, Human Emperor. The Netherworld Ghost Flame said with a smile, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We two overlords of the plains can fight side by side. No, no, no. The Demon King Wen Tian said slowly, I came from afar not only to declare war, but also to see Your Excellency, Yang Dingtian. More importantly, I'm here for you. For me? The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said with a smile, Then I must thank you for your friendship. No, it's not friendship. The Demon King Wen Tian said with a smile, I came to usurp your underworld empire. I came to usurp your underworld plane. I came to usurp your countless overlords, your billions of undead army. The Netherworld Ghost Flame suddenly trembled, and the raging flames instantly rose to a height of 10,000 feet. He roared, Human Emperor Wen Tian, you dare to intrude into my territory and claim to usurp my plane empire? You are seeking death. Boom! In an instant, the Netherworld Ghost Flame expanded 100 times, 1,000 times, and an incomparably huge flaming figure swept across the ghost domain. You used to be very powerful, but in my eyes, you are still worthless. Since you are seeking death, then I will fulfill your wish. As the Netherworld Ghost Emperor, I command all overlords and overlords to come to the Tower of Babel and destroy all outsiders. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor's voice instantly resounded across the ghost domain. Suddenly, hundreds of saint-level undead overlords and Shura overlords appeared. Thousands of half-saint-level undead overlords and Shura overlords flew over like meteors. Chapter 659. The Demon King Wen Tian wasn't surprised by the hundreds of saint sovereigns and thousands of half-saint sovereigns flying towards him like meteors. Instead, he had a mocking smile on his face. Netherworld Ghost Emperor, sometimes martial strength is useless. Wen Tian said, slowly, You are very, very powerful, far more powerful than me. I'm just a divine sense clone that ripped through space and time. I don't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. Why are you so afraid of me? You actually called over hundreds of saint sovereigns and thousands of half-saint sovereigns. You're too generous. As he spoke, Wen Tian's black hole slowly walked towards the Netherworld Ghost Flame. What are you doing? What are you doing? The Netherworld Ghost Flame roared. Dongli Netherworld, restrain Yang Dingtian. Wen Tian said, Yes. Immediately, the two's Xianqi energy locked onto Yang Dingtian's body. Wen Tian continued walking towards the Netherworld Ghost Flame and said, Yang Dingtian, I told you not to use your Xianqi to devour the Netherworld Ghost Flame. That's true. Otherwise, you'll turn into ashes and become a ghost in the Netherworld Ghost City. Netherworld Ghost Emperor, you're extremely powerful, but you're also extremely weak. You've experienced 10,000 years. Even though you have divine sense and life, you're still a profound flame after all. You don't have a heart, and you don't have a true soul. Wen Tian smiled and said, Then how about I give my soul to you? No, no, no. Kill him, kill him. The Netherworld Ghost Flame roared. Countless undead and Azura experts instantly stopped outside the sky-split tower. Then they charged in, intending to crush the people inside and wipe out their souls. Yang Dingtian, let me tell you, devouring the Netherworld Ghost Flame is not swallowing it into your body. It's giving yourself to the Netherworld Ghost Flame and using your true soul to possess it. No matter how strong the netherworld ghost flame is without a true soul, its divine sense is weak. Wen Tian smiled lightly. Of course, it's not suitable for you to do that, because after seizing Ghost Flame's body, your body will be completely shattered and you'll lose your physical body. Moreover, your soul will be completely imprisoned within this sky-split tower. But it doesn't matter to me, because I already have more than one soul. Wen Tian walked in front of Ghostfire and said with a faint smile, Netherworld Ghost Emperor, I want your underworld empire. From now on, I am the new Netherworld Ghost Emperor. After speaking, Wen Tian's black hole figure suddenly pounced towards the Netherworld Ghost Flame. No, the Netherworld Ghost Flame suddenly let out an incomparably terrified roar, and then it crazily struggled. No, no, no. The Underworld Empire is mine, mine. No one can take it away. No one can take it away. Kill them for me. The Netherworld Ghost Flame went completely crazy. They struggled with all their might and roared with all their might. The incomparably huge Netherworld Ghost Flame desperately twisted and trembled with all its might. The flame crazily licked Yang Dingtian, Dongli, and Wu Yoming's bodies. However, the three of them were completely unharmed. The Netherworld Ghost Flame was incomparably powerful, but it couldn't directly use flames to kill any living thing. The only thing it could rule, and it could only use energy to kill undead, because it was only the Emperor of the Netherworld realm. Countless undead and Shura people rushed into the main hall. They were still like meteors, and in an instant, Yang Dingtian, Wu Yuming, and young Master Dongli were completely destroyed. Facing this incomparably crazy attack, the three of them were completely unable to resist. However, when it was only a foot away from the three of them, all of the dead, all of the Asuras, all of them stopped moving. The Netherworld Ghost Flame's crazy struggle officially stopped. No one noticed that when the Netherworld Ghost Flame struggled for the last time, at the top of the heaven-reaching tower, it was as though a colorless meteor had shot out, disappearing into the horizon. No one noticed it. Wen Tian had already finished his possession. That's right. The Netherworld Ghost Flame's energy was incomparably powerful, and it had its own consciousness and life. However, it was only a flame after all. It didn't have a real soul or a real heart. Thus, this became its only fatal flaw. Anyone, as long as they were willing to abandon their physical body, as long as they were willing to lose their freedom, could throw themselves into the raging flames and use their soul to seize the Netherworld Ghost Flame. Yang Dingtian could do it as well, but he couldn't do it. He couldn't abandon his physical body, and he couldn't lose his freedom. But Wen Tian could. He had been preparing for this day for countless years. He had already prepared a soul clone and arranged the chess pieces. He was just waiting for the Netherworld Ghost Flame to bloom. The raging Netherworld Ghost Flame gradually extinguished. Wen Tian's figure instantly enveloped the entire heaven-reaching tower. His several hundred-meter-tall figure made him look even more powerful and dark. From today onwards, I am the new overlord of the Netherworld Plane, the only master of the Netherworld Ghost Land, the only emperor of the 10 billion undead and countless Shura. Wen Tian slowly stretched out his hand and said, Undead kings, Shura kings, undead kings, and Shura kings, pay your respects to your new master. There were no surprises. Countless undead and Shura knelt down and kowtowed as they shouted, We pay our respects to the emperor. Long live the emperor. Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli also knelt down and said in a trembling voice, Congratulations, your majesty! Congratulations, your majesty! Your majesty has taken control of the Underworld Empire. The Primal Chaos Empire is just around the corner. Wen Tian said indifferently, If it wasn't to deal with that god, why would I need to control these things that are neither human nor ghost? Despite being mocked by Wen Tian, the undead and Shura didn't have any reaction. Don't worry, Yang Dingtian. The 10 billion undead of my underworld empire are not prepared for you. Wen Tian said indifferently, I won't use the undead empire just for a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Just like I've always said, you were never my opponent. My opponent has always been the god behind you. Netherworld, I'll leave Yang Dingtian and his shrimp soldiers and crab generals to you. Wen Tian said indifferently, as one of my adopted sons, don't disappoint me. Wu Yoming's body trembled. When he heard Wen Tian mention his adopted son, he couldn't control his emotions. He knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, Yes, your majesty. Dongli. Wen Tian turned and looked at young Master Dongli. Yes, your majesty. Young Master Dongli immediately knelt on the ground. Your only mission is the Snakeman Empire. In order to deal with that god, just the Underworld Empire isn't enough. If the primordial god race Naga is born, we will have more confidence. Wen Tian said indifferently, Time is incomparably precious to Yang Dingtian, but to us it's nothing. We can live for a long time. In order to defeat that god, I can wait 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. Yes, your majesty. Young Master Dongli trembled as he spoke. Wu Yuming knelt down and said, May I ask your majesty, do you still want to maintain the no-kill order for Yang Dingtian? Half a year later, aren't you going to duel with him? Wen Tian asked. Yes, your majesty. Wu Yuming said. In that case, this no-kill order will be maintained until the duel is half a year later. Wen Tian said indifferently, As the opponent chosen for me by the god, he can't always rely on my mercy to survive, right? In the duel half a year later, you don't have to hold back. After defeating him, just kill him directly. Yes, your majesty. Wu Yoming's eyes flashed with excitement and bloodthirst. In that case, what will happen after I kill Yang Dingtian? Wu Yuming continued asking. You will take control of the Tiando League with the help of the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea. Wen Tian said. Yes. Wu Yuming said. Then is the world-ending war still going to start? Start? Of course. Wen Tian said indifferently, If we don't start the world-ending war, if billions of people don't die, my underworld empire won't have enough people, and I won't be able to break through the Netherworld barrier. Remember, as the ruler of the Tiando League, don't start the world-ending war in one go. Fight it once every 10 or 20 years. Fight it for 1 or 200 years. It's best if billions of people die. In any case, let me break through the Netherworld barrier as soon as possible. Yes, your majesty. Wu Yoming's voice trembled with excitement. Remember, Netherworld, if you lose, no one will save you. Do you understand? Wen Tian said, Yang Dingtian is just a chess piece, not worth mentioning. I won't waste too much time on him. If you can't hold on, I will let Mu Dan and Li Ming take your place. In any case, I won't send anyone to save you. Do you understand? Yes, your majesty. Wu Yuming knelt and said, If I lose to a lowly person like Yang Dingtian, I won't have the face to continue living in this world. How would I have the face to ask Mu Dan and Li Ming to save me? It's good that you know. Wen Tian said, In that case, the two of you can go. Yes, your majesty. Wu Yuming said, In that case, what should I do with Yang Dingtian's woman, Wu Maji? Wen Tian frowned. Netherworld, you seem to have a flawless plan, but you are truly not magnanimous. Why do you have to ask me about everything? In this aspect, you are much inferior to Yang Dingtian. A pained expression appeared on Wu Yoming's face as her lips trembled. Yes, your majesty. When Wen Tian said that he was inferior to Yang Dingtian, it was as painful as having his heart dug out. He truly hated Yang Dingtian. Although he kept saying that Yang Dingtian was an ant, his hatred for Yang Dingtian had seeped into his bones. Because, no matter how strong Qin Wen Tian was, he wasn't an ordinary person. He was born for a single purpose, a single person. That person was none other than Yang Dingtian. More accurately speaking, that person was a pawn chosen by God. When a person's entire life was destined to exist for a single person, how humiliating would that be? Hence, Wu Yoming's hatred for Yang Dingtian was innate. In fact, before Yang Dingtian was even born, this towering hatred had already been activated. Hence, when Qin Shiqi and Ning Wuming failed to kill Yang Dingtian, Wu Yuming couldn't wait any longer. How impatient and excited was Wu Yuming! He wanted to use the proudest and most vicious method to put Yang Dingtian to death. No, he wanted Yang Dingtian to suffer a fate worse than death. He wanted his creator to see that he was much, much stronger than a pawn of God. He didn't deserve the fate of being born for Yang Dingtian. Wu Yuming kept telling himself, only when he completely defeated Yang Dingtian and killed Yang Dingtian would he be able to obtain a new life. Otherwise, Wu Yuming could only live under Yang Dingtian's shadow for the rest of his life. Netherworld, Yang Dingtian. When Tian slowly said, "The Battle of Armageddon will erupt in 5 to 3 years. In short, fight with all your might. Many people will die. Then you guys go. Netherworld. Remember, you can only use your intelligence and the power you have to deal with Yang Dingtian. I won't give you any help because we have more important things to do." "Yes, your majesty." Yang Dingtian, Wu Yuming, and Dongli walked side by side out of the Netherworld Ghost City. At this moment, the gates of the Netherworld Ghost City were tightly shut. Originally, no one would be able to leave. However, when Tian had already become the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. Hence, when the three of them reached the gates slowly opened. The three of them did not fall out with each other. Instead, they walked together like good friends. "Junior brother Yang, this feeling of playing cards in the open is really good." Wu Yuming smiled and said, "From now on, you are truly mine. Your order of not killing is finally going to be lifted. This really makes me heave a huge sigh of relief. Yes, I don't need to rely on others to survive." Yang Dingtian said, "I hope that half a year later, even without the order of not killing, I can still live well." Wu Yuming patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, we all know that this is impossible. There are no more miracles on you, and there won't be any more miracles. This kind of thing, who knows?" Yang Dingtian said. Dongli suddenly said, "Brother Yang, why don't you tell me, how did you make the serpent men fall in heat? How did you make Queen Hai Xian pregnant? Tell me, I will owe you a favor, okay?" "Even if I want your favor, it's useless," Yang Dingtian said. "It's useful," young master Dongli said. "For example, it's useful now. Look, Wu Maji is definitely waiting for you at the city gates, right? Once we get out of the city and subdue you, she won't be able to escape. If she falls into the hands of a scoundrel like me, I'm afraid she can only beg for death. I will definitely rape her 10,000 times before keeping her in my room. If you tell me how to make Queen Hai Xian pregnant, we will let Wu Maji go today. How about it?" "That's right. I still have to give you this face." Wu Yuming smiled faintly and said, "If you promise Dongli, we will let Wu Maji go today. Otherwise, junior brother Yang can only watch helplessly as your woman is raped today." Yang Dingtian scratched his nose and said, "I don't know how you guys came out, but your parents are definitely not your parents." But he was definitely not born from his parents. No wonder he had no upbringing and didn't look like a human. "I believe that my wife is very powerful, just like how I believe that animals like you have no bottom line. If you want me to make a deal with you, Wu Yuming, your penis will grow out." Instantly, Wu Yuming's face became extremely twisted, and his eyes were filled with hatred. He couldn't wait to tear Yang Dingtian into pieces. However, Yang Dingtian's order to not kill Wu Maji only ended half a year later. Then just you wait. Wait for Wu Maji to be raped and killed by Dongli. She won't die anyway, Wu Yuming said viciously. His handsome face revealed the most hideous expression. The city gates opened, and the three of them walked out of the light screen. Dongli and Wu Yuming immediately took action and locked Yang Dingtian's body. Wu Maji was standing outside the gate. Not only that, Vulture was also there in disbelief. He was being choked by Wu Yuming, who came out with Dongli. Vulture! Your husband left you outside and went to get the netherworld ghost fire himself. What should we do? Wu Maji smiled faintly. Chapter 660. Originally, Wu Yuming and young master Dongli wanted to capture Yang Dingtian as soon as they saw Wu Maji and use him as a hostage to force Wu Maji to compromise. However, at this moment, Wu Yuming could not find the most reasonable and smart response as the vulture watched everything with its own eyes. Vulture looked at Wu Yuming's face in disbelief, then shock, and finally pain and coldness. Husband, or young master Wu Yuming, you owe me an explanation. Young master Dongli's face turned cold. He ignored the quarrel between Wu Yuming and Vulture and said coldly, Wu Yuming, your husband is in my hands. If you don't want him to lose his limbs, then go into my universe rope and sleep with me. How about that? Go, Wu Maji ordered. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless undead rushed up like a tide, rushing towards Wu Yuming and the young master of the Eastly sect. Again, young master, Dongli sneered. He then used his undead Dharma artifact to control the undead spirits. Wu Maji was relying entirely on her spiritualist talent to summon undead spirits to fight. Hence, she could only control beginner Grandmaster undead spirits to fight. Young Master Dongli used his Dharma artifact to control the undead spirits. Before the undead spirits could get close to him, they were frozen in place. Little girl, it seems like your summoning skills are not as good as my Dharma artifact. Young Master, Dongli sneered. Wu Maji ignored him and continued to summon undead spirits to attack. But without exception, all of them were broken by young Master Dongli, and all of the undead were frozen by him. Although young Master Dongli didn't have the psychic talent, he had a rare Dharma artifact. Hence, he was stronger than Wu Maji in controlling undead spirits. Seeing that Wu Maji was helpless, young Master Dongli laughed loudly. He controlled the undead spirits while humiliating her, just as he was feeling smug. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, one of the undead spirits went out of control and turned into a beam of energy that passed through his body. Poof! Young Master Dongli felt a chill run down his spine. He was shocked. How could it be? How could there be an undead spirit? How could there be an undead spirit that couldn't be controlled by his Dharma artifact? At this moment, Wu Yuming couldn't care less about explaining to Vulture. She wanted to control Yang Dingtian immediately. At this moment, a white figure suddenly burst out from the darkness. With a lightning-fast sword, it fiercely pierced towards him. It was Dishibian. The one who attacked the young master of Dongli was also Dishibian, her out-of-body soul. Clang! Dishibian's sword fiercely clashed against Wu Yuming's sword. Puff! Dishibian's body was sent flying away, while some blood spurted out of her mouth corners. Wu Yuming, on the other hand, suddenly staggered and took many steps back. Dishibian used her soul and body to attack young Master Dongli and Wu Yuming at the same time. In an instant, the two of them lost control of Yang Dingtian. Wu Maji suddenly flashed as she held onto Yang Dingtian and Dishibian. With a flash, they instantly vanished without a trace. Once again, Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli were defeated by Wu Maji. Young Master Dongli wanted to chase after them, but he knew that he couldn't catch up. He flew into a rage and said sternly, I will make Wu Maji beg for death in the future. Vulture, on the other hand, was still indifferent to all of this. She said to Wu Yuming, Husband, you seem to be on good terms with this person. Can you tell me what's your relationship with him? Can you tell me? Why were you able to enter the netherworld ghost city after my hell magic crystal was stolen? Somewhere 1,000 miles away. Are your injuries serious? Yang Dingtian asked Dishibian, Why are you here? I'm fine. Dishibian said that netherworld ghost emperor seemed to be afraid of something and tried to send me out of the netherworld ghost city. But halfway through, I woke up and immediately rushed back, but I met Maji. Yang Dingtian, what happened inside? Wu Maji walked forward and gently stroked Yang Dingtian's eyebrows and said softly, "Husband, you are so depressed now." Yang Dingtian felt Wu Maji's soft hands and said, "Disher, the flame you obtained is not the real Netherworld ghost flame. It was taken out by the Netherworld Ghost Emperor to deceive people. He was afraid that the real Netherworld ghost flame would be taken away, so he used a fake flame to lure people away. The real Netherworld ghost flame is the Netherworld Ghost Emperor." Dishibien did not have a shocked expression, and Wu Maji had already expected this. This Netherworld ghost flame has not been devoured for over 10,000 years, so it has its own consciousness and ambition. It can no longer be devoured by others. Yang Dingtian said, "If you want to devour it, you have to give up your body and life, and let your soul live in the Netherworld ghost flame. So if you can't devour it, you can only be devoured." And then Wu Maji asked softly, "When I was in a stalemate with the Netherworld ghost flame, the Demon King's soul avatar appeared. He took over the Netherworld ghost flame and became the new Netherworld Ghost Emperor, the ruler of the undead army of 10 billion. Yang Dingtian said. Wu Maji's expression changed. In other words, over 100 saint monarchs and over 1,000 half-saint overlords are his slaves. That's right, Yang Dingtian said. Then, once this undead army enters the primal chaos world, the world will be destroyed in an instant. Wu Maji said, no army will be able to resist this undead army of 10 billion. Yang Dingtian said, his undead army is not to deal with me, but to deal with the gods of this world. In a short time, he will not be able to break through the netherworld barrier, and his undead army will not be able to come out. Then Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, but I believe that if our Taiando League army wins the war, Wen Tian will do everything he can to release the undead army of 10 billion. At that time, it will be the end of the world. Then what do you plan to do? Wu Maji asked softly. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. Same as before, we will go to the taboo continent as soon as possible. Half a year later, we will destroy Wu Yuming, take complete control of the primal chaos world, and prepare for war. Although Wen Tian's undead army is strong, they will not be able to come out in a short time. As long as we win the war and destroy Wen Tian's soul and body, I believe that his soul avatar in the netherworld Ghost Emperor will also be completely destroyed. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian asked, Dishi, what is your cultivation level now? 7-star Martial Grandmaster. Dishi Bien said, to be precise, I am at the 8th grade. Then, how did you feel when you fought with Wu Yuming? Yang Dingtian asked. I am not his opponent, but he can no longer kill me. Dishi Bien said, furthermore, I have an out-of-body experience. I am not afraid of him. Yang Dingtian looked into her eyes and said, Miss Dishi, I am going to the taboo continent immediately. Here, I formally invite you to join the Council of Light and fight by my side. Is that all right? Then, Yang Dingtian waited for her reaction. He instinctively felt that Dishi Bien would reject. All right. Without any hesitation, Dishi Bien directly nodded in agreement. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned, appearing to be surprised. Dishi Bien agreed too quickly and decisively. Yang Dingtian said, however, may I know why? Firstly, I feel that Wu Yuming and the Vulture Palace will not let me go. Dishi Bien said, secondly, I have never come into contact with anyone, and I feel that you guys are not bad. Yes, the reason was as simple as that. Anything would become very simple when it came to Dishi Bien. All right, we have to leave immediately, otherwise Wu Yuming and Dongli, those 2 mad dogs, will catch up again. Yang Dingtian said. Then, the 3 of them flew towards the east at lightning speed. Suddenly, Vulture said, Husband, how do you think Wu Yuming will explain to Vulture? Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, under such circumstances, I can't think of how to explain. However, I believe that with Wu Yoming's craftiness, she will definitely come up with the best explanation. However, Vulture is vicious and suspicious, unlike Lingwu, who is weak and simple. Once there is a crack, even if it can be covered up for the time being, it will be very difficult to make it as good as new. Husband, can I say something? Wu Maji suddenly asked. Since you have said so, I feel that what you are going to say is definitely not something good. Yang Dingtian said. Wu Maji said, Husband, actually Lingwu and Vulture shouldn't be your problem at all. It's all your fault. If you had directly asked for them back then, everything would be fine. If you want a woman to be obedient, you have to sleep with her. Even if Lingwu and Vulture were added together, they would still be inferior to me. I have drawn my sword to kill you several times. However, after being harmed by you, they were still obedient. Therefore, many things that were originally very simple were forcibly made complicated by you. Yang Dingtan said with a wry smile, Lingwu is nothing. However, if I can rope in Vulture Palace, I am willing to marry Vulture. However, I think that even if I get Vulture, Lingzi won't change his mind. Even if Vulture is by my side, it will be very difficult for him to be of much use. That's true, Wu Maji said. At this moment, Dishi Bian suddenly said, Be careful. Yang Dingtian said in surprise, What's wrong? Have Wu Yuming and Dongli caught up? Dishi Bian stood still and closed her beautiful eyes to sense. She said, There is a very, very powerful energy. Moreover, it is very familiar. Although I can't see it, I can feel it. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes to sense it. After a long time, he said, Why can't I feel it at all? Wu Maji said, I can't feel it either. Dishi Bian said, I can feel it. Moreover, this energy is very, very familiar. At this moment, a few 100 kilometers away from Yang Dingtian, a completely formless and colorless energy was frantically flying and devouring. Wherever it passed, countless undead were instantly reduced to ashes, disappearing without a trace. Wave after wave of departed spirits were frantically disappearing. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, even more. This formless and colorless energy was frantically devouring at lightning speed. It was as if it was desperately trying to make itself stronger in the shortest time possible. At this moment, in the center of the Ghost Hell region, the new Wentian Ghost Emperor inside the Tongtian Pagoda could easily see the scene a few 1,000 kilometers away. A mysterious energy was frantically devouring the departed spirits. It was madly becoming stronger at an unbelievable speed. At this moment, all the departed spirits were his subjects. Suddenly, Wentian Ghost Emperor's expression changed. Boom! Suddenly, a ghostly fire condensed into a huge eye and rose to the top of the Tongtian Pagoda. Shwa! The huge, undead flaming eye suddenly shot out a terrifying beam of light in the direction of the mysterious power. Then, after obtaining the mysterious energy, it gradually revealed its true form. Although it was formless and colorless, under the influence of Wentian Ghost Emperor's undead flames, this mysterious energy suddenly condensed into a figure. If Yang Dingtian saw it, he would definitely find it very, very familiar. A golden robe, a golden crown on the head. The face constantly changed, never taking a fixed shape. It was the Ghost Emperor. To be more precise, it was his consciousness, his heartless soul. After Wentian had taken over, the Ghost Emperor's heartless soul frantically struggled and resisted. However, it was born with a flaw, so it was impossible for it to withstand Wentian's powerful soul. In fact, it was impossible for it to withstand any normal soul. Therefore, at the last moment, it chose to escape with all its might. It chose to escape from the Ghost Emperor's body and preserve its damaged, heartless soul. At that time, when Tian had just obtained the Ghost Emperor's body, in an instant, energy surged in, but he did not notice the Ghost Emperor's escape. As for Yang Dingtian, Wu Yuming, and young Master Dongli, it was even more impossible for them to notice. In fact, even if they were close, Yang Dingtian would not be able to sense it. Only Dishibien could clearly sense it. This was because Dishibien had a ball of flame in her body, which was extracted from the Ghost Emperor's body. In other words, Dishibien's body had the same energy as the Ghost Emperor, so she could clearly sense it. When Tian Ghost Emperor's undead flaming eye suddenly shot towards Yang Dingtian and the others, and his expression changed. Then he suddenly gave an order. All undead overlords and Shura overlords move out immediately. Head towards the east of the ghost underworld and capture the undead devouring demon. Use all your speed. Do not let those 3 humans near, and capture the undead devouring demon. When Tian Ghost Emperor gave the order, immediately all the undead overlords and Shura overlords flew towards the east. At this time, the Ghost Emperor's heartless soul had already devoured the countless undead around it. Then, when Wen Tian's undead flaming eye shot towards it, it immediately felt a fatal danger. It turned into a ghost fire face and frantically fled towards the east. The ghost underworld had already become Wen Tian's empire. It could not stay here any longer. Wan Wen Tian, just you wait. Just you wait. I will return to the primal chaos continent and devour all souls. Whether it is 100 years or 1,000 years, I will return. I will take back the underworld empire that belongs to me. At this time, Dishibien, who was 100 miles away, suddenly trembled and said, "It's the Ghost Emperor. It's the Ghost Emperor's remnant energy. Or maybe it's the Ghost Emperor's soul." Wu Maji's beautiful eyes immediately lit up. She grabbed Yang Dingtian and Dishibien and quickly chased after them. "Quick, quick! The ghost flames of the netherworld are too strong. Husband can't devour it. This time, whether it's the Ghost Emperor's remnant energy or its soul, you must not let it go." Chapter 661. Husband, please give me an explanation. Vulture was still questioning him, just as Yang Dingtian had said, although Vulture was simple-minded. She wasn't as simple-minded as Dishibien, nor was she an idiot like Qin Jiao. Vulture's simple-mindedness was a vicious simple-mindedness. She didn't want to cause trouble. There were many things that she was too lazy to think about and found troublesome. To put it bluntly, she just followed her heart. But there was no doubt that she was smart and cunning. So once she had doubts, it would be very, very difficult to dispel them. Therefore, it would be very difficult for Wu Yuming to pass the test. However, just like how Wu Yuming understood Yang Dingtian very well, Yang Dingtian also understood Wu Yuming very well. He believed that Wu Yuming would definitely pass the test and give a perfect explanation. Wu Yuming acted as if she didn't hear Vulture's question. She first looked in the direction where Yang Dingtian disappeared, then turned her head to look in the direction of the Netherworld Ghost City. Her entire face was heavy and even filled with sorrow, as if she was still immersed in some kind of emotion. "Wu Yuming, answer my question," Vulture said coldly. "Question? Oh, question, what question?" Wu Yuming tried very hard to show a smile. Vulture's delicate face twitched, then said, "Why was my helm magic crystal stolen, but you and this strange gentleman were able to enter the Netherworld Ghost City? Moreover, you seem to have a close relationship." "Oh, this question." Wu Yuming said, "Your helm magic crystal was stolen by Wu Maji. We chased Wu Maji and Yang Dingtian to the city gate. We originally thought that we wouldn't be able to enter, but when the gate was about to close, 2 golden undead lords came. They committed suicide and gave us the helm magic crystal." "Ridiculous! Do you think I would believe such a ridiculous thing?" Vulture sneered. "They chose to commit suicide and gave you the hell crystal. Why? Stopping Yang Dingtian from obtaining the Netherworld Ghost Flame is not important. What is important is that someone invited us in to watch a play." Wu Yuming said. "What play?" Vulture asked. Wu Yuming said, "Although the profound flame that great-grandfather obtained is very powerful, it is not the real Netherworld Ghost Flame. The real Netherworld Ghost Flame is the Netherworld Ghost Emperor himself in the Tower of Babel. He is the master of the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's 10 billion undead. He controls over 100 saint-level undead and Shura, and over 1,000 half-saint-level undead and Shura. What? Vulture exclaimed. She suddenly revealed an expression of disbelief. Her sneering face changed for the first time. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor hurriedly gave a fake Netherworld ghost flame to a human, and then deceived the human because the real Netherworld ghost flame would soon bloom on his body. Wu Yuming said last time he gave the so-called Netherworld ghost flame to great-grandfather. Then Wu Yuming's eyes revealed a painful light. I know. Great-grandfather once told you how to snatch the real Netherworld ghost flame, right? As long as you commit suicide and truly die, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor will definitely give you the ghost flame and let you obtain true eternal life, right? You didn't tell me about this matter. Although I am very sad, I don't blame you. Suddenly, Vulture's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of guilt. That's right. Willingzi once told Vulture without hesitation that the Netherworld ghost flame was definitely hers because she was a heaven spirit master. Of course, if she wanted to be more certain, it was very simple. She could just directly die, because the Netherworld ghost flame was very fond of people who had just died. Moreover, Willingzi repeatedly warned Vulture that this matter was an absolute secret. She could not let anyone know, including Wu Yuming. Therefore, Vulture hesitated many times and did not say anything in the end. Now that Wu Yuming had exposed it, she suddenly felt very guilty. What else? What you said is very shocking, but it can't convince me. 2 people committed suicide to give you the golden demon crystal. This is very unreasonable. Vulture said coldly. Wu Yuming pointed at Dongli and said, Let me formally introduce this person. His name is Dongli. He is the Prime Minister of the Naga Empire in name. But his real identity is the young master of the evil ways in Dongli Grassland. Vulture trembled. She looked at young Master Dongli. Wu Yuming continued, And the 2 people who committed suicide to give us the Hell Demon Crystal were the Evil Ways pawns in the Ghost Hell region. They were the Evil Ways pawns, so giving the Hell Demon Crystal to young Master Dongli is very normal. Why did they give it to you? Vulture asked. Because they wanted me to watch a big show and then pull the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea into the Evil Ways. Wu Yuming said, Of course, this big show was a roping in, but it was also a threat. What big show? Vulture asked. The Demon King Wentian's soul avatar crossed time and space, traveling hundreds of thousands of miles to steal the Netherworld ghost flame and become the new Netherworld Ghost Emperor. He became the ruler of over 10 billion undead, the emperor of the Underworld Empire, and the ruler of countless saint and half-saint rank experts. What? Vulture's expression finally changed. He said in shock, The Demon King Wentian has been resurrected. No, he hasn't been truly resurrected yet. But his soul avatar has at least taken control of the entire Underworld Empire, Wu Yuming said. Vulture said in shock, Then once these 10 billion undead charge into the Chaos World, what hope does this world have? It will definitely be destroyed. Wu Yuming said, Not yet, because the Demon King Wentian is still unable to open the Netherworld barrier. He needs countless people who died unjustly to become new undead, and then let the saint rank and half-saint rank experts devour the energy of these undead. When the entire Tongtian Tower is full, then he will be able to open the Netherworld barrier and let the undead flood into the human world. At that time, the world will really be doomed. Then what should we do? Vulture said in a trembling voice. Fight. Unite the entire Chaos World and fight. Wu Yuming sighed. Her eyes were filled with endless sorrow. Young Master Dongli hurriedly said with a smile, Brother Netherworld, a wise man submits to circumstances. His Majesty the Demon King values you a lot. Don't let him down. Wu Yuming said indifferently, A real man has rules, and there are things he can't do. Just like in the Netherworld Ghost City, I didn't allow you to kill Yang Dingtian, even though I have conflicts with him, even hatred. but that's an internal conflict. When facing your evil ways, Yang Dingtian and I are on the same side. Sai. Wu Yuming sighed and said, "It's just that Dishi Bian and Wu Maji are also on guard against me and even fought. If this continues, how can we talk about the unity of the Taiando League?" Finally, Wu Yuming said to young Master Dongli, "Dongli, previously we worked together because of a common enemy. But that's because I didn't know that you are a person of evil ways. Since ancient times, good and evil have never coexisted. If we leave here, we will be enemies." "Hee enemies?" Dongli sneered and said, "It's very tragic to be my enemy. Your wife is so beautiful, I covet her very much. If she's a friend, then I can't covet a friend's wife. If she's an enemy, then I'll be the happiest to make the enemy's wife kneel in front of me. As for where to go, it's up to you." After saying that, young Master Dongli left quickly. Vulture looked at Wu Yuming for a long time, and then tears fell from her big eyes. She threw herself into his arms and cried, "Husband, I'm sorry." If Yang Dingtian was here, he would definitely gasp in amazement. What was the real lie? 80% truth and 20% lies? Wrong. It was 99% truth, and the remaining 1% lie. However, this 1% lie was the most fatal. In terms of bewitching people and acting skills, Wu Yuming had unparalleled talent. Yang Dingtian knew that he would pass, but he didn't expect that he would pass so perfectly. Not only did he completely clear up his doubts, but he also made his figure taller, causing Vulture to be filled with guilt and guilt. The key was that his explanation was logically flawless, just as Wu Yuming's mouth revealed a faint smile. Suddenly, the Demon King Wentian's voice sounded in her heart. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor didn't die completely. At the last moment of my successful possession, his heartless soul escaped. At this time, he's 2,800 miles to the east. He's already devouring countless undead energy and is rapidly growing stronger. Hurry over immediately and don't let him escape. More importantly, don't let Yang Dingtian obtain the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's heartless soul. Wu Yuming suddenly trembled and then said to Vulture, "Something's wrong." After that, he quickly pulled the spirit vulture and flew towards the east. He flew as fast as he could, completely overdrawing his profound energy at a crazy rate. Vulture had the demonic spirit mist cloak on him. Although it was far inferior to Wu Yuming's, it would be twice the result with half the effort if it was worn by Wu Yuming. She hesitated for a while, and then asked her husband to wear her demonic spirit mist cloak. However, Wu Yuming rejected her, saying that she would never accept her treasure. Suddenly, Vulture's heart trembled. However, the truth was that Vulture's demonic spirit mist cloak was tight-fitting, and he had to take off all his clothes to wear it. He did not dare to take off his clothes. Yang Dingtian was only about 100 miles away from the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's soul, and he arrived in an instant. When he arrived at the scene, he saw an incomparably beautiful scene. He only saw a formless and colorless energy dancing wildly in the air. Wherever it went, countless dead souls were turned into ashes. It was like the greediest soul-devouring beast. It did not care about anything, and only devoured with all its might. It had been quite some time since he had escaped. No one knew how many dead souls it had devoured. However, Yang Dingtian could see that within a few hundred miles or even 1,000 miles, all the dead souls on the ground had been completely devoured. Therefore, it might have devoured millions or even tens of millions of dead souls. Yang Dingtian and the other two looked at the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's soul and were at a loss. How? How were they supposed to devour it? It was not an occult flame, but a soul that contained an incomparably powerful energy. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor's soul did not care about Yang Dingtian and the others at all. It was like a monster that had been starved for countless days, and it devoured crazily. Yang Dingtian quickly chased after it and injected a surge of Xian Qi into it. Uft! An incomparably powerful energy sent him flying a few hundred meters away, and he spat out blood in the air. Yang Dingtian, you want to devour me? Stop dreaming. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor laughed coldly. Seeing that you are Wentian's enemy, I will not kill you. Scram! Then the Netherworld Ghost Emperor continued to devour, and devour. In the distance, hundreds of saint-level dead souls and Shura chased after it. Young Master Dongli and Wu Yuming also chased after it. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor had to seize every moment to devour as much energy as possible. Wu Maji did not hesitate and immediately used her summoning technique to try and control the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. Wu Maji's delicate body seemed to have been hit by a surge of energy, and she was sent flying. She opened her mouth and spat out blood. Yang Dingtian immediately rushed over and held her in his arms. He asked in shock, Gigi, are you okay? I'm fine, Wu Maji said. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor laughed. You are just a master-level spiritualist, and you want to control me? Ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Dishi Bien suddenly pulled out her sword, and her beautiful figure shone brightly. Swoosh! Then her soul instantly left her body and entered the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's soul. Right after that, Dishi Bien's soul completely disappeared in that colorless sphere of energy. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Then the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's soul began to distort crazily. Bang! Then Dishi Bien's soul was sent flying back into her body. Then her delicate body flew 100 meters away, and she spat out blood. Ha 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 ha! When I was the Netherworld Ghost Flame, my soul was weak, but my body was strong. You could still possess me. Now I have lost my body and only my soul is left. You want to possess me? Dream on. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor laughed miserably. I don't even have a body. How are you going to possess me? Seeing Dishi Bien fly a few hundred meters away, Yang Dingtian quickly rushed over and hugged Dishi Bien. It would have been better if he did not hug her. Dishi Bien, who was originally fine, opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, and her eyes rolled back as she fainted. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. He directly threw Dishi Bien to the ground. Miss, you are sick, and you need to be treated. I thought you would be better after you obtained the mystic flame, but who knew that you would get worse? As a matter of fact, Yang Dingtian threw her onto the ground, and everything was fine. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he stood up and said in a low voice, I'm sorry. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor's soul angrily said, Yang Dingtian, my patience is limited. Although the enemy of my enemy is my friend, you are still far from being my ally. If you anger me again, I will kill all of you. Although I am extremely weak, killing you is still as easy as blowing off dust. After speaking, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor flew to the east and continued to crazily devour the undead energy. Although Yang Dingtian could not think of any way to devour the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's soul, he could not let it go. Therefore, he continued to desperately chase after it. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor was too lazy to pay attention to him. He crazily devoured the undead energy while flying to the east. At this time, hundreds of saint-level undead and the Shura were getting closer and closer. Yang Dingtian madly chased after them. After half an hour, he had already reached the border of the Ghost Hell region. If he continued forward, he would reach the buffer zone, and if he continued forward, he would reach the primal chaos world. Chapter 662. Yang Dingtian tried his best, but he was unable to devour the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's soul. He could only chase after it with all his might. Thus, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's soul was at the front, frantically escaping from the Ghost Hell region while devouring the undead. Behind it, Yang Dingtian and the other two followed closely behind. 200 to 300 li behind it, hundreds of saint-level undead and Shura chased after it. At the back, Wu Yuming and young Master Dongli used their full speed to chase after the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's soul. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor's soul was truly fearless. It didn't run in a straight line, but instead devoured all the undead within 100 li of it. Thus, at this moment, it was like a tornado sweeping across 1 to 200 li of land as it whizzed towards the east. Yang Dingtian and the other two could easily catch up to it, but they couldn't do anything to it. Behind it, hundreds of undead kings and Shura sovereigns were getting closer and closer. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor's soul was still greedily devouring the undead along the way. However, this was normal. The Ghost Hell region was now Wen Tian's territory. Even if the Netherworld Ghost Emperor escaped from here and went to the Primal Chaos world, it would be difficult for him to hunt for undead. Thus, this was his final feast. Finally, hundreds of undead kings and Shura sovereigns arrived. At this moment, Wu Maji was pulling Yang Dingtian and the other two as they frantically dodged. They were afraid of being attacked by these saint-level undead and Shura sovereigns. However, these saint-level undead and Shura sovereigns ignored Yang Dingtian. Like meteors, they directly passed by Yang Dingtian. Fortunately, these saint-level undead didn't attack. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian and the other two together wouldn't even be half a finger of a saint-level undead. Seeing hundreds of saint-level undead chasing after it, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's anger was indescribable. Damn it! Which one of you saint-level undead wasn't trained by me? Previously, you were kneeling on the ground and shouting, "Long live the Netherworld Ghost Emperor." Now that the Netherworld Ghost Emperor had a new master, you immediately turned hostile and killed the old master. This was truly intolerable. Of course, his grief and indignation were in vain. Although these undead were already at the saint level, they basically did not have their own will. They would attack whoever the Ghost Emperor ordered them to attack. After all, he was no longer the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. Thus, the Nether Ghost Emperor could no longer greedily devour the undead. He began to flee at full speed. Hundreds of sacred level monarchs were extremely fast and caught up to the Nether Ghost Emperor's soul in an instant. They immediately formed a circle in the air and surrounded the Nether Ghost Emperor from all directions. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then, without any words, without any premonition, he attacked madly. The simultaneous attack of hundreds of saint-level undead and Shura was extremely shocking. Hundreds of snow-white rays of light shot towards the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. The Nether Ghost Emperor fled at full speed. He charged straight into the saint-level undead army, intending to devour them. He was really crazy. At this time, it actually wanted to devour the energy of a saint-rank undead. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, a few saint-level Shura's attacks hit its body. At the same time, it really did devour more than half of the saint-level undead in front of it. Boom! Dozens of Shura's attacks almost caused his soul to scatter. He was horrified to find that the saint-level undead's energy that he had just devoured was not enough to make up for the loss. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then countless undead and Shura's attacks were like countless pillars of light that attacked wildly. He realized that he had overestimated himself. He was no longer the incomparably powerful Nether Ghost Emperor from before. Thus, he did not care about anything else. He buried his head and fled at full speed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Pillars of light slammed into his back. Instantly, the Nether Ghost Emperor was in extreme pain. Every attack caused his energy to be greatly reduced. If he had known that this would happen, he would have fled immediately. He would not have been so greedy and risked his life trying to devour the saint-level undead's energy. Bang, 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 bang. While running, the Nether Ghost Emperor had been attacked countless times. If this level of attack landed on Yang Dingtian, even if there were 10,000 Yang Dingtian, he would still be dead. The Nether Ghost Emperor was really powerful. After taking so many attacks, his soul did not scatter. However, he really could not take it anymore. Thus, he gritted his teeth. The energy in his body began to condense, condense, and condense. From a huge energy figure, he became a fist-sized ball of willow, the wisp and fled at a speed of a few thousand miles per hour. If it was an ordinary person, they would have given up by now, not to mention there were hundreds of saint-level sovereigns around. However, Wu Maji was obviously not an ordinary person. She caught Yang Dingtian and Dishibian and chased after them crazily. Fortunately, she had the demonic spirit Mist Cloak. Otherwise, she would not have been able to catch up with the Nether Ghost Emperor and the saint-level sovereigns. The Nether Ghost Emperor was filled with panic and fear, as well as endless humiliation as he fled frantically. Even if he shrunk his body to the smallest possible size, he still suffered countless attacks. Every time, it almost made his soul fly out of his body. Great, primal chaos god, bless the 2 moons and the 2 suns, let me escape with my life. The Nether Ghost Emperor prayed continuously. It was really laughable. A few hours ago, he was still saying that he wanted to step on the primal chaos and hold the 2 moons and the 2 suns in his hands. He did not even put the gods in his eyes. Now he was like a stray dog praying instead. As long as he could escape from the Ghost Hell region, he would win. As long as he could escape from the Ghost Hell region, he would win. Right now, he only had one thought, and that was to escape from the Ghost Hell region. Finally, victory was in front of him. He was less than 100 miles away from the border of the Ghost Hell region. Very quickly, he was less than 50 miles away. 30 miles. 10 miles. He had arrived. He had arrived at the border of the Ghost Hell region. As long as he could escape from here, he would have a chance to rise again. The Nether Ghost Emperor was ecstatic. Wentian, just you wait, just you wait. Whether it's 500 years or 1,000 years, I will come back. I will come back and take back the throne that belongs to me. I will definitely come back. The Nether Ghost Emperor turned into a ball of flame and rushed towards the light with lightning speed. Bang! The Nether Ghost Emperor's flame fiercely hit the netherworld barrier. Then it bounced back. That's right, it bounced back. Immediately, the Nether Ghost Emperor was about to go crazy, collapse and despair. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Heavens! God! 2 moons and 2 suns. Are you playing with me? I escaped with great difficulty, but I can't get out? I am not an undead, so why am I trapped in this netherworld barrier? Heavens, earth! Are you trying to kill me? Are you trying to kill me? In the blink of an eye, over 100 undead lords and Shura lords arrived. There were also over 1,000 undead lords and Shura lords. The netherworld ghost monarch's tiny flames were completely surrounded by them. Under Wentian's control, the undead lords and Shura stepped forward and laughed strangely. How ironic, how hilarious! It escaped with great difficulty, but it couldn't get out. Wentian Ghost Emperor was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. The Nether Ghost Emperor was in despair. A pale, white flame floated in the darkness. Countless faces were changing in the flame. It had accepted its fate. It didn't even want to resist. The undead lords and Shura did not attack immediately, as if they were playing a prank. Instead, they started to arrange their troops, one after another, surrounding the Nether Ghost Emperor. What a naked onlooker! The Nether Ghost Emperor couldn't even move, let alone escape. Forget it! Accept your fate, so be it. Anyway, I am a non-existent life form, so let me disappear completely. The Nether Ghost Emperor's flame danced in the air, waiting for the moment of destruction. At this moment, Wu Maji arrived with Yang, Dingtian, and Dishibian. Without any hesitation, they wanted to break through the Nether Barrier. Of course, to ghosts, the Nether Barrier was an impenetrable fortress that could not be passed through. To humans, the barrier could not be seen or touched. It was as if it did not exist. Therefore, the 3 of them wanted to break through the barrier. As for the undead and Shura in front of him, they completely ignored him. The moment they passed through the barrier, Yang Dingtian suddenly said, "Nether Ghost Emperor, are you going to leave?" The Nether Ghost Emperor was shocked and said, "Leave, leave, of course!" Then, the moment Yang Dingtian and the other 2 passed through the barrier, The nether ghost emperor turned into a ray of light and shot into Yang Dingtian's body. Yang Dingtian and the other two did not slow down and broke through the nether barrier. No, no, no. Wen Tian, who was in the Tong Tian Tower, let out a shocking roar. The undead lords and Shura crazily attacked the nether barrier. What was so close yet worlds apart? This was it. What was the furthest distance? You and I, there's only an invisible membrane between us. I can see you, but I can't kill you. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Thousands of undead lords and Shura crazily attacked the nether barrier. Countless pillars of light appeared, magnificent. However, although it was magnificent, all of the attacks were like mud sinking into the sea. Wen Tian, who was in the Tong Tian Tower, let out a shocking roar. The flames that soared to the sky tore through the horizon. The entire ghost hell region trembled violently. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Pieces of the earth were violently torn apart. Mountains were collapsing crazily. Hearing Wen Tian's roar, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled. He immediately asked in his heart, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Wen Tian said, "The soul of the nether ghost emperor has possessed Yang Dingtian's body." Wu Yuming said, "Then are the consequences serious?" "Maybe," Wen Tian said. Immediately, Wu Yuming's heart was filled with anger. She crazily rushed forward at full speed, wanting to rush out of the ghost hell region and kill Yang Dingtian.